Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 9 Saw 331. Don't you think this ability is very familiar? Yes. Konus nodded heavily. The god you mentioned is what people call God. There is also a god living on Sky Island. Chopper also asked curiously. Yes, this Sky Island of mine is the so-called Kingdom of Gods, ruled by the almighty god Enel, Konus explained. Almighty God? Luffy and others were very curious. Enel knows everything and masters everything in the world. Everything? That's right, he has a panoramic view of everything we do, anytime, anywhere. Konus nodded seriously. Anytime, anywhere, and now? Of course. Is Almighty God watching us now? Chopper asked in shock, looking around. God. Zoro wasn't much in awe. Zoro, don't you believe in the existence of God? Chopper couldn't help asking when he saw Zoro's appearance. Who knows, whether there are gods or not in this world, it has nothing to do with me, but I will not deny those who believe in gods. Zoro said disapprovingly. In his dictionary, there are only two kinds of people. Advertisement one can be cut, the other is uncut. Then that god who lives in the Holy Land, Miss Konus, have you met yourself? Sanji asked. No, how is this possible? We can't set foot in the Holy Land of Apeado, absolutely. Konus waved his hands in panic. Don't be too mystified, here, God is just a title for the ruler. Reka saw Chopper and the others with panicked expressions on their faces. Can't help but speak. Really? Chopper, Usopp, Sanji and the others immediately asked in unison. Of course, and the ability to monitor other people's actions, haven't you also learned it? Really, you are in the game, but you can't see anything? Reka said lightly. You mean observation hockey? Zoro was the first to realize. So that's the case, so it's very possible indeed. But if it can cover from one island to another, that would be too powerful. That is to say, the god may just be a powerful Sky Islander. If you say that, it's easy to understand. Zoro and others were immediately relieved. This. That. What are you talking about? The father and daughter Konus's minds froze immediately. These Blue Sea people seem to be saying, they seem to understand the power of God? Advertisement TTT, I must have heard wrong. But one thing is certain, Nami is indeed near the Holy Land. Reka's words cheered everyone up. Reka-san, what are you talking about? This is not a joke. Paiga and his daughter were taken aback immediately. What a big tree. Where is this place? I didn't expect there to be land on Sky Island. Nami looked at the island in front of him in surprise. The towering giant trees here are no shorter than some Taidong islands. Anyway, it's a place you can't go in, hee. Luffy stared at Venus while eating. He smelled adventure. I said, Luffy, do you understand what White Zetsu means about not being able to get involved? Usopp immediately felt bad when he saw this. Understand, I understand, hee, Luffy said intoxicated. It's over, it's hopeless, he definitely wants to go, Usopp said desperately. Boom. Suddenly Reka put down the cup heavily, his complexion is not very good looking. What's wrong Reka-san? That guy named Enel just now sent lightning almost reaching Nami. What? Advertisement 332. Your god may be in trouble. Nami drove the Weeba to the coast of the Holy Land. Since coming to Sky Island, everything she sees is related to clouds. On the contrary, it is like the land that can be seen everywhere in the blue ocean. It's the first time I've seen it. Nami marveled at the uncanny craftsmanship of nature. The trees here grow very tall, but this kind of primeval forest. It also usually means danger. Nami did not log in rashly. She had a bad feeling. Nami doesn't have Luffy's overwhelming sense of curiosity. Not feeling well, the first thought was to turn around and leave. But just when she was about to leave, suddenly, screams came from the forest. What? What happened? Nami froze in place. The sound is getting closer. Amidst the screams, there were also noisy quarrels. Hey, this guy is my prey, why are you joining in the fun? This is an important material for my ball trial. If we kill it like this, we won't have anything to play with. The one I caught first, naturally I will decide his life or death, you little priests. You are the priest, advertisement, okay, stop arguing, there is no time, I heard that the next batch of intruders has been reported, this time there are 8 people, 4 of us, 1 person and 2 are just right, no need to argue. Is that so? Then kill this guy, prepare for the next target? Don't kill us, a terrified voice sounded and I didn't know where the strength was, but I suddenly struggled to get up. Quickly flee towards the outer shore, the 4 priests were not in a hurry. Just watch him run away, because there is a sea of clouds ahead. There was no escape, the man panicked and ran to the shore. Just saw the terrified Nami, did they just say 8 illegal trespassers? Could it be that you were waiting for others? It is because the entry fee has not been paid. So you're being treated as an intruder, oops. We need to get the news out to everyone as soon as possible. Please, save me, I came here to look for gold from other Sky Islands, I don't want gold anymore, I just want to leave here alive, the man wailed mournfully. Just when Nami was at a loss, while still thinking about it. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the sky. Boom. A thick pillar of thunder fell from the sky, directly covering the person who called for help. In the screams, this person was completely vaporized by Lezu. It's Master Enel, it's really strange, since you want to punish yourself, why should we do it? The priests not far away looked confused. Advertisement, it's probably because we dislike our speed is too slow. Strange, I seem to have heard him talking to someone just now. Cry meaninglessly before you die. The 4 priests walked nearby and took a look. See nothing, I didn't take it to heart. Get ready and go hunt the next target, this time the number is just right, we can share it equally. I will choose first this time. The priest chatted and left. Nami, who was hiding in the roots of a big tree on the shore, breathed a sigh of relief. The thunder pillar just now came down. The splashing electric sparks tore her clothes to pieces. And it hurt her skin, but at the moment, Nami's mind is to tell Reka and others the news as soon as possible. So I didn't pay attention at all, but Reka at Konus's house in Yuntan looked very unkind. This is Nami's favorite outfit, are you okay? She changed it on purpose not too long ago. Teach that guy a lesson. Levitate up, hands condensing the solar energy that absorbs the air. The magic power is boiling and endless energy is concentrated between Reka's hands. What is he doing? He can fly. Kona's father and daughter looked at Reka in horror. Maybe, you gods are going to be in trouble, Zoro grinned and said. What? Whoosh, the giant great fireball, which is more than 30 meters long, contains extremely strong magic power. Thrown out by Reka. ADVERTISEMENT 333. The confident almighty god Enel. I am sanctioned. Enel is eating an apple in his temple. It is very leisurely, surrounded by many young and beautiful girls serving around. He is barefoot and carries several tomo drums on his back. Put the scepter in your hand aside, the only thing he was looking forward to now. It means that the ark will be built as soon as possible. He wants to go to the endless land. Just now he was idle and bored, and punished the intruder. Next to it was an inconspicuous lil ant, but because the other party did not really set foot on the Holy Land. He is too lazy to care about it. With a smile, he looked down at the whole of Peado. Real land, really nice, if it weren't for those annoying Sandians. That's even better, they're too good at hiding. Where this real land meets the sea of clouds, once hiding, even 807 is not easy to find. Rumble. Suddenly there was a piercing sonic boom. Enel's expression changed drastically from his original leisurely appearance. An unprecedented sense of crisis strikes, he suddenly looked up to the horizon. A giant great fireball, like a scorching sun, come rushing, extremely fast. Advertisement, Nani? Enel was horrified, just reacted. Bang! The terrible fireball hit him, a terrifying explosion resounded. A flame shock wave swept out like a tsunami. Countless buildings were burned to ashes, CBDH, in an instant. Master God, just finished handling the matter. Priest on the way back, I looked up and saw that the temple was attacked by unknown objects. Terrible explosions soared into the sky, the whole of the Peado can be clearly seen. Damn it! Witch Hun Dan took advantage of this to go out and attack Master Enel. The 4 priests were furious. Then speed up and rush towards the temple, if they catch the murderer. Never forgive me. I don't know if Mr. Ikonglu escaped this kind of big explosion, Fatty Shadley, who was in charge of the trial of the ball, worried. Don't use your common sense to judge Master Enel. Master Enel is omnipotent and invincible. He must have predicted this situation. Shira, who is in charge of the rope test, still has full confidence in Enel. Speed up, who is in charge of the iron trial, said in a deep voice. Gadaz, who was in charge of the swamp trial, wanted to speak. But forgot that he was still pursing his lips, and wait for them to rush to the temple. Look at everything in front of you. They were all a little dumbfounded. Advertisement, they have always believed that there is an omnipotent God. It's embarrassing right now, clothes were blown to pieces. There are even scorched black marks on the body surface. B********D. Who is it? Get out! Enel yelled angrily. For many years, he has never suffered such a loss. He's the one who bombs people all the time. This is the first time he has been bombed. And the net enveloped the entire Holy Land at this moment. But no one was found. How can this be? With his omnipotent heart network, how could he not find the murderer? Could it be that he can only eat this loss for nothing? With Enel's roar, the sky is full of thunder. But there was no response. Enel's forehead is bulging with veins. Suffering is unacceptable. You guys, search the kingdom of God immediately, and arrest all the guys who have recently entered the country, whether they are legal or illegal, and if you encounter something that you can't handle, please notify me immediately. I will let him understand and blaspheme Kamui what will happen. Enel had an idea in an instant. Yes. The priests responded respectfully. Just very restless. Master Enel, who has never been injured, is actually injured. And the murderer has yet to be found, it's unbelievable. 334. The Sky Island law enforcement team appears. Nami is rushing to the cloud beach at a high speed. Reka finished eating and chatting here. Blow up the god of Enel. Only the Kona's father and daughter who were a little bit confused were left. He seems to have made a super exaggerated fireball just now. Is it an illusion? Paigeia said with some shock. Now it seems that these blue sea people, it seems to have extraordinary skills. But it can control such a big fireball, no matter how you look at it. It's all more like magic. Paigeia felt that he must have read it wrong. Also explain a little better. No, he should have blown up that god of yours just now. No, how is this possible? The Holy Land is far away. Pagea thought that Zoro was just joking. Although it won't take long to ride with Weeba, but in the words of walking. In terms of distance, it is still quite far. That's right, such a joke is not funny at all. No matter what time it is, you must never be disrespectful to God. Konos also quickly grew up. Zoro didn't explain, just smiled lightly. Advertisement. Usopp, I said, let's take an adventure in some sacred place. Luffy can't help but say to Usopp. Shut up, stupid captain, you know how dangerous this is, Usopp said helplessly. Although he knew he might not be able to convince Luffy. But it is impossible to agree, he still wants to live a few more years. Nami is back. Reka said flatly, just finished eating, let's go for a walk too. Reka said and walked out of the room. Is he alright? Can he really sense Nami? Konos wondered. This is too similar to the ability of the almighty god Enel. No matter what, it is impossible for a blue ocean person to have this ability. Only when Reka dares to go out. I met the White Beret troops who came to search for the intruders. It is the army that enforces the law on the island. The way they appear is also very strange. A group of people crawled forward. It was not until Reka and others stood up that he stood up. Hey, Pagea Konos greeted them. This made Luffy look dazed again. Advertisement, it's you. You are the 8 illegal immigrants who came from the Blue Sea. You must accept the future ruling, Captain McKinley said righteously. Illegal immigrants? Pagea's father and daughter were all in disbelief when they heard this. Ask for flowers. 0, although the contact time is still short. But they can feel it. They are not bad people, illegal immigrants, what's that? Luffy looked at the Konos father and daughter in confusion. Is this really the case? Pagea looked surprised and terrified. Everyone has no room for excuse. We have received the photos taken by Amazon, the surveillance officer of Heaven's Gate, McKinley said. He took out photos of everyone from his pocket. How could this be? Is there some misunderstanding? Captain McKinley, they don't look like such bad people. Pagea hurriedly tried to explain. What does it mean to enter the country illegally? Sanji asked lightly. If the fee seems to be 1 billion IK per person, we are not paying. Everyone else forgot that there was such a thing. But Robin still remembered. But didn't the mother-in-law say that she can come in without paying? Usopp puzzled. If it is such a strict law, should it be stated in advance? Why do you have to mislead them? That's what she said. Chopper also raised his hand and spoke. It's useless, stop making excuses, and admit your crime, but Captain McKinley still said sternly. 335, 10 times the fine, Usopp pulling at the limit. Listen to this. The Konos father and daughter were suddenly full of anxiety. Sanji, Zoro and others have also raised their vigilance. Reka just watched calmly. But you don't need to panic too much, illegal entry into the country is only an 11th level crime in the sanction of the sky. If you are willing to accept the punishment, you can immediately become a safe tourist, Captain McKinley continued. What, this kind of thing should have been said earlier, Sanji complained a little. Get so nervous. He was about to kick someone just now. Equals. That's right, what punishment is it for causing us a false alarm? Usopp immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said. It's very simple, as long as you pay 10 times the entry fee, as long as you pay it off on the spot, the crimes you committed can be written off on the spot. McKinley looked at the crowd with a blank expression. 10 billion ikes for one person, which means 8 people, 80 billion ikes. 80 billion ike, that's a lot. Well, how much is this converted into Pele? Usopp asked hastily. Bailey, is the common currency of Blue Ocean. If you convert it into Bailey, 10,000 ike is equal to Bailey. So 80 billion ike is equal to 8 million Baileys, so expensive. B*******D. Do you know how many tons of rice you can buy? Just the entry fee, this is outrageously expensive. And because everyone usually has no chance to make money. If anything, it's almost gone. The whole boat, except Nami who manages the money. I'm afraid no one present can afford the money. Advertisement. Including Reka. So I heard this amount on the first day of junior high school. We finally got to the sky. Why is the entry fee so expensive? Who can accept it? Such an expensive fee is obviously unreasonable. Then when you entered the country, you obediently paid 800,000 Pele. That's expensive too. Sanji refused to pay for unreasonable expenses. First of all, let me declare that our White Beret unit is directly under the Priest's unit. Resisting this unit will only increase the crime. Please pay attention. McKinley suddenly looked serious. Said slightly threateningly. Forget it, ignore them. Compared to this, why hasn't Nami country come back yet? Sanji glanced at them. I didn't care much about it. Several people discussed together. Yes, call Nami quickly. Go on an adventure as soon as the wind changes. No, go find Nami. Hey, idiot, don't say what's on your mind. Usopp was completely speechless to the idiot captain. We'll wait for Nami to come back, so as not to miss them. Usopp comforted Luffy's restless heart. But Nami has been gone for a long time. Reka-san, is Nami really okay? Why don't we go find her first? Chopper said very worriedly. Usopp immediately ran over to cover Chopper's mouth when he heard the words. Idiot, Luffy is not here to find Nami. He is to go to that holy place to take risks. If it is really as Konos said, it will be troublesome. Really? The naive Chopper couldn't believe it. Yeah, he just wanted to go. Zoro added, advertisement. I thought I was preparing for punishment. Usopp feels Nami should be happy to pay the fine. Ah, that. She went for a walk and will be back soon. She is still in charge of the money. When she comes back, we will make up the money right away, as long as it cannot cause trouble. Then I'll wait a little longer, Luffy thought back, and it was all Nami's angry images. Alright then, let's go there for afternoon tea and wait for Nami to come back slowly, Usopp said with a sigh of relief. So he decisively chose to wait for a while. What have you been talking about since just now? Speaking of which, are you missing one person? McKinley watched everyone discussing. Luffy, you don't want to make Nami angry. Usopp ran to Luffy who was about to move again. Let Captain McKinley be completely faultless, but I didn't expect to talk about it for a long time. 0.0 So Captain McKinley is still upset, that's what Usopp said. Hold them for now. Chopper, let's go fishing. Still no one has come forward, please wait patiently for a while. It's better than clashing with local troops, still can't find an excuse yet. 336. If you want to add a crime, there is nothing to worry about. Usopp tries to avoid these conflicts, after all how nice and beautiful this place looks. They both wanted to stay longer, so during this time, try to ensure that they do not cause any conflict with the local forces. Soon Usopp and Chopper found a fishing spot nearby. Prepare to wait for Nami to come back, while killing time. But Captain McKinley made several trumped-up charges in succession. Such as when taking a break, no noise can be made. Otherwise, it will violate the environmental damage law of the next level. You can't even touch some buildings built on the edge of the Cloud Beach. Otherwise, they should be prosecuted for the crime of environmental pollution. Because I don't want to bring any trouble to Kono's 21 father and daughter. So Sanji, Zoro and others held back for the time being. By the end Usopp couldn't even help it, it is suggested that everyone should just rest. Turns out it was because he was snoring too loudly. Considered to be damaging to the environment, advertisement. All in all, just do whatever you want, it's like committing a crime. Zoro complained a few words, he was immediately charged with intimidation. Zoro couldn't bear to draw his sword and cut down this group of white beret troops. Fortunately, Usopp calmed down, but now even Chopper can't stand it anymore. You guys are too weird here, we're guilty no matter what we do, you are deliberately targeting us. Hey, Blue Ocean people, watch your words, talking nonsense will constitute a crime of defamation. Chopper, even you. Usopp just wanted to stop Chopper from going on. Suddenly, the fishing rod in my hand sank, big fish caught. Luffy, come help, Usopp said hastily. Oh, Luffy also fished beside him. Since nothing else can be done, he can only fish with him temporarily. Time to pass the time. Pong. A huge Sky Island fish resembling a flat lanternfish was pulled out of the White Sea by Luffy. The moment I saw this giant fish, Konos paled, then the face turned into horror. Advertisement. The huge empty fish jumped out of the sea of clouds. Ferocity jumped towards her, opened the huge fish mouth and bite it. Konos. Pagia exclaimed suddenly. Clang, Zoro made a decisive move. Pulled out a knife, slashed at the giant fish, and kicked it again. It stopped its forward rushing posture. What is this? What a strange fish, Luffy said looking at the giant fish. It just wanted to eat Konos, Chopper said with some fear. Is this also a type of empty fish? Usopp asked subconsciously. Well, sorry, thank you for saving my Konos, thank you so much. At this time, Paigea hurried over to thank him. But Konos looked at the fish, but his face sank. Father, that fish. This 117 is really nerve-wracking. Paigea also felt dizzy at this time. Sure enough, Captain McKinley saw this situation. Faced with a mocking smile, he walked over. This kind of fish is a very rare species in our country, and it is forbidden to catch and harm it according to the law. Your behavior has violated the Environmental Protection Law, which is a 9th level crime. Why is this a crime? Zoro saved Konos just now. Chopper couldn't understand the unreasonable troubles of this team at all. HMPH, the law is the law, Captain McKinley sneered. Zoro, is that fish hacked? Usopp asked hastily. Wondering if this can still be salvaged. 337. A woman who is irrational for money is the most unacceptable thing to provoke. I used the back of the knife, then put it back and it should be fine. Usopp kicked the giant fish and found that the giant fish was still alive. It should have just been swept away just now. Great, it's still alive and kicking. It seems delicious. Luffy grabbed a fish silk, no matter if it was raw, and took a bite to try it. Hey, Luffy, that can't be eaten. It's so hard, it's too hard to bite down. Since you eat it, you can't get away with it. This is theft, a 8th degree crime. Although Luffy just took a dry bite, Usopp stopped him before he could bite. But McKinley still put them on new charges. Kongyu, go back to the sea quickly and don't be caught by anyone in the future. Usopp pushed Bose into the white cloud. Look, it's still alive, it's fine, it's not a crime. Usopp pointed at the giant fish that was swimming away quickly. Argue hard. McKinley frowned. It's really not good to open your eyes and talk nonsense. His face was dark for a while, thinking about something. I didn't want to talk to you at first, but when you open your mouth, you come up with a bunch of stinky charges. You'd better not bully people too much. Zoro looked in the direction of McKinley and others. Hands rest on the knife. Advertisement prepared to take it out and chop all these guys down. So as not to keep buzzing in my ears. Wait, Zoro, Nami hasn't come back yet. What should we do if we are forced to separate here, and maybe Konos and his daughter will be involved? Usopp actually supports killing these people. But Nami hasn't arrived yet. Once you've beaten them, trouble will definitely come. Can't necessarily wait here until Nami arrives, and although the law enforcement forces look down on them, tried repeatedly to charge them with charges, the Konos father and daughter are still very good to them. Not only did they warmly entertain them, and told them many things. If it is because of violence, it hurts others, that really can't be justified. Having said that, Zoro also gradually calmed down. Buzz, and at this moment, the roar of Weeba sounded. Nami appeared in Bye-Bye. Too bad, someone has already found it. I hope there will be no conflicts. Nami thought of the person who died under the thunderbolt just now. I couldn't help feeling scared. Wait a minute, Reka, Luffy, Zoro, go and not fight those people. Advertisement, but they're annoying. Zoro couldn't help complaining. Great, it's Nami, hurry up and use your private money to pay the 8 million Bailey fine for illegal entry. Seeing Nami, Usopp immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If this is said, suddenly froze, rationality was instantly deprived. The speed suddenly increased. Across the white cloud, soar into the sky. Great, it turns out that you just need to pay the fine and you'll be fine. Wait, what did you just say? 8 million Baileys? Nami's eyes were originally calm. He even got kicked in the gut by Weeba. Pong slammed into Captain McKinley. What? He looked at Weeba who came into view. He didn't expect to be standing on the cloud beach. Like a runaway car. The eyes lost their rationality, and the power pedal was suddenly stepped on to the end. It will be fine to leave these matters to Nami. Weeba made a strong, Wang Qian Zhao, roar. Nobody believed it. Captain McKinley was also stunned. Nami is a normal, rational person on board. It's not good. Captain McKinley passed out. Boom. Chapter 338, Sky Island's Special Combat Method. Oops, I lost my mind when I heard about the unreasonable fine. Nami came back to his senses. Immediately looked embarrassed. It was a good thing to say. Absolutely can't shoot them. The result is fine now. He knocked the opponent's captain unconscious with his own shot. So Nami tried to save the situation. Quickly explained. I didn't do it on purpose, you know. Things like Weeba are difficult to control. I just wanted to stop if I'm not careful. Accidental. The members of the White Beret. The tone suddenly rose several notches. Yes, it was really careless. But Nami, if you learn Weeba, you will learn it all at once. Luffy made up his sword at this time. Captain stupid. Nami punched him. At this time, let's take a look at the injury of Captain McKinley 143 first. The humble house is nearby. Take it to me. Paigeia said hastily. Oh, yes, team leader, after Paige's reminder. They just know. The most important thing now is to see how Captain McKinley is doing. So as not to hurt the vitals. It's too late to go back and treat. You guys wait for us. Don't even try to run away. If you dare to run, you will be punished. Then the White Beret members. A stretcher was brought out from nowhere. Advertisement. Prostrate and carry Captain McKinley to Paigeia's house. Can't they walk normally? Zoro couldn't help complaining. Don't be in a daze. Let's take this opportunity to leave quickly. Konos and the others are not deeply involved with us now, so they shouldn't be held accountable. Usopp said hastily. That's right, let's go. Nami didn't want to cause trouble either. On that island, there may be very scary monsters. Can release such a terrifying thunderpillar, they may not be able to withstand it. No, why, we are right, they want to charge us with disorderly crimes. Luffy disagreed. He looked towards where Paigeio's house was. They're all very nice people. Although implicated, probably not serious, but what if? How could they leave like this? Speaking of which, if we leave, where do we leave from? Forehead. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. They haven't entered the island yet. CBCI, learned the details. Not knowing in which direction the ship should go is called departure. Then what should we do now? What should I do? None of you want to escape. Take them down for me, and attack law enforcement officers, but it is a level 5 death penalty, and you will be sentenced to the death penalty in Yunfoliu. Paigeia rushed over from the room. Advertisement. He was in a coma for a short time. It was just that Paigeia was creating an opportunity for Luffy and the others to leave. As soon as he wakes up, he rushed over with people. And issued a combat order. Members of the law enforcement team heard the words. Immediately opened the bow and arrow aimed at Luffy and others. The Konos father and daughter tried to say something to stop it. But nothing can stop it. McKinley had made up his mind. To take down the sheepman. Isn't it so simple? Zoro smiled slightly. Draw the knife out of its sheath. I don't want to be patient anymore. These guys are too deceitful. Let me teach you etiquette. Sanji also tapped his toes and lit a cigarette. Take them down. Whoosh, whoosh. Arrow after arrow was fired, but there was a thick white cloud at the tail. It is a cloud in a solidified state. What kind of arrow is this? Usopp and others were surprised. Law enforcement team members jumped onto the cloud road. He actually slid along the cloud path towards everyone. Extremely fast. 339. With overwhelming strength, priest appears. What is this? Seeing where the arrow crossed, a cloud path emerged. How could a mere blue seaman be the opponent of our white beret? McKinley said confidently. Whoosh, law enforcement officers wearing skate-like shoes jumped onto the cloud road that crisscrossed in all directions, waving the weapon in his hand at an extremely fast speed, gliding towards Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy quickly dodges. Damn it, walking on this cloud path is very difficult. Luffy was trying to avoid the arrows that were shot just now. Jump up and come down, it fell on this cloud path. The result is on this cloud road, does not wear the special shoes worn by Sky Island enforcers. Luffy ran very hard. It's useless, the Blue Sea people couldn't have won us on Sky Island, the law enforcers said confidently. Whoosh! Sky Island warrior is gliding on the cloud path. He slashed towards Luffy with a sharp blade. Luffy reacted. Instantly using his ability, his arm became longer and wrapped around a nearby fruit tree. Pulled himself out of Yundao, the whole person flew high. What is that? The arms have grown longer. Kona's father and daughter were shocked. They have lived on such a small island all their lives. Although occasionally Blue Sea people come to this island. But people they meet and get along with in person. Advertisement still very little, even less is known about devil fruit. When I first saw Luffy's arms extended, I was amazed. Demon fruit power? But Captain McKinley had heard and seen such things. Suddenly surprised, but it was too late. All law enforcement officers have rushed out. Rubber, fireworks. In the next second, the shadows of Luffy's fists and feet fell all over the sky. It's like a mountain roaring and a tsunami. These Sky Island law enforcement team warrior. It was brought down in an instant, there's only no hands left. McKinley, who was completely dazed by the sight, he did not expect his elite troops. Just like that, it was killed. The strength gap is too great. You are finished, you are finished. McKinley pointed to Luffy and others. Such an anti-crime, it is absolutely unforgivable by the priests. But that's not all, he was knocked to the ground by Zoro. It's so long-winded, Zoro said lightly, now that you have decided to make a move. He can't just watch. Advertisement after all, this guy was very annoying just now. White berets are completely annihilated. When the Blue Sea people arrive at Sky Island, won't their athletic ability drop sharply? How come they are still so strong? Pagia was stunned. Asking for flowers, but then his expression changed. Thus, things got all over the place. Now how to do? This is directly under the Almighty God Enel-sama. All other legal immigrants have been investigated. The Kona's father and daughter haven't reacted yet. High status. This is the only one left now. That's Lord Shadley, one of the 4 priests. Seeing this fat man, Koni's father and daughter were ashamed. Far from being comparable to Captain McKinley, but after Master Enel was attacked. Then a fat, spherical priest Shadley led a group of men. With unprecedented rage, they sent their priests to this island. He represents the will of God and patrols the entire kingdom of God. Search for criminals. Then there's a good chance it's them. Came from not far away. Recently, apart from the ones we have dealt with, you are the only team left. Are you the one who attacked the Almighty God, Lord Enel? Shadley walked over with a gloomy expression. Usually they are active in holy places. I wanted to go to the city to buy some special products, but it seems that it's too late. Miss Konas, you should go back to the house first, so as not to affect you, Reka said to Konas and his daughter. 340. You're only a priest, at least call your god. 340. Priest? What is that? It looks like a ball. Luffy looked at everyone in a daze. Trying to get a little answer, when I was listening to Konas just now. He just remembered that the Holy Land is a good place. It's a place where you can go on an adventure later. As for the rest, I didn't listen to it at all. Now I suddenly heard the word priest. Luffy doesn't understand anything. Bold. Dared to treat Lord Shadley with the attitude of 247. The subordinate next to the priest looked at the indifferent Luffy. Immediately couldn't help scolding. Know that in the kingdom of God, the status of priests is second only to Almighty God. Usually no matter where, they are all objects of worship and awe. Even looking directly at them is rude, not to mention a scrutinizing gaze like Luffy's. It doesn't matter, they will all be dead anyway. Shadley didn't care at all. He was thinking that he should enjoy this prey well. Advertisement it cannot be discovered by other priests. Otherwise those guys, he will definitely come to snatch the prey from himself. Don't be too aggressive either, otherwise it will be killed directly. That might be the end of the fun for today. There are not many outsiders who come to the kingdom of God every day. What nonsense are you talking about? Luffy heard Shadley's words and refuted him directly. Want to kill yourself and others? I have myself. How could this happen? What priest is this? He must be an idiot. Sure enough, it's still rude. You have no choice. I'll give you 1 minute to escape. After this time, I will start hunting you down. What do you think? God, isn't it very merciful? Shadley smiled said. Although Master Enel was embarrassed and injured. But that's because of being attacked. These Blue Sea people are even a little bit capable. Where can it be stronger? My lord, Pagia was still trying to explain something. The priests act on behalf of Almighty God. They don't need to explain to anyone, and they won't listen to anyone's explanation. Right and wrong, we decide. I said they are guilty, and now they are guilty, Shadley overbearing said. And this kind of practice is already the norm. Advertisement. Under the control of the Almighty God, life in the kingdom of God can be described as walking on thin ice. Although not absolutely bloody tyranny, either be hacked to death or hacked to death. Boom. After the two spheres flew out, they approached the Kona's father and daughter. Looks like it's unavoidable, really, I want to take a good vacation. Sanji tapped the toe of his shoe, ready to fight. As Shadley said, he raised his hand and hit two small balls towards Pagia and his daughter. The priest just wanted to kill them. Those who disobey must accept God's punishment. After landing, there was a booming explosion. Go back to the house first, so as not to be implicated, and leave the rest to us. Reka said lightly to the Kona's father and daughter. Violence can solve things. He was slapped lightly to the side by Reka. For Zoro, there are basically no unsolvable things. 4.7 for Zoro, all problems have become very simple. Sounds like a very simple solution. Such a solution sounds really good. Zoro also showed a terrible smile when he heard this, and stared at the priest. But that doesn't mean Enel is kind. If it weren't for the people of Sky Island to help him build the ark. But you are not enough to be a priest. If you want to fight us, you must at least call out your god. Luffy pressed his hat and said seriously. Very fast. This surprised the Kona's father and daughter. For the people of Sky Island, life will be more difficult. 341. The confidence of the strong, one move in seconds, what is there to say? HMPH, you guys don't even have the qualifications to meet God. It will be cleared by us here, it is blasphemy to speak of our Almighty God. The faces of the priest's subordinates changed slightly. Even they dare not speak rashly about God, because God is omnipotent. God watches over everything, and these guys are so rebellious. Look down on the priest directly, how dare you call for Almighty God to arrest them personally? They all seem to be full of energy, which is really good. I hope you can still be alive after a while. Are you sure you don't need to start fleeing now? 21 chances are only now, Sadly smiled lightly. These guys on the opposite side are already dead to him. Say what you want to say about the dead, but then Shadley spotted the group of guys in front of him. Not only is there no fear, even just ignore him. Let me do it, advertisement what a joke, this guy belongs to me. I have long wanted to give these guys a good lesson. It's not the same as I said, this guy looks like he has a face that needs to be beaten. Give it to me this time, don't they have other priests? Give it to you next time? No, it's mine. I don't believe you too. Why don't I knock you down first, and then deal with this fat man? Green algae head, you really dare to say it? Come on, I'll finish you right now. The three of Luffy, Zoro, Sanji were noisy. Now they have very strong self-esteem. On the opposite side was an existence that seemed barely able to fight. If a few of them swarmed up, that would be so bullying. So they are in the choice of who will play. There was a disagreement. Of course they all want to be able to play, you guys, one by one. It's too small. Incompetent blue sea people. Even if Shadley is not the kind of person who loses his temper easily. But seeing these blue ocean people underestimate him so much. Anger couldn't help rising up. It seems that if you don't kill a few people first, you don't know what awe is, and you won't know your situation. Exploding balls. Shadley looked at Nami, Robin and the two women. Want to kill them as quickly as possible. To arouse the anger and fear of this group of blue ocean people. Advertisement, oops. Nami watched as a group of exploding balls flew towards him. Immediately, his eyes were so frightened that he was fascinated, and he took out the weather stick subconsciously. Father, priest. Konas said in front of his house with a look of horror. The members of the law enforcement team present immediately let out a cry of panic. Torrenting flames, like an inescapable wall, fire hell. I didn't mean to. Nami apologized quickly. Nami, you are too cunning, this is obviously our prey, Luffy said angrily. Lord Shadley. Looking at Shadley, who was wrapped in terrifying flames. It's really over now. What? Shadley was stunned for a moment, completely unaware of a seemingly harmless woman. Then the flames billowed like a tidal wave and slapped towards Shadley. Now it directly hit the priest. Then there was a powerful explosion. Originally, I thought about making big things into small things. Raise your hand and release such a terrible flame. Stupid. Don't be so mean. Sanji tapped Luffy's head with his foot. So that's the case, no wonder you dared to attack Lord God. A voice suppressed anger came out of the flames. It hit Shadley precisely. Boom. A sea of flames shot out from Nami's eyes, and all the spheres were detonated in the air ahead of time. ADVERTISEMENT 342. It's too miserable, everyone begins to sympathize with the enemy. Master Priest is fine. Nonsense, the strength of the priest is beyond our comprehension, said the subordinates of the priest. Hear Priest Shadley's voice. The subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. The explosion just now was extremely powerful. If Shadley's men were killed like this, their fate will not be any better. Fortunately, nothing. The flames of the explosion dissipated. Priest Shadley looked a little embarrassed. Angry flames flickered in his eyes. Father, what should we do now? The Kona's father and daughter looked worriedly at Luffy and other areas not far away. There was a conflict with the priest, and it was almost impossible to think about it. Neither of them dared to betray the rules of the island to help Luffy and the others. I also don't want Luffy and the others to defeat the priest. That way things will only get bigger and bigger, it will definitely be difficult to end in the end. I don't know either. They're just the common people of the kingdom of God. There is no strong strength. In this situation, they have no way to start. I can only watch silently. Advertisement, but what did Shadley say just now? They have since attacked Almighty God, Master Enel. Could it be that during the meal, Reka-san really attacked God with that great fireball? But, how is that possible? The distance is so far, Konos said suddenly belatedly. Which one of you is going to deal with him? After that, let's take an adventure to the so-called Holy Land and meet the so-called God. Reka looked at Sanji, who hadn't decided yet, and asked. Rubber, pistol. Luffy shot directly, no longer dividing the enemy. Hey, Luffy, wait a minute, it hasn't been decided yet. Sanji and Zoro hurriedly stopped. Then they did it too. So fast. Shadley looked at the blowing fist, his eyes froze suddenly. Then throw out a burst of spheres, because it's not on his territory. Therefore, the trial of the ball cannot be arranged. If there is a trial of the ball, they will know what explosive purgatory is. It's a pity that there is no preparation outside, so we can only use more direct means of explosion. Fluffy. Luffy was so fearless, like a stupefied young man, he waved his fist and hit it directly. After countless spheres came into contact with the fist, they exploded. Pieces of flames enveloped the surroundings. Idiot, this is an explosion. How dare you catch it with your hands? Seeing Luffy responding to his attack like this, Shadley couldn't help but smile coldly. But soon the unscathed, but somewhat embarrassed Luffy emerged from the explosion. Nani. Shadley was startled, and then put up his hands to block. Advertisement pung. Luffy punched it with a rubber punch, knocking it back tens of meters. The terrifying power made his throat sweet, and a mouthful of blood spewed out immediately. Belly. Sanji kicked in, hitting him hard in the stomach. Kicking Shadley out again, he screamed out in pain. Shadley was still in inverted flight. Zoro's ghostly figure came before him. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth that made Shadley shudder. That's like a devil's smile. Shadley felt an unprecedented murderous intent enveloped himself. Instinctively feel fear physically and mentally. No, take your time. Shadley opened his mouth and said hastily, but the words leaked. He didn't expect these blue ocean people to do nothing. It's so scary when you make a shot, goodly how. It feels like I will be torn apart at any time. It looked like they weren't such dangerous people. Shadley is very clear that his judgment was wrong at the beginning. Isn't it too late to say that, if you do it, you should have the consciousness after doing it? Or Dao style, hushu, praise. Pooh. A sharp sword light flashed, and a stream of blood splashed out like a fountain. With a plop, Shadley fell down. As soon as the three of them made a move, I began to sympathize with the enemy. Nami said without a minister. 343. Enel personally strikes, sending down the sanction of God. Really, it looks so miserable. It's not just Nami who sympathizes with the enemy. Even Chopper and Usopp sympathize with their priest. Originally, any one of the three Luffy, Sanji, Zoro could defeat this priest. It doesn't even take much effort, and when the three of them took action, the enemy priest looked like a vulnerable group being bullied by bullies. Damn it. My lord priest. Seeing this, the subordinates of the priest rushed up angrily. As a result, they were all chopped down by the swift and fierce Zoro, just in the blink of an eye. It's really miserable. No, now is not the time to talk about this. We have offended the law enforcement officers here. We should leave 437 as soon as possible, Usopp said, and suddenly realized. That's right. Chopper nodded quickly. Father, Konos was startled by Luffy's strength. This is a priest. A strong man who can serve Lord Enel close by. How could it be so vulnerable? It's like a dream. Usually such a strong person, they can only look up to. Not even qualified to touch. Let's get ready to leave, although Nami's own strength has never been weak. But my timid personality still can't be changed, advertisement. Or so she thought, at least this, CBBC, was on board. No matter what, there must be a relatively sensible and normal person. Otherwise, according to the characters of these guys, they will cause trouble everywhere. If one day you get into trouble that you can't solve, it's not yourself who suffers. Finally found you. But Enel, who was in the Holy Land at the moment, caught the aura of suddenly becoming stronger. And the disappearance of Shadley, the priest's aura. It starts with all the priests dispatching to search the island. Enel has been paying attention to the changes in their breaths. A very simple truth. The attacker couldn't have been far away from him after all. And nearby Sky Island, there is only one. Just go search and find something. There is bound to be a conflict. At that time, they have nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. If it weren't for maintaining the majesty of the god, and his observation hockey couldn't capture every breath in detail. He himself thought of going to Sky Island to find out the lunatic who dared to attack him. But it's not too late now, it can even be said to be very efficient. This is also the usefulness of force. There are many people, and it is much more convenient to find someone. Advertisement. Enel raised his hand, and wisps of electric light shot out and disappeared into the clouds. Crackling and flashing. It has a destructive power that makes everything in the world tremble. It stands to reason that it should be impossible for the other party to let us go so easily. Robin listened to what Nami and Usopp said. Holding his chin, he meditated. Words fell. No reply from Usopp at all yet. The sky will be dark and rolling, lightning and thunder. Bang. In the sky above the area where Reka and the others were located, there was a sudden loud noise. Then a scorching white, extremely terrifying thunder column brewed in the sky for an instant. It directly enveloped everyone and blasted down. That's it. God's punishment. Seeing this, the Kono's father and daughter turned pale instantly, and were instantly frightened out of their wits, showing horror. This is the source of their greatest fear, so on the island, no one dares to talk about God without authorization. That's one of the reasons, in the past, many people didn't like the new gods, but still liked the old gods. Even thought of some violent means, but Almighty God, the dog tracks everything. God's sanction has been lowered many times, and all opposing voices have been eliminated. In normal times, Blue Ocean people would often be sanctioned by God for illegal intrusion. 344. Fight against God, go to the Holy Land, but this group of people in front of them, in the eyes of the Kono's father and daughter. Not a bad guy, he even saved himself just now, thinking of the words that they were sanctioned by God. They are very complicated. Thunderbolt, Luffy, Zoro, and others a split second before the pillar hit them. They all suddenly raised their heads, their faces stern. The speed and power of this thunder pillar are astonishing. Whoosh whoosh. At the nick of time, the three of them quickly bounced, left. Boom. Accompanied by terrifying loud noise and short-lived whitening, after the blinding light. Usopp, Chopper, Nami and Robin looked at a huge bottomless hole in the ground in horror. Just now. What was that? The empty sky island is so scary. Usopp looked at the huge, bottomless, dark pit with a diameter of tens of meters. His legs trembled uncontrollably for an instant. Chopper and Nami are pretty much the same. It seems that we are being targeted by some terrible existence. Robin held his chin and said thoughtfully. Crackling. Suddenly the sky turned dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Everyone, run, this is God's judgment. Konos couldn't help shouting at Luffy and others. Although at this time, she is safest in silence. But she was really worried about Nami and the others. I couldn't help but say it. Crackling advertisement. But this shout also attracted Enel's attention. He snorted coldly in the Holy Land, and struck a bolt of lightning casually. In his opinion, this kind of ant who dares to defy his own will. Feel free to erase. Don't need to worry about it at all. Anyway, my own arc is about to catch up. He will go after endless lands. Everything on this island is for him. They're all losing value. What a stingy guy. And at this moment, he caught a guy with a gorgeous axe saying it. This made Enel frown. How dare the little Blue Ocean man evaluate himself like this? HMPH. A guy who knows no respect. Enel hammered the jade drum on his back and sent out all the lightning in the clouds. Crackling. Booming. In an instant, hundreds of lightning bolts struck down. Every bolt of lightning is powerful, and it's fast. Be careful, Zoro reminded. He slashed upwards, and the sword energy shot out, instantly writing several lightning bolts that slashed towards him and collided together. Cause a powerful explosion in midair, Luffy subconsciously bombarded with his fist. When Sanji saw it, he couldn't help reminding him and cursed. Idiot captain, that's lightning, get out of the way. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Zero really, this stupid captain, no matter what he encounters, he only wants to solve it with his fists. It's a habit, and it's not a good thing. Lightning is the power of God, it is a natural disaster. Don't waste these useless attacks, wait in your holy place, we'll deal with you now. Reka pointed to the sky and said with a faint smile. Raise the magic axe Rita in your hand, sweep horizontally. A piece of sun magic, like a sea of fire rising into the sky. Many thunderbolts that fell around were also shattered. The lethality is extremely astonishing. Shredded all thunder and lightning and the entire thundercloud, let the sun's rays shine down again. I don't like rainy days, at least not now, isn't clear sky bad? Reka said lightly. It is not difficult for observation hockey to achieve this. Nothing happened. The lightning that struck Konos was directly shattered by the shockwave. But even so, the sky is full of thunder and lightning is still very big. Then Reka raised the axe, but the reminder was too late. Sanji tapped his toes, nimbly dodging the incoming thunder and lightning. But after a moment of surprise, he realized that he was fine. Luffy couldn't help crying out. The lightning struck Luffy's fist and spread throughout his body. Luffy's fist blasts out. 345. Arrogant explosion, how can you be my enemy? Enel stared at it with a knowledgeable look. Naturally, I heard Reka's crazy and provocative words. He froze for a moment, and then angry veins appeared on his forehead. Since he became the god of Sky Island here, never heard such disrespectful words. These damn Blue Sea people lack the fear of God, for the blue sea under the sky. He has no yearning. To his ability, it is not difficult to land on the blue ocean. May 20th, but the blue ocean is not the place he yearns for. There is not much land there either, it's one island after another. Only on record. The moon with endless land. The holy land passed down from generation to generation by the people of Sky Island is what he yearns for. And the blue ocean people he met were all fragile to him, not worth mentioning. But now these blue sea people, seems to be different. But it's just different, if you really think that you can challenge your own authority. Then they will soon feel what fear is. Advertisement. Under Enel's anger, he hardly thought about it. Boom. Another terrifying thunderbolt descended from the sky. This time only Reka was targeted, but Reka is not so easy to bully. Watch the terrifying thunder pillar falling from the sky. Luffy Zoro they chose to dodge earlier, but Reka glanced at it with an arrogant attitude. It's obviously looking up, but it's a revealing gesture. But it gives a feeling of looking down. You are really irritable, you can't be provoked, how can you be my opponent like this? Pride explodes. Reka swung the axe and slashed upwards, bringing with it the vast and majestic magical power of the sun. With terrifying and unprecedented power, it directly smashed Thunderlord's explosion and shattered it. Damn it, Enel suddenly stood up from his seat. The arrogant fellow. After all, I am a god, or is he a god? But the power he displayed cannot be underestimated. Of course, in Enel's view, it's just not to be underestimated. Because in his opinion, you are absolutely invincible. Watch as this man smashes his own attack yet again. Advertisement Enel could barely bear it and headed straight to Sky Island. Go punish this guy yourself, but I don't think it's necessary. I feel that I have lost my worth as a god. As long as they don't want to run away, I can sit here and wait for them to come. Of course, these arrogant characters have to be knocked ahead of time. If you can solve the priest. Anyway, he doesn't intend to let us go in 2.8, and there are many problems on this island, and there are too many crimes to be imposed. Pagia and the others are not going to be so easy. Before leaving, let's solve this problem by the way, Reka explained. No problem, let's beat that god up. But at this moment, Luffy clenched his fist and said excitedly. There were no more clouds in the sky after that. Maybe when I go to the Endless Land soon. I'm waiting for you, it's best not to think about running away, you can't escape. Enel's voice sounded along with the thunder and lightning. That guy dared to strike us with lightning, it's not over. Zoro also smiled dangerously. But we don't know how powerful that god is, when I look back at myself. Only then can they understand more deeply how ignorant they are. If they can't even handle their own and the priests. Idiot, why are you provoking the gods here? Nami came over at this moment and said speechlessly. These guys make great minions and helpers too. When they come to the Holy Land, it's a good opportunity to beat them. This should be said to yourself, Reka said lightly. After all, I have many subordinates and priests. Enel forced himself to calm down. 346. They can't escape, who is the real prey? Forget it, I don't care about you. Nami saw that everyone was eager to try. She immediately understood that there was nothing they could do to stop them. Elsewhere on Sky Island at the moment, other priests who were searching for immigrants suddenly received an oracle from Enel. What? That guy Shadley was knocked down. The enemy is on this island. If that's the case, why don't we just go there and kill them? Said with a long sword on his shoulder. For anyone who dares to offend gods and priests, have nothing to say. Cutting to death is the simplest and most direct solution. 21 And on this island, not in the holy place, what did Master Enel call them for? Master God has his own plans and arrangements. The enemy's strength is not weak. Lord God hopes that we can prepare to meet the enemy in the Holy Land. The subordinate in charge of communication said quickly. Forget it, since it's Master Enel's order, we should obey it. Although Shadley's strength is not very good, but someone who has the strength to deal with him should also bring us some hunting fun. But the only worry is, will they take this opportunity to escape? Sky Knight Shira drew a cruel smile and a touch of worry. Fearing that the enemy would not have the guts to come to the holy place where they live. Master Enel will keep an eye on them. If they really have the guts to challenge us, we are ready if they want to escape. Lord Ikonlu will not let them go like this. Ha. It seems that Master Enel is really angry this time. Do you want to have fun with this group of blind blue sea people? It is a very desperate thing to make people feel kamui. Immediately understood Master Enel's intention. What is the plan? Advertisement neither are other Sky Island treasure hunters. Still blue sea people. Many people come here every year. Most people will because they don't understand the complex and diverse laws of the kingdom of God. And become a criminal, or get blackmailed, but usually these criminals are dealt with by their priests. Only rarely does Enel have an interest in hunting. And that time often means the tragic end of the prey. Go back to the Holy Land, let's get ready to entertain our guests. Haha, Shira was already looking forward to his prey. Although the number of prey this time seems to be small, it may give us a good time. The remaining priest, Nirvana, wanted to speak, but forgot that he was still biting his lip. Can only make a whining sound. Are you crazy? Are you really going to the Holy Land? Konos looked at Reka, Zoro and others who were preparing for the voyage, and couldn't help but said in front of them. That is Almighty God. The most sensible thing now is to leave here quickly. Even Konos just told Reka and them how to leave Sky Island. Advertisement only in this way can they grow up. Suddenly realized that I said something I shouldn't have said. There are some things on this island that are forbidden to discuss. It can only be faced, and against their strength. Zoro, Luffy, they are unmoved, but those who desired to become strong. Once they did leave, the god of man and his minions could not be found. Insist on finding that goddamn god to settle accounts. Nami is also still confident. It is inevitable that the Konos father and daughter will settle accounts. And God sounds powerful. Nature is also eager to fight with the strong. Of course, this is also what they know, but apart from Nami, Usopp, Chopper, the timid trio is very heartwarming. Nami, Robin, listen to me. This is really not something that can be done with strong strength, even the original Shendu of our Sky Island. Konos was in the middle of the sentence. I don't want to, but hey, don't talk about it. But don't worry, they're very strong. Although Nami didn't want to, but the matter has come to this point, there is no way to escape. Involving the innocent is not what 337 would do. Once it is heard by the gods, it will be punished by the gods. 347. Arrive at the Holy Land of Apeado, agreed location. Your former god? Robin and the others were a little puzzled at this time. Could it be that there is more than one god in this kingdom of gods? And judging from the leaked words of Konos, it is very possible that gods and the like have died here. Or was it pulled off the horse? This means a seemingly peaceful kingdom of gods. There is a huge question of what they might not know. Anyway, no matter what, leaving here is the best choice for you, but on this matter, Konos dared not say much. She accidentally said something wrong just now, and she subconsciously looked at the sky. I am afraid that God will punish me, but luckily not. But even so, she was still very worried. Don't worry, we'll be fine. But Luffy, Reka and they've already decided. Not much to say to Konos, wait until the departure is ready. They just said a word of comfort, advertisement, then it was off to the Holy Land. Father, they'll be fine. Konos looked worriedly at the receding ship. I hope. Pagoya's eyes were also full of worry. The distance from here to the Holy Land is not very far. And Nami just came to Viba just now, also know the way. Under Nami's reluctant command, the shabby-going Mary is gradually approaching this island where God exists. And everyone on the boat gradually saw the outline of the island. I was a little surprised for a while. On Sky Island, there's land instead of cloud culture. These trees are also species of blue sea, not the trees on Sky Island just now. What's going on? Robin looked at the outline of the island. Said thoughtfully, this is very unreasonable, judging from what they saw and heard on Sky Island just now. Everything about them has their own unique culture. That's where their base camp is. Robin, what are you looking for? What is it called? History? Luffy tilted his head and thought for a long time, but he still couldn't remember it. Advertisement, Luffy. Sky Island is so scary, are we really going to find that god? Usopp tremblingly hugged Chopper, who was also trembling. What did you say? Zoro frowned immediately. Idiot cook, didn't Reka-san attack that god before? Reka-san must know the location, on matters related to the battle. Zoro's mind was always spinning very fast, also forgot to tell them this important information. This is what he has always believed in, and Nami had been worrying just now. In addition, Robin, the thing you want to find is also there, but in order to let you have some archaeological fun, I won't tell you where it is directly. I believe you will definitely find it. But he will release that kind of terrifying lightning, which looks very dangerous, Chopper said aggrievedly. Although it sounds fine, it is the truth, but when Zoro said it, it always made Sanji very upset. Oh, is it? Then some guy who doesn't distinguish between left and right may find a place. Of course, that must be an annoying guy, we must blow him up, Luffy said with his hands on his hips, as a matter of course. It is very different from Blue Ocean. I will definitely blow him away, Luffy said without reason. But this island is so big, and the trees are tall and tall. How could God live in such a place? I was in a hurry just now, and forgot to ask where God lives on this island. Will I not find it later? The card sold a pass. I'm afraid the enemy has already arranged troops to wait for us on the shore. Money is okay. If we get lost, everyone should go to the place on this island where there are huge sky-high vines. 348. Reka's revenge on Robin, encountering Sandia. Historical text, Robin replied. At the same time, he took a deep look at Reka. This guy is definitely trying to take revenge on himself. I always tease him. As a result, he now knows where the historical text is. But don't tell yourself directly. On the contrary, it is deliberately selling off. What did she expect, because she really believed in her ability to find historical texts? As long as it's here, it exists. That would be a bit of a vestige. Because this thing has been guarded by many ethnic groups for quite a long time. Existed, 700 then there are traces to be found, but Reka said that on purpose. But it made her heart itch, it's like it's been spoiled. But not completely spoiled, it made Robin's heart itch. But she knew that this was his deliberate revenge. Even if you ask yourself, advertisement can't ask anything. What a stingy and lovely man. That thing. Forget it, don't worry about it, I smell the problem of adventure. Luffy looked at the island in front of him with glowing eyes. My heart is beating. There is an inland river leading to the inside. Do you want to go in? Or stop outside? Nami asked, pointing to a cracked river next to the island. Forward. Luffy raised his arms. Everyone has no opinion. After all, having a river means that their ships can enter the island. Might be able to shorten the distance a lot. Strange, why is no one waiting for us? And after they actually approached the island. However, it was found that the previous conjecture was not true. No one is here to ambush them? Is it not possible yet? It shouldn't be. Sky Island also has their unique communicator. They marched along a river that was not too wide. Maybe the enemy is ambushed in secret, waiting for us to give us a fatal blow when we take it lightly, Robin speculated. Please don't say such terrible things. Usopp trembled immediately when he heard this. It's very, CBFD, possible and reasonable. After all, we're in someone else's stronghold. Zoro felt that Robin's guess was normal. There are a lot of cloud paths, and there is also the cloud culture of Sky Island here, and it is not uncommon. Sanji looked at both sides of the river, and there are many white's cloud paths in the forest. Advertisement: it was a highway of highways. I also saw many ferocious beasts staring at the shore. But usually wild beasts will not rashly go down the river to attack other creatures. Because of the world in the river, also very dangerous to many land-dwelling beasts. Suddenly they heard a familiar strange cry. That's the sound of the Nanangian bird, and there are such birds on this island. Nami was stunned for a moment. Responded. Then the Nanangian bird, who was still tied to the boat by them, also made a cry. Seems to be responding to the same kind. Seeing this scene, a vague and unclear idea suddenly appeared in Robin's mind. And as the ship moved forward for a certain distance, there was no attack. I also thought that this island is not small, and the forest is lush. Perhaps it is possible that the enemy has not noticed it yet. Everyone let their guard down a little bit. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. But suddenly, a sound of extremely fast speed of sound came from a cloud path across the ocean current. What? Usopp adjusted his goggles curiously. Suddenly, I saw a group of people wearing masks and carrying cannons advancing rapidly on the cloud road. It's a group of people wearing bullhead masks similar to the one before. Worse, they seem to have noticed us. 349. Conflict, battle between different ways, shock. It's these nasty blue sea people again. Like Enel and those guys, they have been coveting the land and treasures of our ancestors. Get rid of them first. War Ghost Vipa saw such a ship. Based on the past, outsiders were basically malicious. He didn't think much about it, and took it for granted that this might be the guy who came to find the treasure. Their guerrillas have been avoiding the pursuit of Ani, Lu. At the same time, they have been fighting back against Enel's priest team. Big and small battles basically happen every time. Received. The other guerrilla warriors also had no objections. Anyone who sets foot on their island, basically they're their enemies, they're all invaders. Have nothing to say, so after they agreed unanimously, they quickly turned around and killed Reka and the others. A strong warrior, before approaching, picked up a weapon like a rocket launcher and aimed at the ship. It is quite wise to destroy their landing places first. It is also enough to prove that they are all qualified and powerful warriors. If he was not strong and qualified, he would have died under Enel's lightning. Even if they have a very secret village, there is no exception. What are they doing? They are attacking us again. Do they also serve this god? Usopp saw the enemy raise the barrel. Hastily reminded. Pung! As soon as the words fell, the opponent's shells flew over, accompanied by many arrows. Since we have made a move, we are the enemy. Zoro jumped up without any hesitation. Advertisement: with a sword slash, the arrows and shells were chopped into pieces in midair. Whoosh! But in the middle of the cloud, a person wearing a bull's head mask rushed out again. The moment Zoro was in the air, he slashed through with a single knife. But the opponent is holding a shell in his hand to meet him. This move stunned Zoro for a moment. Shell? Shock shell. Pung! Just when Zoro's knife was about to slash on this travel team member, a powerful shockwave burst out from the shell. Zoro, who was facing this kind of attack for the first time, was a little caught off guard. The whole person was directly blasted out in midair. With a bang, it hit the forest on the left bank. Zoro, Luffy and the others were suddenly worried. Zoro's strength is very strong. Even face to face suffered a loss. Be careful with their shells, their fighting style seems to be different from ours, Sanji quickly reminded. Outsiders, get out of our island. War Ghost also rushed over quickly, and a team of 7 people landed on their boat. Among them are women holding bows and arrows. Archer, however, falls relatively far away. Asking for flowers advertisement: shoot out a cloud path. It can make Vipa and others move quickly on the cloud road. Towards Sanji, who is talking, just shoot a cannon directly. The 2 fists blasted out, and the shadows of the fists were heavy, and all the 2 or 3 strong Sandia warriors were blown out. In an instant, Vipa blasted Sanji's face with the shockwave in his other hand. And the 3 of Nami Usopp Chopper are back to back, curled up together. But just now I have seen the power of this thing. It seems that our luck is really good. The blasphemer and the warrior of Shandia are both together. It was rare. He lifted his foot and kicked it. Be ready for any attack that may come. Are you also the subordinates of that god? Watch me blow you all into the air. Rubber machine gun. Luffy looked at Sandia warrior rushing around. Zero Sanji pulled away quickly, and Enel is one of them. Mastering the extremely terrifying heavens punishment thunder and lightning. Immediately understand that the power of this blow is not small. After all, demon fruit power on Sky Island. What? The arm stretched. The members of the guerrillas were shocked when they saw this. Sanji's face changed slightly, listening to the ear-piercing sonic boom. With a loud bang from Pung, Vipa's attack was blocked. 350. The natural observation haki, the encirclement of the Divine Guard. In fact, the priest's troops have always been there. But the island is not small, and there are not many of them. And Enel's observation haki can't monitor all the time. They didn't even expect that this group of illegal immigrants would dare to be so arrogant. I didn't even make any preparations, so I came directly to the Holy Land. The speed is very fast, so they didn't notice it the first time. However, there are people from the God's Guard all over the island who are stepping up their patrols. It's quick to notice what's going on here, and secretly reported it to 440 to the priest. But I didn't expect a surprise, the Sandia people because of the Holy Land. Fighting them the Sky Islanders have been going on for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years of grievances, Ben has been greatly relieved by Ganfer, the generation of gods. But I didn't expect Enel to appear suddenly, banned everything as a tyrant. Let the flames of rebellion burn even more vigorously. And in the tall and majestic forest, there is a very inconspicuous small figure. It was a little girl who secretly followed Vipa's troops out. But not found, because she was born with observation hockey. Advertisement of course, here at Sky Island it's called the Heartweb. She's been collecting land on the Holy Land. Their current village has been driven out of the Holy Land. Gathered in a certain Liuyan place, therefore, there are many people who yearn for the land. She is one of them, but she soon noticed something unusual. She sensed that there were many people in the God's Guard. Surrounded here from all directions. Wipa, it's not good, the guards are surrounded. Aisha looked at the Waipa guerrillas who were fighting with the StrawHat Pirates, and shouted quickly. Hear her screaming from behind a big tree, everyone subconsciously looked over. Child? Nami, Robin, Sanji and others were all taken aback for a moment. In such a place, under such circumstances, the appearance of a child is unreasonable no matter how you look at it. Not quite normal either, and how did she know that the guards had surrounded them? Sanji et al. Used observation hockey, which has a relatively small detection range. But didn't feel anything. Aisha, why are you here? Go away. Lan Chi, holding a bow and arrow, said worriedly. Wipa, I'm afraid what Aisha said is true, the strong man comically said in a deep voice. Have always lived in the same village, and the population of their village has become smaller and smaller. Advertisement in Aisha is almost the village favorite, for some of her magical abilities. Naturally understand. Relying on her ability, she has avoided chasing and killing many times. Could it be a trap? Vipa thought about it, then decisively ordered, retreat. All guerrilla members have not yet attacked, but when they heard this, they decisively distanced themselves from Luffy, Sanji and the others. Vipa's cold and cruel eyes glanced at Luffy and others. Make a final warning. No matter who you are, this is not a place for you to come. Next time we meet again, I will definitely let you go so easily. Let's go. They can't sit here and wait for the surrounded. We are here to defeat God, Luffy said as a matter of course. He felt that the group of guys in front of him were a little inexplicable. What? Hearing these words, all the guerrilla members' eyes were slightly condensed, and they looked back. But he didn't take it seriously, he just glanced at Luffy with the eyes of a fool, and left quickly. If you don't leave, I'm afraid you will be surrounded by the guards here. They have been able to survive until now, fighting guerrilla warfare. Before there is no confidence and opportunity to kill Enel. They will never take the initiative to fight head-on with the 1.0 players of the God's Guard. They're all gone. Could it be that someone really surrounded them? Sanji murmured. Judging from their reactions, they don't seem to be with God. It seems that the situation here is not as simple as we thought, Robin said. What now? Sanji looked at Reka. Damn it, all these guys have run away. Zoro just ran back from the direction of the forest, and the distance he was sent flying just now was not far away. After he ran back, the shadow of the enemy was gone. 351. Advance directly, change the mentality of combat. Let's do a good offensive and defensive battle, and advance directly. Whether you can protect the ship or not depends entirely on you, Reka said lightly. Originally Reka wanted to disperse, it is good to exercise their abilities. But think about it on Sky Island, except for Enel. The others are not particularly powerful, and in order to save time, you can play Sky Island instead. And avoid Sky Island being bombed by Enel. It's better to solve this unstable bomb as soon as possible. Reka-san, aren't you going to make a move? Chopper was stunned for a moment, then raised his innocent eyes to look at Reka. The highest combat power on their side is not going to be dispatched. A rare sense of crisis suddenly came to my heart. Sooner or later, you will grow up and adapt to fighting. Now is a good opportunity. When some battles are fought, I won't be by your side all the time. After all, our captain's goal is one piece, and there are bound to be many unimaginable enemies. Everyone fell silent after hearing Ren's words. Even if Usopp is timid, he has no intention to shirk. He knew that this was the speed they had to face. I know, although I was still very scared, advertisement. But when it's time to shoot, Usopp is never stingy. And it is impossible for them to escape here quickly like the gorillas. They were driving a boat. I'll take control of the boat. Nami took control of the boat and continued down the river. Looking ahead, it looks like a permeating purgatory at the moment. Not surprisingly, after getting their traces, in addition to someone directly attacking them. There will also be an ambush. We are responsible for protecting Going Merry. Usopp and Chopper also took the initiative to take over the task. This is not an easy task. We are responsible for knocking all enemies away. Luffy Zoro Sanji's goal is also very clear. They are also the main force of the battle all the time. Although let Usopp and Nami experience a head-on battle. But it doesn't mean that they can become a powerful main force all at once. But as long as they change their mentality, many previous battles. They can basically be said to be passive, advertisement. It's just that no one knows what she is thinking at the moment. But now, they want to take the initiative to fight. But with her ability, she is indeed the most suitable for this position. As if all this had nothing to do with him. Here we come, 567. Zoro keenly sensed the changes around him. Only Reka sat alone at the table on the deck, quietly drinking coffee and eating dessert. At the critical moment, it can defuse the attack from the enemy. Cut through all the movement that the enemy may set up. Her eyes can observe all parts of the entire battlefield. They don't know how strong the enemy is. I will take care of the audience, Robin said. This is the first time she has taken the initiative. Flower fruit can also grow arms wherever the eye can see. There are outstanding archers hidden in the surrounding trees. These guys are really crazy, they just came in like this. Then I have to play with them, don't rush to attack, surround them, set traps around them, and their ships will move forward for a while. They will go to the swamp trap made by Nirvana, and when they are completely immobile, they will wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. Shira said with a sneer. Everyone tensed up. The boat continued sailing for less than 2 or 3 minutes. You only know when you hit it, there are rustling sounds all around. 352. The battle begins, everyone's means, both were aware of each other, but neither did anything. Zoro and the others did not dare to underestimate them. Because of the way Sky Island fights, it's different from most of the Blue Ocean people. If you are careless, it is easy to capsize in the gutter. The atmosphere on the ship suddenly became a little dignified. No one spoke, and they all stared at each other vigilantly, preventing any possible attacks. The trio of Chopper, Nami, Usopp even raised their hearts to their throats. At this moment, the sound of seawater touching the ship is extremely loud at this moment. The beasts that were still seen along the way just now. It didn't appear again. Apparently there were ambushes all around. Robin couldn't help but glance at Reka. I found him to be very calm. Facing several desserts in front of him, he was choosing. Seeing this, Robin couldn't help being a little speechless. Is he really that worried? The boat is not moving. Nami suddenly noticed that the boat slowed down. Obviously there are no obstacles ahead. Advertisement. But the moving ship slowed down a little bit. There's a lot of silt in the river. Usopp leaned over the edge of the boat and quickly reminded. Be careful. Zoro's words fell, and arrows pierced the air from all directions. Afterwards, one after another cloud tunnels came and went, wrapping around going merry like a spider's thread. Members of the Divine Guard, wearing something like roller skates, stepped on the cloud path and slid over at a very fast speed. The movement is vigorous and flexible, instantly approached them. 36 vexed phoenixes. Zoro slashed out a sword aura. Seeing this, a member of the Divine Guard showed panic. They didn't expect the enemy to have such an attack method. Hastily raise the shield in your hand, but with a snort, the shield was shattered by the sword energy, and he and the people behind were all sent flying out. Sanji also bounced up, kicked out with long legs continuously, and shot down the guard members who were about to rush to the boat. Shock shells. Hobby. Fungbei. Boom. Surrounded by shockwaves, flames, and strong winds, it explodes in an instant. It seems that the enemy intends to use the flames produced by Reeb. Coupled with the violent wind, people and boats were directly burned together. Don't think about it. Gunpowder. Continuous gunpowder. Usopp held the slingshot and shot several gunpowder in a row. The explosion caused by the gunpowder shredded the flames brought by the gust of wind. Advertisement be detonated in midair. Water thorns. Nami also took out the weather stick and the magic power surge, making her look a little sacred. Move extremely fast. What is this? The Jiao thing. During the battle, a pair of arms suddenly appeared on his body, which was indeed a bit frightening. Directly entangled their feet. Asterisk. Rambo ball, cut the hoof. Chopper blasted out with both hands, carrying the strong wind and shockwave, knocking down the flying attack. Those who didn't dodge were directly pierced by the water thorns and nailed to the trees. Face more trouble than they think, after the weather stick drew an arc in midair. After a few plops, they all fell into the river, and then were swallowed up by the mud. They lost their minds, and then they were suddenly tripped by Robin. Many have avoided Nami's water thorns. It's bad, our ship seems to be sinking. At this time, Nami found a very serious problem. Speed is useless in front of me. 6 rounds of flowers bloom. Suddenly, a pair of arms grew out of the backs of the 3 guards. The guards are not weak, especially on Yundao, they wear special equipment. Sure enough, such a bright and honest step into the enemy's territory. A piece of water thorns, covering and hitting the enemy in all directions. Nami didn't care about softening his heart, and the enemy's bows and explosives flew over. He suddenly lost his center of gravity and fell from the cloud path. 353. The survival rate is 50%, 3%, and 0%. It's the swamp that swallows going merry. HMPH. On the shore not far away, stood a priest with tightly shut lips. It was Nirvana. Watch going merry sink. He nodded in approval. Because this is his masterpiece, he masters the trial of the swamp. That guy did it. Zoro caught this unusually powerful aura all at once. At the same time saw his expression, and he controls the swamp cloud not far away. Don't let that guy get his way. Usopp looks to be swallowed into the ship. His face changed, and he burst out with unprecedented courage. Pick up the slingshot directly and aim at this priest. Super, kill the gunpowder star. Whoosh, a shot of high-strength concentrated gunpowder flew towards Nirvana. Marsh cloud. Nirvana didn't speak, just 133 meditating in his heart. A cloud turned into a ball in his hand and threw it at Usopp. Very fast, also easily dodges Usopp's deadly gunpowder star. Because he is good at using the wind shell, under the influence of the wind shell, the speed is extremely fast. Advertisement, Usopp, be careful. Seeing this, Chopper quickly drew back to block, and with a bang, he was hit precisely by the marsh cloud. For a while, it was difficult to move. Whoosh, then a cloud condensed into a sharp knife hundreds of meters long in his hand. Slashed towards the bound Chopper. This guy. Seeing this, Zoro's murderous aura surged, and both swords came out at the same time, blocking the CBDB, long knife slashing from top to bottom. Then stare at the priest. As long as he is dealt with, at least the ship sinking problem can be solved. Otherwise, if this continues, Going Merry will sink completely in a few minutes. Whoosh! Zoro made up his mind and stopped hesitating. He jumped onto the side of the boat, stepped on his feet, and shot towards Nirvana like an arrow off the string. Take him down. The god guards reacted. Jian Wu slashed at Zoro with his martial arts in his hand. Just listening to the sound of swishing, Zoro's figure flashed like a ghost. All the members of the Divine Guard along the way were cut down by him in an instant. Nirvana's face changed slightly. This swordsman is extremely powerful. But he is a priest. He raised his arms, and was about to face Zoro head-to-head under the acceleration of the blast. But on the way, advertisement, a long knife made of cloud iron blocked Zoro in front of him. With a single slash, Zoro was sent flying. It seems that you are the strongest warrior among this group of Blue Ocean people, said, looking at Zoro, who smashed several big trees, but still stood up unharmed. Pay a little attention, but I don't really care about it, because these people can't beat themselves. Nirvana, continue to do your job well. As long as their ship sinks, they won't be able to leave here. After that, they can play however they want, and this guy is my prey. Looked at Zoro coldly, carrying a long knife made of cloud iron unique to Sky Island. Okay. Nirvana priest finally remembered how to speak. Zoro looked at the priest with a slightly serious face. This guy's strength is not weak, it can even be said to be stronger than the Mr. One I met before. It looks like a good opponent. Zoro was delighted to see Lai Shin. You, a man from the Blue Sea, are quite discerning. Our 4 priests have mastered 4 trials respectively. The survival rate of each trial is different. The lower the rate, the more dangerous it is. The guy who made the marsh cloud. The survival rate of the mastery trial is 50%, the fat Shadley who was killed by you before, the survival rate of the mastery trial is 10%. Of course she didn't have the chance to play to her strengths. The other has a 3% survival rate, and my survival rate is 0%, said proudly. 354. Zoro versus the strongest priest. The level of survival rate directly shows their strength and threat level. And his survival rate is 0. In a way, he has never been defeated by an enemy. That is to say, anyone who walks into his trials are all dead. So he has this kind of confidence and arrogance, which is completely reasonable. He also hopes to use this to exert psychological pressure on this Blue Ocean man who is likely to be the strongest. 0. How dare you say that? Zoro was not surprised when he heard that, but there was even stronger fighting intent in his eyes. At the same time, I can also feel the indomitable courage and momentum of the priest in front of me. That is the spiritual will he has accumulated after defeating his opponents time and time again. Such a guy, although dangerous, is big enough. It is also much more dangerous than other priests. Whoosh! Zoro didn't say anything nonsense, and with 3 knives at once, with cutting sharpness, he shot towards the priest. Huh. I really don't know how to live or die. Seeing Zoro rushing over carelessly like this. Was a little displeased, feeling that he was underestimated. Tai Yun. He immediately waved the long sword in his hand and swept towards Zoro. The length of this long sword can be changed freely, and it has the toughness like a swimming snake. Very tricky. Advertisement. After cutting down a few big trees, there was a clang. Sparks burst out, and Zoro's forward pace was stopped at once. Feel the power of the enemy's blow. Zoro's face couldn't help but get a little serious. But then there was a sudden vibration, and Ohm's Yunti sword was bounced away. Then dive and rush over. There is a kind of magical beast breath that wants to tear the enemy apart. Demon slash. Whoosh! When approaching the enemy, Zoro's eyes became sharper. Accelerate suddenly, whizzing past like a sharp gust of wind. The moment you were about to hit the enemy, Ohm seemed to have sensed it in advance. Dodge quickly. Observation hockey. Zoro chopped off a forest, but failed to cut Ohm. With the heart network, it is impossible for me to fail, so don't compare me with that idiot Shadley. Shadley had mastered the heart network back then. And as the most powerful person among the priests. The mind network controlled by Ohm is more outstanding than most people. It seems that it is really difficult to deal with, but because of this, it is more interesting. Zoro's eyes looking at the prey became more and more obvious. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Ohm didn't like this kind of look very much. You have fallen into my iron trial, and I will have fun with you. As for your partners, there will be someone specially to entertain them. Iron whip, Ohm said, and many cloud shells sprayed out cloud iron like silk threads, crisscrossing vertically and horizontally. It's like a field cage that completely covers Zoro. Then they're out of luck. Zoro heard this without the slightest worry. Point 00 even if Usopp is a bit weaker. But as long as Reka-san is around, they can't really have an accident. Lucky. Ohm frowned slightly. Aware of Zoro's words, there's no worry at all. Instead, there is a kind of pity and ridicule. This made Ohm a little unsure. Want to detect something from his sky, but Zoro couldn't help himself. The light of the knife kept flickering, and the sharp light and sword energy tore apart everything and flew over. Ohm also changed the cloud iron sword in his hand, facing Zoro hard. The sound of clashing swords and swords can be heard endlessly. The huge trees around the two of them. In the confrontation between the two, the same tree fell down one after another. Advertisement 355. The tacit cooperation in the battle, the surprise attack of Shira priests. Zoro. Chopper looked worriedly not far away. There were constant reports of the direction of the big tree falling down. Since it is an opponent that Zoro cannot solve quickly. That must be powerful. Don't worry, that guy is fine. Luffy knocked down many members of the guard with one punch after another. The guard who basically got punched by Luffy, couldn't stand up anymore. And now the first thing to deal with is who is manipulating the swamp. The Nirvana priest who has swallowed almost 1/3 of the hull. 600, is on their territory. The members of the Divine Guard occupy the right time, place and people. Luffy is rubber after all, although not afraid of gunfire. But the arrows shot from the dark part of the forest still pose a great threat to him. An arrow flew across his arm, bringing up a stream of blood. Rubber, bazooka. But Luffy still knocked down many guard members, and quickly approached the priest of Nirvana. But the priest of Nirvana also punched out with one punch. Under the blessing of the blowing shell, very powerful and fast. With a bang, the two collided, but the priest of Nirvana was knocked back a few steps. Fat kick. Sanji seized this opportunity, jumped up, and kicked directly to the neck of the Nirvana priest. But when he hit and kicked him in the neck, a strong sense of crisis emerged in my heart. Sanji hastily stopped his kick. Stay in midair for a while. Advertisement at the same time, a voice sounded, Shengyun. Whoosh whoosh, clouds wrapped around Sanji like ropes. Although dodging away, avoiding the fate of being directly tied up. But he stayed for a short time, almost nowhere to stay. Sanji, be careful, Chopper exclaimed and reminded at this time. Whoosh, a strange bird descended from the sky, with a priest holding a flame-breathing spear sitting on it. The Shira priest who mastered the rope test. The survival rate is just below 0% of Ohm, at 3%. He waited for a long time to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Raid Sanji from the sky without a foothold. Sanji has become a target this second. Usopp turns quickly, draws the slingshot, and is about to shoot, provide some cover. But it's too late, Shira's long-prepared charged attack. Very fast, and attack from the air. They didn't take much precautions from the beginning. Now suddenly have to be on guard. It's not that easy. Even Robin's arms didn't come out in time. Lightning gun, crackling, at this critical juncture. A dazzling lightning shot down from the sky, straight hit the Shira priest. His strange bird whined and fell down from midair. What? Priest Shira, who was quite charred, was stunned for a moment. Advertisement at the same time, I looked up at the sky in a daze. This is lightning. It's the power of God. Why did God stop himself from killing the invaders? Do you want to go off on your own, or any other ideas? If so, why didn't you say anything before? Fortunately, we caught up. What is he talking about? Could it be that woman sent out the lightning just now? No, how is this possible? This is the power of a god. Shira listened to Sanji's words. 5.6 Just try it out, pung, but he was kicked by Sanji and flew straight out. Humph. Seeing this, Sanji quickly reacted, his speed increased, and he blocked in front of Priest Shira. At that moment, among all magics, only lightning magic is the fastest. Kick his spear upwards with one kick. Shira's body is as light as paper, and he moved quickly. Unbelievable. Wherever it went, it was scorched black. But it's easy to prove it, thanks, Nami. Sanji looked back at Nami, and Nami was also relieved. Unreasonably, the power of thunder and lightning is Chinwei, but Kamui. But from the enemy side, how could it be possible for a blue ocean person to master it? Then there is a series of kicks to make up, it makes sense. Shira stood up, spraying flames from his long spear, his whole body was like a flaming meteor shooting towards Nami. 356. Sad priest, your opponent is me, Sanji calmly smoked. From the beginning of his hands, he noticed this Shira priest is one of the strongest few people, especially when he acted like attacking the lady just now. This is absolutely unforgivable. It's up to you, little blue ocean man, don't get carried away, Priest Shira smiled disdainfully. Although the blow was blocked by Sanji, but don't think Sanji can stop him. These are just their prey. Kengan musket. Shira's strength was enough to defeat the former priest. 21 If it wasn't for Master Enel, he would be invincible. He even thinks he has hope of becoming Sky Island's man. He thinks highly of himself, of course it is impossible for him to think highly of Sanji. Arm. Kick. Sanji moved his true face, watching the sharp spear entwined with flames coming from the stab. He didn't dodge anything. Legs covered in a touch of armament hockey. One foot collided with the flame spear. The two collide, sparks and flames escape. What? Priest Shira froze for a moment, very surprised. I didn't expect this guy to face the attack of his own sharp weapon. Not only did he not dodge, but he directly blocked it with his feet. Is this guy an idiot? Do you think your feet are made of steel? Advertisement, even if it is, its own flame is enough to melt it. It seems that I really think highly of you. You are really an unqualified prey. Can't even escape or avoid it. After the accident, the eyes of Priest Shira were full of disappointment. He seems to have seen it. After a few seconds, the blue sea in front of me kicked out. Dodge? If an opponent like you needs to dodge, wouldn't it appear that I am too incompetent? Sanji said lightly. He who masters Haki, 6 forms, and even 8 inner gates. Even if many are only preliminary mastery, but the strength is no longer what it used to be. And Sanji's voice fell. Priest Shira also noticed something was wrong. A few seconds passed in a flash, but this blue ocean man didn't seem to feel the pain of burning. He looked down subconsciously and found the flames sprayed from the tip of his gun. He couldn't even burn through his shoes. Then a gust of wind hit from the ear. Moonwalk. Shave. Luxury first meat kick. Sanji's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Then came down from the sky, the long legs struck down like a black lightning. The gust of wind caused Priest Shira's face to change. He immediately became aware of the blue ocean man. Maybe much stronger than he thought. Advertisement. Priest Shira hastily blocked. Pung's impact was loud, although he blocked it. But the whole person was thrown out of the ship by Sanji's kick. The plow pierced through many big trees one after another, and the blood couldn't stop gushing out from the mouth of Shira Priest. Master Shira. The members of the nearby divine guards suddenly exclaimed repeatedly. This made his face more and more ugly, getting more and more furious. Let me teach you one of the most basic etiquette, that is, don't be rough on the ladies, Sanji said, kicking and kicking violently. But the 607 bones in the whole body are screaming. I am a noble priest Sama, it also has such a powerful strength. To be forced to such a point by a blue ocean man. Every kick is enough to break golden rock. Feels like he's first learning how to fly a monster bird. Whoosh! Before he could recover, Sanji's figure landed in front of him like lightning. Unable to control, at high speed, it was like bumping into the mountain wall. Damn it! Priest Shira raised the spear in his hand and blocked it continuously. In such a short time, Priest Shira was instantly stunned by this kick. Obviously blocked, but after many times of parrying, his hands holding the spear were so shocked that the tiger's mouth continued to crack and bleed. Although he is also very powerful, he can basically catch Sanji's attack. Why even that inconspicuous curly brow? 357. On their respective battlefields, Chopper Usopp strikes. The place where Zoro and Priest Ohm are located is full of dust. Yufeng's swordsmanship swept across, and tall trees fell down. And in the dense forest, Ohm controls many cloud irons, forming the iron trial. That sharp, slender, seemingly ubiquitous cloud iron. It's tricky for Zoro, and it's not easy to take him down in a short time. Especially the opponent's attack strength is also very strong. Also has very good observation Haki. But Zoro has the upper hand, keeping Ohm down. This made Ohm Yuzan even more frightened, although he judged that this person is the strongest warrior among this group of Blue Ocean people. But isn't this intensity a bit beyond class? His strength can actually threaten him. No, even to be fair, his strength may be higher than his own. That sharp blade, with a sharp wind have unlike extreme speed. Let him hide in danger. If you don't pay attention, there may be a bloody gash on his body. Such a result made Priest Ohm somewhat unacceptable. He is the strongest priest, the whip of cloud and iron. Under his crazily swinging of the iron cloud whip, it was like white lightning that could tear apart rocks. Facing the shadow of the whip falling from the sky, Zoro didn't back down half a step, and even drew a smile that made Ohm's heart chill. Advertisement: 3 knives are turned together, and a tornado shoots out from between Zoro's blades. Brutally tore everything in front of him and around him. The cloud iron ropes that were originally used to limit Zoro's activities and attack range were all broken. Then it pounced on it like a monster. Ohm blocked it with the iron cloud sword, but was still chopped off by Zoro. As for Shira against Sanji, it was even worse. Airtight kicking skills and superb physical skills. Observation Haki, which Shira is not very proficient in, becomes more and more difficult. Has been kicked out several times in a row. Ice magic. Nami and the others didn't care. As the ship continued to sink, Nami sprinted to the side of the ship and threw an ice magic down the canal. Instantly froze the surface of the lake and the swamp full of man-made silt. Quick, this magic won't last long. We have to deal with that guy as soon as possible, Nami reminded. Chopper, let's go. The rest of them had little fighting power. Usopp and Chopper also know they have to be proactive now. Yeah. Chopper nodded heavily, then changed into a reindeer posture, and Usopp sat on it. Jump off the boat and run on the ice, but this is the ice that Nami maintains with magic. If the magic power dissipates, this ice surface will also disappear. Advertisement: if you can't solve this last priest before this. They may be fine, but the ship is in danger, unless it's Reka's shot. But if Reka does everything, what are they going to see for? Kill the gunpowder star, Weak point shooting. Usopp's eyes glowed with white light. Then in Chopper's flight to the Priest of Nirvana, Usopp raised his hands and dropped his hands, and shot out the gunpowder with precision, landing on a member of the Divine Guard. Boom and an explosion. The members of the Divine Guard are not weak. In fact, even if it is a flying shell, they are also, for good money, easy to shoot down. But Usopp has sharp eyes and can clearly catch their weaknesses. Gunpowder stars ate past their defenses at an extremely tricky angle. Hit them precisely. The Priest of Nirvana watched, and instantly threw a swamp cloud in the direction where Usopp was rushing. As long as it can hit, it can make them swamp, and then still be slaughtered by him. But at this time, Chopper was within the effective range of the blue wave ball. Strengthen the jump, speed up the jump, and avoid the swamp cloud. 358, Chopper's transformation, fight Nirvana Priest. Huh. Nirvana Priest snorted coldly, looking at the deer alone. Not much of a surprise, if he can't even dodge a blow. What qualifications do they have to be their prey? Jet Fist. Seeing Chopper approaching extremely fast, Nirvana punched out. Under the blessing of the blowing shell, the speed is so fast that most people can't see it with the naked eye. But Usopp saw it. Chopper, dodge to the left. Hear Usopp's words. Chopper didn't hesitate at all, jumped quickly and dodged. Usopp took the opportunity to jump up from Chopper, jumped straight into a big tree, and staggered. Almost fell, but finally stabilized, and then quickly pulled the slingshot away. Launch the gunpowder star and shoot down the members of the guard who are trying to intercept Chopper. He's a sniper, at a distance. Providing cover is what he should 543 do most. Fluffy. A burst of gunpowder stars are shot out, and clusters of explosive flames spread out. Damn it, how could we be knocked down by this toy-like thing? The other guard members watched as their companions were knocked down one by one. Advertisement. He couldn't help being very angry, and wanted to rush over to kill this long nose. But Nami has a hand free now. I used my best water elemental magic. Whale shock. Crash. The water elements all over the sky condensed into a ferocious killer whale, swooping down towards the crowded place. Boom. The water whale landed on the ground, causing a powerful roar, and at the same time many people were blown away by the impact. Enhanced weight. Chopper was about to rush in front of the Nirvana Priest, and transformed into a strong human form. Then strengthened the wrist strength. The muscles of both arms swelled up, and he punched the past, extremely fast. Pung. Nirvana Priest also punched him. I can't hold everyone back. Chopper's will to fight is also very strong. The two fists clashed, creating a fierce gust of wind. Then they were all shaken out. Not bad. Power. Nirvana Priest was surprised. He spoke in a language that was not fluent. This pet-like thing has wrist strength not weaker than his own. It's a bit of a surprise indeed. Chopper heard the words, looked at the priest, saw him looking in another direction, and talked to himself. Speechless sweat fell from his forehead. Hey, where are you talking? I'm here. Advertisement, I forgot. I opened my eyes. The eyes of the Priest of Nirvana, CBCD, turned white, and then they became normal again. But Chopper wasted no time. But all along, he has his own fighting skills. Although he hasn't been on board for long, Pung, Priest Nirvana held down the rushing antlers with one hand. Haven't really learned any powerful combat moves from Reka-san yet. Shock. Afterwards, the shock shell held in the palm of his hand was revealed, and with a loud noise, Yinba was released directly. What kind of weirdness is this? Chopper couldn't help flashing this thought in his mind. Because the condition of their ships is very bad. Strengthen your legs. Chopper broke free from the swamp cloud at the critical moment. Strengthen the antlers. After jumping up, Chopper stepped on the branches of the big tree, and rushed towards the Priest of Nirvana like a shell. If it was a little later, once he broke free, he would sink deeper and deeper. Looking down, the surrounding ground was actually covered with swamp clouds, which were swallowing his legs bit by bit. Time to take down this guy now. It's just a pet, Nirvana said lightly. The antlers also get bigger, jump strong. After landing on the ground, Chopper wanted to jump over again to launch an attack, but suddenly found that it was difficult to use his legs. Then looked to Chopper. Did you find out so quickly? Here, you have no chance of winning. These 4 weeks are all swamps I range. Nirvana the priest said something confidently. 359. Prepare for the upcoming summer war. Flowers bloom under your feet. Many members of the Divine Guard who were rushing suddenly had many arms under their feet. The legs that were running extremely fast were suddenly caught and tripped, and lost their balance in an instant. It fell heavily on the ground, and many people passed out in an instant. Robin looked at the continuous booming sound coming from the forest on the shore. I looked at Reka, who didn't even seem to be paying attention. I couldn't help but whisper in my heart. Are you really not worried about them? The enemy seems to be very difficult to deal with. Robin was a little worried. After all, except for these so-called priests, she hadn't forgotten that God, who was able to drop a pillar of thunder almost across an island. Just that exposed hand, not much weaker than the previous clock Dar. And if the enemy, as she guessed, has the thunder and lightning, that could be far more dangerous than Clockadar. Do you think I should eat this tea-flavored cake first, or should I eat this strawberry-flavored cake first? The food made by Sanji is indeed delicious, but there are so many varieties that it is difficult to choose. In Robin and in front of Nami. Reka is not used to pretending to be arrogant anymore. Because I have been pretending for a long time in front of acquaintances. Reka found that the obtained arrogance value is getting less and less. You can only play the crime of arrogance in front of unfamiliar powerhouses. That is really earning arrogance. Reka guessed that it was because they adapted to their state. Advertisement. It is no longer so easy to be influenced. Unless something quite shocking is presented, in order to harvest a lot of arrogance again. Of course, because Robin's only been aboard for a while. From her, it still consumes a lot of arrogance, listening to Reka still struggling with food. He seemed completely unaware of the perilous surroundings. For a moment, Robin didn't know what to say. Even these opponents may not pose any threat to him. But for Chopper, Usopp and others, this is not necessarily the case. In the battle, some accidents and changes may occur at any time. In case it is too late to rescue, Robin was used to guessing the worst. This has something to do with her upbringing. They are already real warriors, I can't watch them all the time, and soon, a war that will sweep the world will come. If everyone wants to fight side by side, they have to become more powerful. Do you think they're going to choose to run away, or do they get stronger and get involved? Asking for flowers, Reka said lightly, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He couldn't stop Ace's matter, that is the adventure of Ace. Advertisement like in Alabasta, he actually reminded him. But for Ace, the Whitebeard Pirates are the pride of his life. Now their strength is not enough. According to Reka's prediction, even if there is a Celestial Dragons incident in Sabaody Archipelago soon. Also saves 2 years of time, so the strength of these 2 years has increased. What's the war that changed the world? But hearing Reka's words, Robin felt very confused. Naturally it fell on him. At least the whole Straw Hats can retreat calmly. ****0. In life, many things are less important than your own life. Zoro Sanji and they will stay with them to the end. There is no chance for each to become stronger again. Then some at war, if everyone wants to go together. You can block Kizaru Admiral by yourself, not even close. So maybe they won't separate, even if there is danger, it is impossible for him to watch Blackbeard who violated the iron rules escape the sea. And once there is no separation, then no matter what Luffy wants to do. 360. Breaking the heart net with Gale Wind Sword intent. Facing Robin's question, Reka didn't answer her, because this is not a good question to answer. The main reason is that Luffy will start to worry now. Although before determining whether Ace really has a thing, he won't interfere with Ace's life, but there is always a contingency in everything. So let's wait until things really get to that point. Maybe I have my own reminder. Ace is more fully prepared. But it is really difficult to defeat Blackbeard, 850. And once matched, it is impossible for Ace to retreat. Not just his beliefs, and more because Blackbeard still wants to hunt Luffy. At least they have that plan. He wants to sit on the Shichibukai throne, thereby achieving one's own purpose. Of course, with its own existence, it is basically impossible for Blackbeard to succeed. After all, he was almost beaten to death by himself last time. But during this time, his fruit ability must have become stronger and better controlled. And he's an extremely bloatable guy, chances are good that the hunt for Luffy will continue. Even without this plan, face Ace, in case he escapes. He will still be so provocative. Advertisement. See Reka didn't answer. Robin was also very tactful and didn't ask again. She is the kind of woman who can read people's faces very well. No need to get to the bottom of it, and this kind of thing is for her. It still feels far away, but she knew that the other people on the whole ship were indeed passionate youths, the country's top boys. Only the man in front of him looked far away, although sometimes arrogant and cute. But on the whole, he is the soul of the whole ship. Its strength is unfathomable. Crack. Enel bit off half of the apple in one bite. With a faint smile on his face, then the Blue Sea people who didn't know how to live or die actually came here. And the overall performance is really good. Now his mind has been watching the battlefield. No hurry, just get here. Their fate is already doomed. It's just that until now, he hasn't seen the moves that attacked him before. The woman used something similar. There are lightning, fire, water. These kinds of abilities surprised him a little. But didn't really take it to heart, because it's too weak. Those so-called lightning bolts couldn't even compare to what I fired later. But there is one guy who didn't do it. Advertisement. Sitting there eating dim sum, looks pretty arrogant. Several times Enel couldn't help but throw thunder at that arrogant guy. But now it's priest hunting time, he is not in a hurry. Judging from the attack that this arrogant guy smashed himself before, he should be the most powerful of the bunch. Of course, it cannot be compared with the self who controls the real punishment of heaven. Who can win, the priest or the Blue Sea people? Enel was looking forward to it. Whoever wins, to him, the outcome makes no difference. The winner will be eligible to follow him to the infinite land. Ghost slashing. While Robin was thinking, a howling hurricane suddenly sounded in the forest. As the blade swung, the extremely terrifying sword energy merged with the violent wind. Destroy everything in sight. Priest Ohm has a bloodstain on his chest. The bones are almost visible, and the face is also very embarrassing. Many places in Yifu have been cut by Zoro's sword energy. Suo 4.4 was also in a bit of a panic, but he didn't have any obvious injuries. If it weren't for Ohm owning the heart net, that earlier strike Zoro was sure to cut it in two. But now Zoro takes his chance and unleashes his powers. Since the opponent has observation hockey, then you have to go faster. He was almost aware of it, but his body couldn't react. Therefore, Gale Wind Sword intent climbed to the extreme. The commotion caused by it made everyone unable to restrain their attention. 361. Sanji's 8 inner gates, the first gate, open. Damn. God. Where are you? Get out of here, Luffy yelled all around. I looked around but couldn't find anyone, then follow your instincts. He suddenly ran in one direction. Slow down, idiot, don't act without authorization at this time. Seeing this, Nami reminded quickly. If you don't act on your own initiative, is that still Luffy? So of course, Luffy wasn't even listening, still ran out according to his own intuition. What an embarrassing captain. Usopp felt helpless when he saw this. But luckily they're used to it, and Luffy is stronger than them. It should be fine. Probably. 21, damn blue sea people, looking at his Yunti sword in the moment of blocking. It was chopped into pieces, and Ohm roared angrily and unwillingly. The power that this blue ocean man erupts at this moment. He couldn't resist it. Even when the Yunti sword was shattered, he didn't even have a chance to escape. He could only watch the piercing sword light submerge him with the wind that tore everything apart. Advertisement puff chi chi. In an instant, his whole body was broken and he was injured in many places. Splashes of blood splattered. In the screams, he fell to the ground. Master Ohm. Seeing this, the members of the guards nearby were filled with horror and panic. The strongest priest was defeated in the hands of a blue ocean man. This is something they never imagined. Over the years, there have been 800 or not 1,000 blue sea people who have arrived here. Most of them will be criminals and prey, of course, some of them are indeed criminals. But other criminals, against the priests have never been defeated. The two priests Shira and Nirvana were also extremely shocked. Although they are a few priests, they usually see each other unhappy. But at least they have a very good understanding of their respective strengths. Ohm is undoubtedly the strongest priest of them all. Otherwise, his survival trial would not be called Lu. Because from before, none of the Blue Ocean people, invaders, who fell into his assessment had ever survived. And their trials of survival, more or less there will be corresponding survivors. Green algae. Seeing this, Sanji was quite dissatisfied with his efficiency. Advertisement Chlorella Head has already solved the opponent. How could he be so dawdling? If this continues, after the battle, he will definitely show off in front of himself again. At the same time, don't forget to mention your own efficiency. It's dangerous to be distracted now, you rude fellow. 8 inner gates, first gate, Hugh Gate, Carpenter. Boom. A terrifying energy burst out from Sanji's body in the depths of his genes. 8 inner gates are the valves that unlock the body's potential protection against overpowering. And after learning the basics, Sanji has already noticed that there is 820 sleeping in his body, which belongs to Germa 66's human transformation potential. At this moment the valve is forced open. The body is under tremendous pain and burden instantly. But correspondingly, his bloodline factor and his own potential boiled up. Terrifying air bursts from Sanji. Nani. Shira looked in horror at Sanji, who had undergone such a huge change, and couldn't help but tremble. What the hell is going on with these blue sea people? Powerful airflow bursts from Sanji. Let the surrounding soil, rocks and chaotic trees be stirred up. Then Sanji put one leg on the ground and spun quickly, his whole right foot turned red. Devil Wind Foot Bomb Impact. 362, one kick instant kill. Whitebeard's counterattack. The surrounding air suddenly became anxious. From Sanji's red-hot right leg, there's an amazing airflow and heat. Kick it out, and the air booms and explodes. The whole person is like a flash of red flashing towards Priest Shira. Priest Shira felt an amazing sense of oppression. The stirred air around him seemed to freeze him in place. But Priest Shira knew that it wasn't airflow, but from its own attack. But even in this fear, he also subconsciously swung his spear to block. But now Sanji with 8 inner gates and demon wind feet. It's like an ultimate bomb. Destroy everything in front of you with a destructive attitude. The parry flame spear was kicked off by Sanji. The right foot slammed into Priest Shira's chest unabated. The hot flames enveloped it all at once. The two of them shot out like a shooting star. Sanji against Shira Priest. It smashed dozens of big trees with one face. Finally, it crashed into a thick mountain wall with a bang. Kicked Shira Priest into the mountain wall. Just stop the momentum. Advertisement wait for Sanji to stop. Priest Shira has completely passed out. There is a bloody, collapsed horror footprint on the chest. Really, it made me a little bit over the top. Sanji, who realized that he seemed to have gone too far, said lightly. Then calmly lit a cigarette. So far Priest Ohm and Shira, the most powerful of the 4 priests, have fallen. Plus Shadley from before, now only the priest of Nirvana is left. In the distance, the scouts of the Sandia watched the situation here. And quickly reported the situation to the Sandian guerrillas such as the war ghost Vipa. This group of blue sea people are so powerful, hearing such a report. Whitebeard's heart sank too, but then something brightened. You mean that most of the Holy Guard is there, and there are 3 officers? Yes. That is to say, the defense force around Enel is weak now. This is our best chance. Vipa is fighting and crazy. Whitebeard. Lan Chi looked at Whitebeard very worriedly. Under Enel's rule, their lives are harder than ever. Because of Enel's kind of heart network, many of their compatriots lost their lives. The remaining warriors of the Sandians are running out. They can no longer afford unnecessary losses. Advertisement. Once the battle fails, maybe their Sandia people will be extinct from now on. But she didn't say the words of persuasion, although I know how terrifying Enel is. But also know how firm Whitebeard is. There's a chance to kill Enel. He will definitely not miss it. They have summed up a lot of experience before. Even Seastone, Shellfish are ready. Even if he risked his own life and died with Enel, Whitebeard would not hesitate. Because Enel is not dead, the Sandians will have no future. Outsiders are not allowed to continue to dominate this piece of land that belongs to them. Backquote. Call all warriors. Today is Enel's death, Whitebeard immediately concluded. Over the years of Zhao's, Enel has had too many guards. If you fight head-on, they are seriously understrength. I can only play guerrilla research at ordinary times. But now this group of Blue Sea people who came suddenly actually contained a large number of members of the Divine Guard. Even defeated 2 powerful priests. Now that the court is empty, it is a good opportunity for them to attack. Yes. The other Sandia warriors also responded in unison, without flinching or questioning. Because they trust the judgment of Whitebeard. 363. Everyone fights Enel, the most unreliable god. In the dense forest, various streets near the temple, there are figures galloping. The members of the Divine Guard who were responsible for sticking to their posts were killed before they could react. Whitebeard led the warriors of the entire village and rushed all the way. After making a decision, they immediately put it into action. There are really a lot fewer members of the Divine Guard, and we have almost paid no price. We are close to Enel's temple, Lan Shi said incredulously. According to the past, they have not come close to here. You will be surrounded by a large number of Divine Guard members. It will make them have to stay behind and cover the retreat of others. Things like this, they have tried many times over the years. Number 950 has ever been so smooth. This shows that the information they got just now is true. Nor was it some trap set by Enel. Don't be careless, it is still not completely sure that there are no traps. Whitebeard reminded everyone vigilantly. The closer you are to success, the more you can be careless. Even if he himself is very excited at the moment. Understood. Many warriors nodded, because everyone knows how powerful Enel is. Even if there are not many members of the Divine Guard. Advertisement their hope of defeating him is still not great. But at least this time, they can face Enel directly. Shoo, CBBB, many times in the past, or they were passively subjected to lightning strikes. Or fight his minions, there is almost no chance of directly fighting the enemy leader like this. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the same moment, Gamfer on Sky Island seemed to be aware of what was going on. Looking in the direction of the Holy Land, he saw many birds flying away from the holy place because of the commotion. There are a lot of batches. Normally, this should not happen this season. He had spent an extended period of time in the Holy Land. The temple also belonged to him, so he was well aware of the changing seasons in the Holy Land. Then a puff of gunpowder smoke filled the air from the island. Ordinary intruders, I'm afraid they can't cause this kind of movement, and they will be wiped out by the priests soon. Could it be that there are some new changes on the island? Ganfer couldn't help worrying. Because many of his subordinates and many skilled craftsmen on the island were forced by Enel to make something. He's always worried about that, but he can't change anything. Because Enel's strength is far beyond what he can imagine. If it wasn't for Enel's fear of killing himself, a lot of Sky Island people won't make that thing for him anymore. Advertisement. It is impossible for me to live until now. But all the while, Gamfor was a little worried. That is, in case one day, the thing he wants to build is finished. In this case, kill these 2 guys. Make him unable to do such a thing. Can the craftsman survive? There is such a commotion on the island now? It seemed to say that he was the prey of that civet cat and long nose. Sure enough, they can deal with their opponents relatively easily. The opponents who made them fight hard are not worth mentioning now. If this is the case, let them fight against Enel at that time. Let's experience the fighting method of Logia's ability in advance. Reka calmly watching and talking to myself. Of course, now he has no spare energy to control the swamp of the ship. But let him escape, he can't do it, judging by Enel's behavior and character. The pride of the priests, this cannot be guaranteed. But fortunately, he found that those 2 dangerous guys had no intention of making a move. Let them regret their arrogance, but, evil. Priest Nirvana watched the 2 priests lose. Realized immediately that something was wrong, he couldn't do anything to watch. Stop looking down on people. Nirvana priest spoke fluently under anger, he felt that he was seriously underestimated. He looked at his partner and quickly made up his mind. Pierre, let's go to the island to see. 364. All priests are defeated, near the beasts of the temple. The members of the Holy Guard are rapidly dwindling. Usopp's gunpowder star will kill, the accuracy rate is scary. And Chopper fights with Nirvana priest, suffered indistinct injuries. But through strengthening the mind, he has gradually mastered the weaknesses of Nirvana priests. His biggest reliance is nothing but swamp clouds. The priest with the highest survival rate is a full 50%. Not particularly difficult to deal with, soon under the firepower provided by Usopp. He found a weakness. Strengthen the wrist strength, carve the hoof Sakura, Chopper's hands are condensed into a sakura flower shape, and the million is strengthened to the strongest. Then he shot out suddenly, precisely hitting the priest of Nirvana. Just heard a strong shock. A trace of a carved hoof sakura flower emerges from the body of the Nirvana priest. The whole person is like being hit by a high-speed sea train. Frantically flew out, smashing many tall trees, then embedded in this giant tree, passed out. This scene stunned all members of the Divine Guard. Advertisement: the gods and priests are all defeated. All the priests were defeated. Not the opponents of this group of Blue Sea people. The rest of them, even if they go together, can't solve this group of Blue Ocean people. Quickly, report the situation to Lord God. The guards gave themselves a reason and excuse to retreat. Then all remaining members of the Holy Guard, just like the tide, receded. Neither Zoro nor Sanji chased after them. No need, they're going to the enemy's base camp anyway. And the enemy already knew they were coming. Where the hell did that guy Luffy go? It's going to be okay. Chopper and Usopp worriedly looked at the place where Luffy had gone before. It's fine if we can find Enel, but if we can't find it, it seems to be fine. Judging from his experience of living in the forest for so many years, it's unlikely that he will get lost. If he is left alone for the time being, he should be fine. Find a place to park the boat now, said Reka. These priests are so powerful, I don't know how strong the god is. Nami was full of worry. It's okay. Reka could understand Nami's mood. After all, this is a worry that a normal person should have. I don't care, you have to protect me anyway, Nami said coquettishly. Okay, Reka replied. The swamp of ships is unmanned. Disappears quickly. Advertisement: Nami no longer has to maintain magic. Instead, he drove the boat along the canal and continued to go deep into the island. It's interesting to have such strength. Enel in the temple saw everything. He was also very surprised. These priests are all elites selected by him. I thought that these Blue Ocean people had some strength. Maybe 1 or 2 priests can be defeated, but it should not be said that all the priests were defeated. And it was quite a complete defeat, but the stronger they are, the better. For the unknown journey, he also needs powerful subordinates. Just wait for them to come in this temple. Oh, the Sandias are also restless. They will meet with the Blue Sea people soon. With their actions, there will definitely be conflicts. But from the current point of view, these Sandias will not be the opponents of the Blue Sea people, no. I can't make a judgment like this. Maybe the Sandia people can also bring some unexpected surprises. After so many years of preparation, it's impossible to have no means, so come and trouble me, Enel analyzed, and casually took a bite of the apple. The maids around were a little uneasy and trembling. They have seen the smoke of the wolf burning everywhere approaching the temple. This shows that the rebels are getting closer. Speaking of which, it seems that a Blue Ocean man left the team just now. Where is he now? 365. The encounter between Luffy and Aisha. The ark is about to be built. Luffy looked at the little girl in front of him and asked. Because she has been furtively looking at the wolf smoke burning in front of her. He didn't notice that he was approaching her step by step from behind. Ah, Aisha was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Lanlan Heron. Aisha looked terrified, for them Sandia. The Blue Sea people are also invaders. Just now, her attention was on 493. Born observation hockey, he didn't notice anyone approaching at all. Mainly Luffy wasn't hostile either, so Aisha's alarm did not go off. Yes, Luffy admitted generously, Elsa was about to run. It can be seen that this Blue Sea man seems to have no malicious intentions. Advertisement suppressing the fear again, I stopped. What are you doing here? Aisha had heard Lan Chi and the others mention that there was such a group of Blue Sea people in the village before. We are defeating God, Luffy clenched his fists and said with a smile. Huh? Are you an idiot? Aisha said bluntly, this silly Straw Hat kid? He even said so brazenly that he wanted to come and defeat God. Hey, you're too rude. Luffy looked at Aisha with a disgusted face. You, Lan Hai, do you have many islands? A lot of land? Although Aisha knew that she shouldn't greet the people of Lan Hai. But that innate intuition told her. The Blue Sea man in front of him didn't seem to have any malice towards her. That's why she dared to ask, isn't this a matter of course? Oh, yes, this is Sky Island. Then the two of them chatted one by one. Fear these people, be silenced by Enel. After Luffy got the exact address. Advertisement, it's right there. Aisha pointed in the right direction without thinking too much. Of course it is true. This is a story passed down from generation to generation in our village, however, I thought it was just a story. After all, it has been so long. Vaguely, he felt as if he was about to grasp something. But based on his own observations, he came to a conclusion. So many priests and divine guards were defeated, but Enel didn't come forward to stop them, which means that this place is no longer important to him. Oops, I forgot to ask you the way, where is God? Although Luffy can't get lost, the trees here are too tall. Did he really invite to trouble Enel? The ark is about to be built. Is he about to leave? Then, what about the people who built the ship? Ganfort hurried to the place where the ship was built. For a moment he couldn't see the giant Tongtian vine that Reka was talking about. It's just that there is no place to go to Enel for the first 3.5 hours. What? Is there such a big desert? Aisha felt amazing when she heard the experience Luffy told her. And Ganfort also came to the island, but then he froze again. It's not a story, the descendants of Norland are still on that island, waiting to wash away their ancestors' liars. Luffy pressed his hat, and his tone was quite serious. Go quickly. What, you don't even know the desert? What did you say? You said that the big liar Nolan knew your ancestors, is it true or not? Luffy was also very surprised when he heard some things. It's a pity that with his brain capacity, he couldn't grasp the clue all of a sudden. 366. The ark built by Enel doesn't belong to this era. Really, isn't there a guy who is a little bit more peaceful? Enel kept paying attention to the place with distracted attention. Because no matter what subordinates? Talk to your own ark proverbs. Compared with the ideal I have been pursuing, not worth mentioning at all. He will never allow any problems here. It seems that it's time to put the final pressure on those guys. Originally, the proverbs of the ark was close to completion. It's just that those craftsmen were obviously worried about getting built, too. Their 21 lives also came to an end, so in recent days, I have been deliberately grinding foreign labor. Originally, Enel had his own means of supervision. At least it is relatively mild and appropriate, but now it seems that perhaps Shu Ying should force them to the last. As Enel said, he turned into a bolt of lightning and left the temple abruptly. Came to the secret place where the ark was built. Ganford didn't want to mobilize these former subordinates and craftsmen to leave at this time. Advertisement, but the commotion in the Holy Land today is too abnormal. He was afraid that Enel had already waited for his own ideal day. Lord Ganford, why are you here? If Lord God knows. Ganford's appearance caused quite a commotion. The craftsmen stopped their work one after another. Cast a worried look at Ganford. Some foreman even thought of something. Is Enel ready to leave here? Is he going to kill us all? Isn't it surprising that the design blueprint of this flying ark does not seem to belong to this era? It seems that a long time ago, a certain civilization specially prepared it for the gods who control the power of nature. We know the design and structure of the entire ship. This knowledge, of course, poses a threat to him, and it is unlikely that he will let us go due to his character. Damn it, why don't we fight him? Some people don't want to sit still. What nonsense, our guys are still on the island. If we act rashly, or try to destroy the ship. Someone had a look of pain. When it was first ruled by Enel, the brutal new god. There are people who have similar ideas and put them into action. But all of them, together with their families, were wiped out under the lightning. Let's run away now, go to the island and take our family. Maybe this is a good opportunity. Just now I noticed explosions coming from many places in the Holy Land. Although I don't know the specific reason, it seems that the Sandias launched a large-scale attack. Indeed, opportunities like this don't come all the time. Lord Ganford, what should we do? The man's voice fell. Ganford, this famous benevolent god in history, advertisement. They follow his advice. It might be risky, but is there any option now that is risk-free? No, Ganford was about to speak. A white thunder flashed, a barefoot man with a smile on the corner of his mouth, long earlobes, and fair complexion appeared in front of 537 and them out of thin air. Thoughts you shouldn't have, it's best not to have them. Enel's thumb and index finger touched slightly, and a bolt of lightning bloomed like a branch. With a scoff, it landed on Ganford, after Ganford and his Pegasus screamed. Instantly fell to the ground. Neru. But Ganford didn't lose consciousness, and just looked at Enel with difficulty. Lord Ganford, hateful, fight him. Stop. Ganford rebuked them decisively. Enel, if not present, they might still have a chance to escape. But when he shows up, destined to have no chance. 367. Hope is a kind of poison. God is gone. Enel's power is for them. Too incomprehensible, too invincible. Now if you can't control yourself and want to resist. The final result must not be much better. It seems that you are not really too old to be confused. I have kept you alive, and it seems right. However, since you all don't believe me, then make your choice now. Enel glanced at Ganford lightly and said, but when you say the second sentence. He looked around at all the craftsmen present, then said. The first option, all of you now take up arms and resist me, and then I will kill all of your family members. After all, killing all the rebels, it's a very normal thing. Listen to such careless words of Enel. There was anger and fear in the craftsmen's eyes. Some people almost couldn't bear it and were about to do it. Listen to this. They took it for granted that Enel was trying to get married. Stop pretending, and plan to wipe them out completely. But fortunately, Enel continued at this time. The second option is that you build the ark for me within today. For me, the only role you have here is to build the ark for me. After the ark is built, I will not only return the position of God to Ganford, but also take my people and leave here. You can all go home and be with your family too. Advertisement. This one proposal sounds full of temptation. Because this choice contains hope, although they know this hope may be very small. But hopefully sometimes the Achilles heel is here. I know it's very small, but I will still pursue it like a moth to a flame. Everyone's eyes flashed. It means that they are all moved. But they don't trust Enel either. How do we know if you keep your word? You can take a gamble. Enel smiled lightly. To him, these people are nothing but ants. But before the ants complete their mission, don't waste it. As for the completion, whether to destroy or not depends on the mood. They are loyal to Ganford, the former god. Many times, it makes him feel uncomfortable. Obviously, I have become a new god. although he himself doesn't care much about this identity. But if others care too, that's not okay, especially on Sky Island, there are many such people. Then it's decided. Advertisement, when they finish, if the second is an even number, then show mercy and let them go. After all, I will go to the Endless Land. I don't think there will be any intersections in the future. If the second is odd, then let's destroy the Holy Land, Sky Island together. Well, that's right, it's decided. Enel didn't speak on the surface. But the heart is very active, then all were killed. Knocked down some members of the guard who fled. Enel smiled knowingly. The god Enel was not found. The boats of Reka et al. Have just found a place to berth. Not to mention choosing the first one, at the same time. Here the choices Ganfert made. Moms, and with their leader. That's not what Ganfert wants to see. Conflict broke out in Weipa. They say it's a choice, but in fact they don't have a choice. Instead, they encountered the Sandian guerrillas. Choose the second, they at least have some hope. Luffy came to the so-called gate of the temple. And in the second, they can also secretly have time to prepare for some struggles. This choice is exactly the same as what he thought. Okay, we do. Gamfor knew they had no choice. 368. War Ghost Weipa vs Straw Hat Luffy. Rescue Aisha. Lan Shi saw Aisha and Luffy together. His face changed all of a sudden. He intends to deal with the Blue Ocean Man before rushing into the temple. Lest anything happen. Sister Lan Shi, it's not. Elsa tries to explain, but several Sandian warriors are already charging towards Luffy. Vipa just glanced at it at first. I didn't pay much attention to it. After all, their target is Enel, but logically speaking. They've all reached the door. Enel should have noticed it earlier. So far, there has been no response at all. Don't know what to plan. But whatever they plan, immediately rushed into the temple. He can never turn a blind eye to it. Fluffy. Just as Weipa was thinking, several strong Shandia 417 warriors were all blown away by Luffy. Suddenly, what are you doing? Luffy said rather displeased. He waved a knife and gun at him for no reason, made him very confused. Vipa's eyes narrowed slightly, although I know that this group of Blue Ocean people is not weak. But the warrior he brought is just as powerful. Advertisement. And he has been fighting all the year round and has rich experience. But in a face-to-face meeting, he was defeated so simply and neatly. Lanhai people, I have warned you before, don't set foot on this land again. Since you are still here, go to hell. Weipa thought of a quick victory. Get rid of this Blue Ocean Man first. Move on. But when he started, he found that things were not what he thought at all. He shouldered the cannon, aimed directly at Luffy, and fired a shot. Rubber rubber, balloon. Seeing that it was a shell, Luffy took a sharp breath. The whole belly swelled up in an instant. The shell landed on Luffy's stomach, sank a little, and then Luffy jerked up. Deflected the shells. The belly got bigger, and the shells went out. Aisha stared at Luffy dumbfounded. Is it a person with abilities like Enel? Thinking that this Blue Ocean Man is somewhat similar to Enel. They feel even worse about it. It's so troublesome. Are you also Enel's subordinates? Luffy still hasn't been able to judge the situation. I just find these people annoying. When I first came to Sky Island, it was also these men who attacked them wearing masks. Just arrived at the Holy Land, it was they who attacked themselves. Then back away quickly, but then the guardsmen, CBAG, came. Now I met them again at the gate of the temple, so Luffy's simple mind. It is inevitable to wonder if these people are with Enel. Advertisement, are you kidding? Heard Luffy say something like that. Vipa was furious. Are you kidding me? I am Enel's subordinate? Shock. Vipa sprinted towards Luffy. Its speed makes Luffy a little bit at a loss. When the shock shell met his face, Vipa decisively released the shockwave. Luffy's eyes widened, but at the critical moment, he dodged the blow. Such a warrior won't listen to people unless he falls down first. Because he felt it from the way Vipa fought, the enemy has attacked the door. HMPH, Vipa just snorted coldly, without saying anything. Luffy's eyes gradually became serious. As the blade sweeps across, it sharply cuts everything around it. Then let's talk about it first, Pung. But the big tree behind Luffy was not so lucky. Hey, this is very dangerous, Luffy said repeatedly when he saw the smashed tree. He grabbed his cold weapon and rushed up, but it has not reached the level of 10 times shellfish. Although Luffy wasn't going to say anything, it was directly smashed to pieces by the shockwave. But he is a pirate. Now that it has been done. Puff. Vipa fired a few shots and confirmed that the shells really can't pose a threat to him. The power far exceeds that of ordinary shock shells. Then it is necessary to solve the enemy in the shortest time. 369. Entering second gear, everyone kills instantly. Fluffy. Luffy and Vipa fought, causing a lot of commotion around. The sound of powerful impact continued continuously. Damn it, damn blue sea people. Vipa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at this skinny monkey-like figure with intense gaze. He couldn't take him down in a short time, instead, he took a few punches from the opponent. And the opponent's fist strength is very strong. Every time he punched, he felt a little overwhelmed. Rubber rubber, bazooka. Luffy stretched his hands and slammed them. The speed is extremely fast, and you can't dodge it even if you see it. Hastily raised the shield to block, but even the shield was smashed to pieces. But he is still very strong offensively, the moment the shield shattered. Slashed along Luffy's arms with a sharp weapon. Although Luffy shrank in time, there was still a bloodstain left behind. Wipa, we're here to help you, Lan Chi and the others said hastily upon seeing this. It's not that they're worried about Wipa's failure. Instead, he didn't want to waste too much time on the Blue Sea people. Especially at the entrance of the temple, in case they fight the Blue Sea people to death. If Enel appears at this time, it is very likely that they will all be wiped out. Vipa didn't say no either, advertisement they carry a heavy load. They won't do things like fighting alone, the reason why they survived. It's always been about the team, he nodded, and many Sandia warriors shot in succession. Bows and arrows fly together, the mighty warriors of Constitution are besieging from all directions. Let Luffy dodge again and again for a while, after all, his current weakness is still obvious. No very advanced armament hockey. The possibility of wanting to carry a sword at close range is not great. It's also dangerous, but even if they go together, they can't do anything about Luffy for the time being. Instead, people fell down after being punched one after another. This made Waipa's face even more serious. Vipa, Enel is not in the temple. At this time, a Sandia scout soldier came to report. They can't be because of a Blue Sea person, just stopped completely. They have all arrived at the gate of the temple. Of course they sent people to disperse to find Enel's whereabouts. I just didn't expect to get such a result. Nani? Luffy heard this too. What if Enel isn't here? Get out of the way. Luffy stopped abruptly, in a very serious tone. Advertisement looking at Waipa and others, he said. HMPH, Vipa didn't care, asking for flowers. Still launching a swift attack. Like a mad dog. They've had enough of the land that belongs to them. Second gear. Whoosh, wisps of hot steam came out of Luffy's body. Rubber, jet machine gun, always repeatedly invaded. Be careful. Vipa exclaimed, but he was knocked out by Luffy first. Then raise your hands, make an aiming gesture with one hand, and pull back with the other hand. The others were all hit immediately. The whole person's skin also instantly turned red. It means that the enemy's attack has been sent out. The powerful fist, like a giant ship, directly hit his facade. A powerful airflow is released from its body, and this premonition came true in the next second. But Warrior's intuition told him, it shoots out like fireworks. What? Vipa and others didn't know what was going on. Fluffy. I can't see the arm to attack, but countless airs detonated in an instant. Then the whole person squatted down and put his fist on the ground with one hand. Enel, don't run. I'm coming to hit you, Luffy yelled in the direction of the temple. The skinny monkey in front of him seemed to have become more dangerous. 370. Encountering the big snake, entering the temple. What a big snake. Run away. The boat had just stopped, and Reka and others had just landed. A group of 7 people walked a few steps. Suddenly, he noticed something moving in the dense forest. Before they could act, they saw a giant snake with blue Madara swimming past their eyes. Huge and spooky, Usopp, Chopper, and Nami were suddenly pale with fright. This snake is also too big, except for Sea Kings. They have basically never seen such a big snake on Lu. 323. How many years does it take to grow so big? Run away, Usopp said tremblingly. You can still fight 1 or 2 against people. Come face to face with this behemoth. Especially the scales that looked cold and glowing. He suspected that his gunpowder star would not be able to break through the defense at all. It doesn't seem to be interested in us, Chopper said after taking a look. Call out. Bang. But at this moment, a cannonball flew out of nowhere. All of a sudden, it hit the big snake. Nami Usopp, who had just relaxed a lot after listening to Chopper's words, was dumbfounded all of a sudden. They had a premonition that things were going to be bad. In fact, stray bullets and scattered battles. They come along the way and are not uncommon. It seems that many parts of the entire island have become battlefields. Advertisement: the Sandians launched an all-out attack on the Divine Guard. Some places where reinforcements may be present, naturally, it was also blocked. And the battle takes place in the jungle, destined to run around. Whoever can make good use of the terrain here will have a higher winning rate. Sure enough, the big snake that had been bombarded just bowed. It wasn't hurt, but the move annoyed it. Its cold and captivating eyes glanced around. Put on Reka et al. Run, Usopp yelled, and Chopper, Nami started running. Really, isn't it just a big snake? Zoro didn't think so. He drew his knife and slashed at random, but failed to cut through its scales. Forget it, let's follow. Reka saw the 3 of them running so fast, and there was no one in sight. Said to Zoro Sanji. Then he ran along. It is not easy for this big snake to survive until now. There is no need to add extraneous branches. Robin smiled slightly. Then also followed. After a chase, he fled. They got rid of the big snake's pursuit. Soon came to the place near the temple. You guys go first. I want to stay here and study it. But halfway, Robin saw an old dilapidated ruins, and was immediately attracted. A decision to stay and study research was presented. Advertisement: Reka and others naturally respect her decision. As for Luffy, besides Aisha, everyone else, including Vipa. In his second gear, all fell down. It's really inexplicable. Why did you beat them? Aisha asked blankly. They're annoying, Luffy said honestly. Okay. Aisha didn't know what to do for a while, and she couldn't persuade Vipa and the others. Really warm board can only sing a song. Pineapple is delicious. Are you really here to defeat Enel? Aisha only paid attention to what she said not long ago. And it seems that neither Wipa nor Sister Lonky's life is in danger. Of course, Luffy said, striding into Temple 2.3. North Island because they are hostile to all outsiders. Hothead stupid. South Island singing while waving the branches in his hand. Shaking head really cold carp is delicious and Aisha just stared blankly at his back. But Luffy, who entered the temple, could not find anyone. Stupid 371. Enel. You are doing very well, be my subordinates. It's really not everywhere, how strange, is there no god at all? Luffy walked around. Still nothing. Reka and others have also come to the temple at this moment. What a big vine. No wonder Reka-san said this place is easy to find. Usopp looked at the Tongtian vine not far away and said with emotion. It is really big, and looking up, it is boundless and invisible. And just the vines rooted on the ground, I'm afraid dozens of hugs can't hold them. There are a lot of people lying down in front, it's not the same group of people. It seems that there are those strange guys who attacked us before. Nami and others saw Weipa and others who were still in a coma at first glance. One girl was a little at a loss, although Elsa wants to wake them up. But Luffy's fists are heavy, especially the fist in second gear. Hit Weipa by surprise, he didn't even have time to use sea stone and platoon shells. But she is just a child, what can she do? Can't even move a person. Advertisement just wake them up as much as possible. Hopefully before God comes, they can all wake up. Otherwise it will be troublesome, saw a stranger. Elsa wants to run away, but in the end, he stepped forward and spread his arms to protect the unconscious Vipa and others. Although the legs are constantly shaking with fear. But still did not escape. Some guys seem to be knocked down by Luffy, and sure enough, this guy is not lost and can always find the target accurately. Zoro glanced at it. I came to this conclusion, also saw the little girl. Do you think everyone gets lost as easily as you do? What did you say? Zoro frowned immediately. Am I wrong? I don't know who has been hanging around East Blue for so long and hasn't come out of East Blue. Sanji immediately snapped. You know Zoro can get out of the island faster than Luffy. As a result, it has been so long. Advertisement still spinning around East Blue. If it wasn't for meeting Luffy and Nami, maybe still hanging around in East Blue. UB*****D. Zoro resisted the urge to slash. Great, the members of the Divine Guard seem to have been knocked down, and then there should be only that god alone. Seeing this, Chopper breathed a sigh of relief. Idiot, it's not good at all. This god is the big boss now, he must be difficult to deal with, the real danger is coming, Usopp said in panic. Ah, is that so? Chopper looked at Usopp in shock. He thought the fewer people the better to deal with. Of course. Let's go too, before that guy Luffy takes care of it, Zoro said, obviously no matter who the enemy was. Zoro has great confidence in Luffy, confident he can win. He went out, but he should be back soon. After all, with his arrogant 153 character, it is impossible to let the intruders go. Of course, he also has full confidence in his own strength, Reka said lightly. Talking lead people forward. I don't know what a god looks like, I feel very dangerous. At this point, we have no possibility of backing down. We have defeated so many of them, and this god is so narrow-minded, he will punish us every now and then, he will definitely not let us go, accept our fate, Nami. Usopp quite dejectedly comforted. Boy, are you looking for me? You're doing well, stop now and be my subordinate, I can let it go. Just when Luffy thought he couldn't find God at all. A streak of scorching white lightning struck down and appeared in front of Luffy. Point 372. Immune to thunder and lightning, God Enel in a daze. Are you a god? Luffy fearlessly and calmly looked at Enel who suddenly appeared in front of him. That's right, I am the master of Sky Island. Enel smiled faintly upon hearing this. At the same time looking at Luffy with an extremely lazy attitude. In his opinion, Luffy is just a blue ocean guy with some strength. It deserves a little attention, but not worthy of special attention. Other people seem to be here too, it's easy. Enel's heart network quickly noticed that other blue sea people also came to the temple. Yeah, then I'm going to blow you away, Luffy pressed his straw hat. He hasn't forgotten the harsh policies he encountered on Sky Island. Breaking the law and committing crimes. That's certainly not to stamp out real crime. Instead, they are deliberately forcing people to commit crimes. Under such a law, how could people's lives be really happy? Confidence is a good thing, but overconfidence is arrogance, and there is no irreconcilable conflict between us, Enel still said lightly. No, I hate you. Luffy rejected Enel's offer. The straightforward words made Enel frown. But for the unruly, he also knows how to deal with it. Otherwise, it is impossible to easily control the four priests. Facing these guys who are very confident in their own strength. It just needs to make them clearly aware of the gap in strength between each other. Crush their confidence. Advertisement it's easy to use for yourself. Yeah. That's a pity, Enel said. The thumb and index finger touched lightly, and a white lightning flashed between his fingers. Discharge, 5 million volts. Zizizachila. With a flash of white light, the lightning strikes Luffy in an astonishing manner. That speed, even Luffy, was completely unexpected at that moment. Lightning is too fast. Ah, Luffy exclaimed subconsciously, thinking that he was about to be hacked apart. But after calling for a second, Luffy became quiet, fell silent, seemed to be in deep thought. There is no injury on the body. Well, Enel was stunned. Fine, although he was a little worried that his strength was too strong. In this way, the guy who was supposed to be subdued as a subordinate was electrocuted to death. Therefore, the lightning intensity used is not high. But with a voltage of 5 million volts, it wouldn't hurt the other party at all. And this scene reminded him of when he bombarded them with lightning earlier. It seemed to be concentrated, but there were no injuries either. But back then it was farther apart. The thunder and lightning released may not be enough to obliterate them, which is normal. But looking at it now, it seems that the other party is not affected by his lightning. Advertisement it shouldn't be. How can there be people and things in this world who are not afraid of the power of heaven and lightning? What did you do? Enel asked in a low voice. No, I didn't do anything. Luffy looked down at his body in a daze, as if there was nothing wrong. Discharge, 10 million volts, zzz, and now Enel has an initial guess. I was terrified myself, didn't make much noise, even asking such naive words. So Luffy looked at the god in front of him with a puzzled face. The more powerful, crazy and violent scorching white thunder and lightning condensed in Enel's palm. Why don't you react at all, immune to my own lightning? The big tree shattered instantly, and the wreckage was scorched black. To verify this, Enel released tens of millions of volts of electricity towards a nearby tree. It was thrown out of him suddenly, and landed on Luffy again. Then it was like sinking into the sea. My own ability has not disappeared. What are you doing? Because I couldn't feel the slightest feeling of being attacked from my body. Enel was at a loss for words. I am attacking you. What is he playing? This guy doesn't know why. Intimidate, not good, yourself. 373. God? I'll give it a try and see if I can cut it. What this move proves, let Enel obviously doubt life at the moment. His abilities still exist, still going strong, but why is it useless to this Blue Ocean man? Did he use any special method to avoid his own injury? Enel frowned thoughtfully. For a while, he didn't take the initiative to attack Luffy again. But then the murderous aura surged in his eyes. He quickly realized a problem. This kind of guy must not be allowed to exist in this world. This is a serious violation of my divine right. Luffy, so you are here, is that guy a god? At this moment, Zoro's voice came over. With a faint smile on his face, just at the moment of seeing Enel. The premonition of crisis in his heart swelled to ultimate in an instant. Dangerous. 433 extremely dangerous. This is even stronger than the sense of crisis he felt when he first saw 7 warlords of the Sea Lock Doll in Alabasta. No wonder you dared to call yourself a god. I don't know who I am now. Are you qualified enough to challenge such a strong man? Although he had vowed never to lose again, advertisement. But on this road, the only way is to constantly challenge the strong and dance on the blade. He can become stronger. Then is that guy a god? It seems to be a little different from the Sky Island people here. Usopp, Chopper, and Nami hid behind a big tree in the courtyard of the temple. Did not approach, or rather, did not dare to approach. Only dared to secretly look at it. CBFD, and at first glance Enel doesn't have Sky Island's unique wings on his back. Instead carry a tomo drum. I don't know what it is for. Just right, since you're all here, I'll say what I said just now. You all performed very well, become my new priests, people of Blue Sea, this will be the wisest choice you have made. Although Enel was somewhat agitated by Luffy's abnormality. But still calm down, this stems from his confidence in his own strength. But what Enel said in exchange for Reka, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji looked disgusted. As for the Nami trio, for the time being, I have no disrespectful thoughts towards God. They hope that they will not be targeted without being targeted. Anyway, defeating God is such a thing. It must be the captain, or Reka, Zoro, and the others. With their strength, they can protect themselves. It can be said to be a success. Is this guy okay? Luffy picked his booger, looked at Zoro and asked if this guy was an idiot. Advertisement, who knows? But, I'm very interested in fighting with gods, Zoro said, and has already issued his 3 swords. With the words Hedao in his mouth, he holds the 3rd generation Ghost Toru and Shui Zo with both hands. Sensitive sword intent and vigorous fighting intent emanate from Zoro. Such a disrespectful act, let Enel not look so bad. But under his training, now Zoro's strength is even stronger and more terrifying. Zoro generally won't compete with Luffy either. Once Luffy spoke, or acted, it was the move of his prey. Let Zoro try it first, but at this moment, Reka took a deep look at Enel and Luffy. Yahahaha. Enel was directly laughed by this group of Blue Ocean fans. No, Zoro, it's mine. Luffy was dissatisfied with Zoro's behavior of robbing prey. The harder it is to tame. Reka wanted to know how much Zoro had grown during this time. Reka wants to know how much Zoro has grown, the more powerful the person. And Enel can definitely push him to the limit. If you don't mind, I want to try it too. The guy who hits the lady with lightning will never be forgiven. Sanji lit a cigarette, staring at Enel and said. But that was to be expected. The so-called god in Luli has not yet come. He probably hasn't been able to beat Enel yet. the ownership of the prey has not yet been clarified. If in the original trajectory, he, god of war, priest Om, has to do his best. 374, the collision of sword and thunder, Zoro versus Enel. You are the most arrogant blue sea people I have ever seen. Enel has a much higher pitch, some have difficulty controlling their emotions. These guys don't take themselves seriously at all. What is being discussed now is who will fight with himself. He clearly regarded himself as a prey, after he had previously controlled a natural disaster like lightning. They still have such a mentality, it has to be said that this is an unprecedented contempt for him. It's as if they're all displaying arrogance that's annoying. No, not a display, but these blue sea people are indeed arrogant. Okay, Luffy hadn't intended to hand over Enel, his prey, to anyone else. But maybe it's because Enel didn't get a chance to do something that made Luffy rage like before. For example, the Kona's father and daughter were bombed with a thunderbolt. It didn't make Luffy feel like he had to kill it himself. So after Reka spoke, Luffy thinks it's worth giving Zoro a try. Anyway, whoever beats Enel is pretty much the same. Sanji, of course, can also shoot, but your armament hockey is still very weak, it can't support you to deal with this guy in front of you for a long time, and you don't know this ability, you can observe Zoro's battle first. Reka said to Sanji, who was about to move again, advertisement. Sanji has no problem with that, because of this period of training. Sanji has clearly realized, judging from these strengths and means of combat. Reka's judgment is always the most accurate, know them better than they know themselves. Enel's face was even darker, and streaks of white lightning flashed gradually on his body. These guys are too underestimated, are you going to come up one by one? Rather than together, so contemptuous of people. He has always been the only one who looks down on others. Never been looked down upon like this before, exactly. Whoever comes up first, kill one first, let them realize. What is the real cruel reality? It's really okay to target a god like this, is it really okay? Why'd I vaguely feel Reka-san's attitude towards others from Zoro Sanji? Seeing this, Usopp said worriedly. Even without looking closely, it can also be seen at this moment that this so-called god is already quite furious. Who knows, maybe he was assimilated by that idiot Reka, let's stay away, Nami also said worriedly. Then I'll be rude, but compared to Usopp's worries. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. At this moment, Zoro is indeed extremely excited, with a terrifying fighting spirit permeating the air. The fierce sword energy, accompanied by the fighting spirit, swept out like a real storm of blades. Zoro also removed the hood that had been tied around his arm. Because at this distance, he can feel it completely. Enel is an extremely powerful being, you must concentrate and go all out. 0. Even go beyond your own limits. While talking, Zoro has launched an attack. A gust of wind spread from under his feet, there were waves of sand and dust. With a sudden force under his feet, the ground collapsed, and his whole body was like a sharp gust of wind, rushing forward with Senhan's sword light. Huh! Enel saw this, and the golden scepter in his hand changed into a spear, under the transformation of electric energy to heat energy. He can melt all kinds of metals and bring them back to life. 3 swords style, high wind, tiger hunting, charge like a tiger, wind like a tiger, the roaring sword intent seems to tear and shatter everything. Have a good experience of your own incompetence and ignorance, 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Boom. ZZZ Thunderbird burst out from the spear, dazzling and dangerous, violent and swift. It has the meaning of destroying the dead. 5, 375, Promise Ghost / Zoro, God of Horror. Since ancient times, thunder and lightning have been called the most terrible natural disaster by human beings. It's massive and breathtaking, it is extremely fast and violent. Human beings have been genetically, since ancient times. For this kind of heavenly power, the fear from the heart. This is true of any living species, they are all irresistible existences. All this time, relying on this ability, Enel has defeated countless enemies who opposed him. Even his hometown, the entire island was destroyed by him. The so-called 667 means that he feels that he is a god above all things. Totally normal. Boom. But what I didn't expect was the lightning attack, which is usually invincible. At this time, there was another strong confrontation. The golden gun entwined with lightning collided with the blade carrying the wind. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave was set off. The shockwave spreads in a ring, wantonly destroying everything in front of you. That's right, you were able to block my attack without incident, so let me give you a little recognition, Blue Ocean Man. But this alone is not enough to watch. Enel looked down at Zoro with an extremely arrogant attitude. In an instant, thunder fell from the sky like raindrops hitting Zoro. Every bolt of lightning is very stormy and destructive. With the power to tear everything apart, Zoro backed away quickly, stepped on a few steps, and the 6 style shaved and the wind persisted. Zoro's teleportation speed has become extremely terrifying. Even if the dense lightning strikes down, advertisement. During his continuous dodging, none hit him, but Enel is surrounded by lightning at this moment. He will not attack rashly. Just hiding can't defeat me, Wanlei. Enel's mouth curved into a smile. The golden gun is loaded with lightning heat energy. Reincarnated into a golden scepter, he slammed the jade drum on his back. There seems to be stored there, or can control a larger amount of lightning. The roar of the sky suddenly became several times denser. Thousands of thunderbolts covered it without any near misses. Mainly bombard Zoro, but this lightning storm covers a wide area. Also enveloped Reka and others. Sky Island. So scary. Seeing this scene, Usopp Chopper said tremblingly in unison. Then they distanced themselves again. At the same time, he narrowly dodged a few escaping lightning bolts. Luffy shattered the lightning that fell on him with one punch. Anyway, he's confirmed it. These thunderbolts pose no threat to themselves. There's nothing wrong with using your hands, and the lightning that struck Reka before it touched him. It was directly shredded and eliminated by the terrible sun magic power. But with the arrival of Wan Lei, Reka, who couldn't see the sun, frowned slightly. Advertisement, but I endured it and didn't make a move. Although he makes a move from Enel, he can undoubtedly get a good arrogance value. But for Zoro, Sanji, Luffy and others, Enel is undoubtedly a good opponent to test his own strength. He is powerful, mastering the Logia ability, Grandmaster Observation Haki. It almost has the combat power of a world-class powerhouse. But at the same time, he is arrogant, relying too much on fruit abilities, and his physical skills are mediocre. There are obvious weaknesses that make him powerful at the same time. Not too dangerous. Such an opponent is not so easy to meet. It is perfect for training and testing Zoro and their growth. Clang clang clang. As the thunder increases, Zoro is mainly targeted. I can't dodge all of them, and I can't hide from the thunderstorm. Slash or bounce with a weapon entwined with lightning. But even with the wind and sword intent entangled, wisps of electric current still eroded Zoro's body. 1.3 Paralyze his body and suffer creation, slow down. Zoro landed on a big tree with 1 foot, and the escaping current from his body scattered out through the tree. With a sudden shot, Enel was attacked from the air. 3 Swordsmanship, Wuji Ghost Slash. He spread his wings like a nightingale, sweeping across the air. Wuji Sword Intent emerged, and cut thousands of blows with 1 blow. 1,000 cuts merged into one, the extremely powerful Ghost Cut. Actually broke through layers of lightning, straight to Enel. Enel's eyes suddenly froze. ADVERTISEMENT 376. Guild Wars, 3 Swords Style and Logia Fruit Ability. A swordsman's sword can cut through lightning. Such a thing has never been heard. This is also the first time this happened. Normally, weapons are made of metal, and they can also conduct electricity. How could he have no influence at all? 60 million volts, Brontosaurus. The moment Enel was horrified, he also quickly responded to Gulai. He rang the Guyu drum behind him again. A Brontosaurus lashes out at a swift Zoro. Zoro now has 3 swords covering the mighty armament Haki. Speed again in midair with a moonwalk slam. The air explosion sound exploded again, faster. Scoff. In the next moment, the attacks of the two collided in midair. The moment the blade met the Thunder Dragon, Zoro felt unprecedented pressure. At this moment, the Brontosaurus seemed to come alive, pressing down on all his blades. The violent thunder and lightning transmitted along the weapon. Even with armament Haki, Zoro still feels his body being ripped apart. But Zoro still gritted his teeth and guaranteed his own output. Wuji 3 Lives Endless Slash. Zoro endured the pain and roared, even though his flesh and blood were traumatized by the infiltrated lightning. Flesh burst, blood spattered, Zoro still made a further attack. 3 horizontal sword lights burst out, and the powerful storm of sword energy shot unscrupulously. Advertisement / the Thunder Dragon. The figure crossed the chaotic area that exploded. Keep an eye on Enel's head, Nani. Looking at the Blue Ocean Man in front of him, he has the ability to smash his relatively powerful attack. And it was not torn apart by the Thunder Dragon. Enel's expression changed. Seeing the rushing Zoro, he turned into a thunderbolt and fled into the clouds in an instant. Urgently avoided this extremely dangerous knife. Dodge. At this second, he has never set up a wife before. I don't even think I'm going to do it. He has always been invincible, and he never needs to do this. So what if the enemy is strong? If they can't hit their own elemental body, no matter how hard they try? But the courage of that swordsman just now actually intimidated him. It made him involuntarily dodge this very humiliating action in his opinion. But at that moment just now, the Blue Ocean Man attacked. It actually made him feel dangerous, and he couldn't help but dodge. Damn it, Enel couldn't help swearing as soon as he realized it. I don't know if I'm scolding Zoro. I was still saying that I avoided the action just now, showing cowardice. Advertisement, but then this shameful move, it turned out to be a wise choice for him. Because he felt the pain in his shoulder. Looking down from the side, the pupils suddenly shrank, because there was a sword mark across there. This makes Zoro look like a rocket fused with haste. Die. Enel was overwhelmed with a sense of crisis, and put away his playful thoughts. God's punishment. Enel roared loudly, and a very dangerous, thick thunder column roared. 3 Sword Style. Dragon ascends the tower. This feeling made him bewildered, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Whoosh. Chi 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 chi. Seeing this, his pupils shrank suddenly. How is it possible? How did the mere blue sea people hurt me? What kind of power was that just now? The whole person rises straight up, and the sonic boom cloud produced by the moonwalk under his feet continuously rises. He was horrified to find out, and Zoro's offensive is still going on, without stopping. The airflow was cut sharply during the Zoro's ascent. This group of Blue Ocean people is different from anything I've seen before. If it wasn't for this cowardly act just now, would I have been beheaded with a single knife? Didn't dodge from the start, stirring the entire climate and sky, he slashed straight at Zoro. After all, he is used to being arrogant, scratched by the blade of Zoro's speeding past. I am actually wandering between life and death. 667. Chapter 377. Hockey 9 Sword Style vs 100 million Volt Thunder God. Zoro. Watching the mighty pillar of thunder cover Zoro directly. Usopp Chopper couldn't help but worry, this thunder pillar is at this distance. Sent out from Enel's hand, it makes people tremble from the soul. Zoro also felt unprecedented pressure. In the next second of defense, he will be swallowed by lightning, submerged, and then torn into pieces. This is not an illusion, more like a prediction, but at the moment of the burst of this crisis, Zoro still held up the three sabers, condensing all the sword intent. And all the armament hockey at his disposal at this moment. Physical strength is completely overdrawn to the limit. Because the thunder column covers an extremely wide area. And the speed is extremely fast, it is simply unrealistic to want to escape. Since there is no way to avoid it, the only option is to resist. Ghost Chi 9 Sword Style hyphenation point Ashura, Yuian. When Leizu pressed the three swords and wanted to crush Zoro completely. Zoro pushed the limit, armament hockey, like the tentacles of a dark monster emanating from his body. So much so that under this terrifying Shira sword intent. In an instant, Enel saw Zoro with 3 heads, 6 arms and 9 knives. The sharp speed of Wuji sword intent, advertisement. The violent wind of Gale sword intent, the terror of Ashura's sword. In this instant, he completely condensed into a demon king. And Zoro is the carrier of this devil at this moment. A bright knife light burst out from the 9 knives. There was a scoff, the thunder pillar was split vertically. Impossible. Backquote. Seeing this, Enel looked in disbelief. At this moment, fear clearly appeared on his face. Even if Zoro dodges or takes the hit and survives. He can take it all, don't be so rude, but a mere swordsman actually cut off his serious lightning pillar attack like this. That's how it broke. I am a thunderbolt, it's an invisible thing, it shouldn't be cut to pieces by a sword. Missing your mind at this time will kill you. Whoosh. Zoro completely entered a state of extreme concentration. After smashing the thunder pillar, he remained calm. Enel is the enemy, see this calmness, immediately I couldn't help but panic. He had never met such a fellow before, 3 swords technique, endless demon slash. Advertisement another slash that seemed to be able to tear apart the atmosphere burst out. Integrate with Zoro, people and swords seem to be indistinguishable from each other. It rises straight to the sky, quite a tendency to break through the sky. 100 million volts, Thor, Enel yelled, reacting. The whole person became tall and swollen at this moment. Tongtian was scorching white, and he was already a high strength and high concentration elemental body. This kind of posture, even if steel touches him, it will be melted in an instant. And if attacked by him, as long as the attack can hit the enemy, probably can directly vaporize the enemy, this is one of his trump cards. He didn't expect to be forced to this point by a Blue Ocean man. But if you despise it anymore, it is impolite to your own life. Rumble, kill, accompanied by the appearance of Thor. Lightning roared in the sky, and the strong roar, Hahaha, made people panic. The people of the entire Sky Island even looked tremblingly at the direction of the Holy Land. A wide range of weather has been changed under Enel's ability. What a terrifying ability. Robin couldn't help looking up and said from the bottom of his heart. What happened? How could Enel release such a terrifying lightning, which has never happened before? Ganfer looked at the thunder and lightning figure in the sky and said in surprise and panic. He'd never seen Enel in such a horrific gesture. 378, Sanji strikes, and the shot is 8 inner gates, whetstone. Logia ability users, everyone is difficult to deal with, especially these abilities that dominate destruction. However, in this sea, these guys are destined to be numerous. So, this is the enemy I will face sooner or later. Zoro's awareness is high, even in the face of Enel who has become Thor. He doesn't even intend to avoid it, after all, the sword makes no regrets. And dodging at this time will only become a target. That's more dangerous. Zoro can only continue to rush forward. Already felt the terrifying heat released from Enel's body. Go to hell. Under the blessing of lightning, Enel's golden scepter gradually melted and shaped, but it still possessed terrifying lethality. The thunder lance pierces Zoro. Zoro also rushed up with 130 terrifying sword intents. Boom. There was only a loud bang, and the thunder and sword energy in the sky were like a giant explosion. When the energy collides, it explodes in an instant. The sky is full of thunder and energy, can't see the details. Pat. After a while, 2 figures fell to the ground from the terrifying explosion energy. All stand still. Advertisement both of them were in a mess, and their clothes were also torn a lot. Zoro. Scoff. The aftermath of thunder and lightning bloomed on Zoro's body, a stream of blood splashed up, and Zoro staggered. On the left shoulder, there is a scar after the thunder and lightning. And Enel's eyes kept shaking. A streak of blood lay across his open chest. It's so obvious, and painful. I'm hurt. His pupils trembled, as if he couldn't accept this situation. How long has it been since you had this injury? It seems that after he ate that unpalatable fruit to die and gained the ability of lightning. I've never been hurt like this again. The long-lost pain reminds Enel of some bad memories. You guys, one or two of you seem to have mastered the power to resist my lightning. It seems that you can't be allowed to survive. Anyway, if you are a subordinate, just look for it, and there will always be one, Enel said, watching Zoro and the others. Killing intent has soared. If these guys who can hurt themselves are placed by their side. He himself couldn't feel at ease. After all, you can hurt yourself. It means that there is a chance to kill myself, CBEI. Then this is quite a hidden danger. It's up to me next. 8 inner gates, the first gate, open. Seeing this, Sanji also knew that it was time for him to take over the battlefield. Seeing Elvis unleash his own strength to the fullest. He doesn't want to admit defeat, anyone can lose. Advertisement just can't lose to Zoro, the green algae head. Boom. A terrifying air blast exploded from Sanji. As fast as a volcano, because just now you know how powerful Enel is. From the very beginning, Sanji intends to go all out. Even Zoro can't beat it now. Now Zoro is the explosion after the limit. But it only hurt Enel. It consumes a lot of money. He wanted to send out that terrifying slash again. It's impossible in a short time. Took over, and Zoro didn't say much. He just silently put away his 3 knives, from a main fighter to a bystander. I'm looking forward to it. Luffy couldn't bear it. Several times I wanted to rush out and fight Enel. They were all held down by Reka's shoulders. Damn Blue Sea people, what do you think of me? You have to pay for your arrogance. Seeing that there is only one person attacking him again. Enel rightfully felt insulted, also suddenly understand the intentions of these guys. These guys are treating themselves as a whetstone. 379, 8 inner gates, number 2 second gate shut up, open. But the man in the blue sea in front of him is just a burst of airflow. It has the power to tear apart the sky. Enel couldn't believe it. I have to give up chasing that swordsman. This guy is also a very strong big guy. The whole person, as if transformed into a ferocious behemoth, kicked him. The feet seemed to be sprayed with flames, as blazing as the sun. With one kick, the sky is full of streamers and phantoms. Enel raised his scepter to block. With a loud bang, Enel was sent flying to meet this force head-on. Although he was not injured, the Wanshu of this wrist day. It is enough to make people look dignified. It's like this one by one. Do you really think I have time to accompany you to continue this farce? Discharge, tens of millions of volts, Wan Lei. God's punishment, Thunderbird, Brontosaurus. Rumbling. Enel was completely enraged and no longer controlled his physical strength. Raising the golden scepter in his hand, he kept hitting the Guyu drum behind him. Thunderbolt after lightning struck Sanji like crazy. Sanji's legs are stronger and his explosive speed is faster. The whole person is like a light of red and black. Advertisement between the refraction of the winding path, it is constantly approaching Enel. From it, Enel also felt the power that could hit his own entity. This made Enel suspicious for a while. Is it true that as long as a blue sea person with a little strength can master this kind of power that can attack his own entity? If so, that will overturn his previous judgment on the situation of Lan Hai. But what if you can meet yourself? One's own power is absolutely in great danger to anyone. Boom. The thunder in the sky is endless, as if the real Thor is roaring furiously. Let the people of the Holy Land and nearby Sky Island look at the sky with anxiety. Crack. Just when Sanji was about to approach Enel. A bolt of lightning shot from Enel's fingertips and struck Sanji. He couldn't help but let out a scream. For Enel, he can miss Sanji countless times. But only once hit. As far as Sanji is concerned, there is a catastrophe. Even with armament hockey in hand, but after all, I'm not particularly proficient. The improvement of physical fitness and other aspects is still very limited. And wanted to capture Enel in Thor's state, very difficult. That kind of extreme speed, as long as Enel is not complacent. Advertisement, it is very difficult to be really approached by people. In this way, even if you have mastered hockey, but you can't hit the target. Asking for flowers, it doesn't make much sense either. For such a result, Luca was not very surprised to know in the original history. When Sanji met Enel, he was instantly killed, now at least have the strength to fight. Although there may be almost no chance of winning. But that can only be attributed to Enel's strength. Even if he is arrogant, and even easily restrained and targeted. But it can grow to this point, it is also enough to show that Enel is not really a brainless person. And the previous swordsman also restrained Enel's arrogance a little bit. Damn it. Sanji, who was hit, although he had armament hockey on his body, the surface was still a little burnt black. I won't lose to green algae head, that guy can leave wounds on you, so can I. 8 inner gates, second gate, open the door. Boom. The earth and rocks collapsed directly under the airflow released by Sanji. Sanji was almost overloaded on the carry. This is the second gate of the 8 inner gates that he has not really mastered yet. There will be great sequelae after use. But the advantage is that it can lift the limitation of physical fatigue, overload and squeeze the potential to restore physical strength. To offset the fatigue and consumption caused by the first door. Let him maintain a stronger posture. 380. Sanji's bloodline factor, Enel's arc weapon. Devil Wind Foot. Big whirlwind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Footsteps all over the sky enveloped Enel. Smash all lightning along the way, even if it collides with lightning every time. It made Sanji's face look painful. You can even hear the sound of lightning penetrating into the bone and destroying it. But Sanji still didn't stop his onslaught. Footsteps all over the sky, like a whole wall of light shrouded over. Enel's whole body bloomed with violent lightning. He vowed to destroy the 720 man in the blue sea who knew nothing about the sky and the earth. Anyway, the swordsman used a weapon before. This guy wants to use his feet directly. How can a body of flesh and blood be compared with his own thunder and lightning? See how you burn him into coke, if it is the flesh and blood of common. Even with this immature armament hockey overlay, at this time, the dissipated lightning is enough to turn Sanji into coke. But unfortunately, Sanji is no ordinary flesh and blood. It is a Superman who has been transformed by the Germa 66 bloodline factor since childhood. Although when I was young, I didn't show any performance of steel and iron. Seems like common people, but with age and exercise. Its potential and talent are also extremely terrifying. Even this talent that can grow on its own, it may be the highest masterpiece of blood factor science and technology. Advertisement rather than the failed product that was judged at the beginning. So the thrill of thunder and lightning, as long as it doesn't destroy Sanji. On the contrary, it will activate the potential and talent in him. What? Then Enel saw a figure piercing through the thunder and lightning. He was not turned into coke by his lightning. Even the red-hot long legs are still entangled with lightning at this moment. Looking at the long legs that hit the streamer, Enel subconsciously raised the golden scepter to block. Pung. Click. But the golden scepter was directly broken by Sanji. The footprints are heavily reprinted on Enel. Enel screamed, with blood spurting out of his mouth, and the whole person flew out. Fluffy. With continuous explosions, he crashed into more than a dozen big trees in a horizontal building. Its destructive power is astonishing. Crack. But Sanji wanted to continue chasing, and found that there was also a fracture sound in his thigh. Although lightning can stimulate his potential, but suddenly so exciting. Plus the pressure from the second gate of the 8 inner gates. Sanji's body couldn't bear it all at once. The whole body seems to be falling apart. Die. Thunder kill gun. And at this moment, a long spear made of lightning, it was thrown out from the ruins where Enel flew upside down. Very fast. Sanji doesn't even have the strength to stand up right now. Advertisement: if you take this move head on, the whole body will be pierced, and there is no doubt that you will die. Enel took a kick though, but because of the extremely good observation hockey. At the critical moment, he dodged and avoided the vital point. This kick only broke 2 or 3 of his bones. I didn't react for a while. But after a while, they saw a huge arc inlaid with a lot of gold. It rose from not far away. Don't let him lose the fight. Instead, it turned into a flash of 0.6 lightning and shot out towards the outside. Absolutely intolerable. Billowing thunderclouds rose from the chimney of the arc and filled the sky. Enough. I want you all to die without a place to die. Seeing that the other party had changed again, Enel couldn't help being furious. Go straight to second gear, but Enel, who put down his harsh words, did not attack again immediately. With a bang, a punch sent the lightning spear flying. Second gear, and that's when Luffy finally made his move. It was as if he was completely played by these blue ocean people between applause and applause. After all, judging from Enel's tone and attitude just now, to understand is to completely kill himself and others. How did you turn around and run away, thus, escaped? Luffy looked confused. 381. Nika fruit is the superior fruit of Thunderfruit? This arc is not simply able to fly. The design drawings come from the Sky Island where Enel is located. A very historical and cultural island. It is said that this was once the vehicle of the gods. Use the same ability as yourself. It can greatly increase sleep for one's own fruit ability. And finer control. That's why he prefers to stay here for many years. Things to do too. One's own ability, coupled with the enhancement of Ark's ability. In Enel's vision, he is basically equivalent to an invincible existence. The flying boat is so handsome, Luffy said excitedly when he saw this. Yahahaha. Enel knew that his threat to Ganford and others was still valid. The ship has been built, or it could have been built at any time. They were just passive before, and right now Enel doesn't have time to deal with those trembling Sky Islanders just now. Compared to the people of Sky Island, the group of blue ocean people in front of him made him even more annoyed. After all, Sky Island people can handle it whenever they want. Anyway, can't escape. Advertisement, but these blue sea people, if let them escape. This will be the shame of his life. Luffy, be careful. Zoro saw the increasingly violent thunderclouds emerging from the inside of the ark. A solemn reminder. Don't worry, it's fine, Luffy said confidently. Smelting gold. After Enel's ark was vacated, it was not far from here, and it floated over all at once. Looking at Luffy, the palm of his hand is glowing, full of electricity, and he is holding the golden throne on the deck. Part of the gold melted instantly, tossed at Luffy by him at breakneck speed. If it wasn't for Luffy already in second gear, at this time, there is a high probability that his arms have been wrapped in gold and he has lost his fighting power. But Luffy, who is in the second gear, has a fast reaction speed. It made Enel more and more uneasy. With just a swish, Luffy appeared behind him in an instant. Rubber jet pistol. Pung. Luffy stretched and rebounded, and struck suddenly, without seeing the trajectory of the punch at all. I could only hear the sound of the air being exploded in an instant. Enel's body turned into electricity and quickly left the position. Dark clouds condensed in the sky, forming even more violent thunderclouds. Get out of here! Enel saw a mere blue ocean man stepping onto his own arc. Instant fury. Advertisement: a roaring brontosaurus was swung out by him. With all its teeth and claws, it rushed towards Luffy. It's useless. Luffy hockey and the like, nothing but pure fists. But there is another possibility. It shattered the brontosaur condensed by Enel. It is true that Nika fruit has rubbery properties. Said suddenly. That is, in the realm of God, the fruit of Nika sun god is higher than Thor god. That is to say, the natural restraint of ability. Then this guy is really unlucky, Zoro said with a smile. Nami's explanation is undoubtedly the most perfect at the moment. It confronted the thunder and lightning head-on, but there was no reaction at all. Damn it, Enel still doesn't understand what is going on with this blue ocean man. Why can Luffy block the lightning attack of Sky Island God without using Haki? Sanji finally asked the long-lost question. It is also indeed able to restrain thunder fruit. Formed a natural suppression of upper and lower positions. After colliding with the thunder and lightning, you can still feel the terrifying power of destruction. But Luffy hasn't used any Haki yet. I see, Luffy is rubber fruit, an insulator, Grandmaster Nami said. But Reka doesn't quite think so, so it is. As soon as the words came out, they were instantly recognized by Usopp and others. To know he covered with armament Haki. 382. Luffy fights Enel, penultimate's observation Haki. Reka's speculation is not groundless, but something that is very likely to exist. You should know that other fruit ability users usually don't have any additional titles. But the Logia fruit ability and the strength displayed are basically natural disasters. And above the natural disasters, people imagine that there is a god who dominates all these things. Reka even guessed that in ancient times, many Logia-capable people might have godhood. And obviously Nika sun god fruit, it should be above most of the fruits of the god position. And the title of the god of Sky Island is estimated to have continued in this way. So even if it's Luffy's, it's not real rubber fruit. Enel's thunder fruit is indeed restrained. While Reka's thoughts are racing, Luffy and Enel are already fighting fiercely together. Jet machine gun, jet bazooka, jet pistol. Boom boom boom. The air continued to explode, and Luffy entered the second gear, and the speed and power were much stronger. Every blow made Enel not want to be tough, because the fist of this blue ocean man, even if it doesn't cover that terrible power. You can also hit yourself directly, and the lightning that had been boosted by the arc didn't work either. Advertisement because facing Luffy, a freak who is not afraid of any lightning at all. Whether the power of thunder and lightning is increased or not, it has no effect at all. Enel had never fought a fight like this makes me very helpless. Whether it is the swordsman just now or the guy who is good at kicking skills. Although powerful, he suffered a disadvantage, but Enel believes, just give him a little time. Pack these two guys. He thinks it's still okay, but this skinny monkey completely ignored his lightning attack. This makes him have no choice but to fight in close quarters. Because lightning conducts gold, it converts electrical energy into heat energy. This is the only way to hope to hurt this blue ocean man. Fortunately, at least, he will not be completely helpless. But this kind of existence is like the natural enemy of thunderfruit. It cannot be allowed to continue to exist. Whoosh, the half-melted gold that comes from the stabbing has a terrifying temperature. Luffy wanted to dodge, but Enel predicted it first. The many reactions of the previous swordsman let him get a little confused. But now Enel has gradually calmed down and adapted. Advertisement with the help of radio waves, Shinwang opens to ultimate. If Thunderbolt is of any use to this guy, he still doesn't rely on Shinwang. Directly covered by lightning firepower, you can hit the enemy. Much better than the half-baked Luffy right now. Pong, amidst howling, Luffy also fought back. But Enel kicks Luffy and kicks him out of the hospital. Luffy dodged again and again, but in the end he was stabbed many times in the arms and other non-vital places. Then the golden gun stabbed continuously, but now I have to rely more on Shinwang. Pong. Enel's observation Haki, enhanced by radio waves, appeared ahead of time at the location where Luffy was avoiding. It's still useless. This kind of attempt shows that Enel is not giving up. Easy, Qian Zhaohao, predicted Luffy's attack. A golden gun pierces past. Dodge all his attacks. Damn it, I can't hit it. Do you guys understand observation Haki? Obviously, under the blessing of thunder and lightning, Enel's observation Haki. Thunderbird. Then Enel subconsciously shot out an electric bird, which hit Luffy with precision. But blocked by Luffy covering Haki with both hands. It's so hot, it hurts. After being hit, Luffy couldn't help grinning. At this time, Robin walked over with a thoughtful face, and at the same time subconsciously looked at the sky above the vines. But now Shinwang is upgraded to Ultimate's Enel. It seems that Enel is not a complete reckless guy. At least he still has some coping strategies, not as bad as I remember. Reka continued to look at 383. Knowledge-colored confrontation method, the importance of intellectuals. She passed the research on the damage to the ruins just now. A rather startling conclusion has now been drawn. That is the holy land of the Sandia people now. It is likely that the rising current rushed into the sky. Because she came to the bottom of the ruins, it was found that there were amazing traces of penetration. In addition, she just saw the whole island from the top of a giant tree. I still think that this holy place is the same as the map of Gaia Island that has been handed down for hundreds of years. More precisely, a combination of the two, it is a complete map hundreds of years ago. Nature is really incredible. Robin looked at the sky above the vines and said with emotion. She has reason to believe that the Golden Bell Tower, once famous to the sea, should be somewhere in the vines. This is a very reasonable guess. 727. The entire island was washed up and penetrated. On the way to hang again, naturally something might fall. And Enel though is also looking for the Golden Clock Tower. But his thinking is similar to that of normal people. I feel that since the ruins are on the ground, the big Golden Bell Tower was probably buried somewhere in the ground. Never thought that this bell tower would be at a certain vine above his temple. Made the mistake of being dark under the lights. Advertisement. It's amazing, you can get this result in such a short time. Listening to Robin's emotion in her gaze, Reka said with sincere admiration, if it wasn't for knowing these things in advance from the perspective of God. Take CBDG, Reka's current own cognitive abilities. At most, I figured out the general outline of the island. And not like Robin, judging by some traces of the ruins. This island is the island that was washed up halfway from the Blue Sea people. It is even more impossible to speculate that the big clock tower may be on it. You already knew? Robin asked himself, seeing that Reka had no problem. Instead, praise yourself, she reacted immediately. That's right, you already know something about this island, so, Reka-san, can you tell me where the historical article is now? Robin was a little surprised at first, but think of Reka's previous affirmation that there are historical texts on this island. If you want to come to Reka, you may have known that this is part of Gaia Island. Just don't know how he knew. Above, it is integrated with the big clock tower. Reka pointed to the vine vacuum indifferently. At this time, Luffy and Enel are fighting more and more fiercely. The combat power was berserk, screaming, wanting to knock down the opponent. Damn it, if that's the case, then I'll be in a daze. Luffy found himself most attacked. Basically all were predicted, several times of ferocious attacks, without success. Can only think of a way to deal with Enel's observation haki. Advertisement with Enel concentrating on dealing with Luffy with observation haki. Luffy can't really keep up with Enel's lightning speed and anticipation even in second gear. But Luffy's fighting instincts, very scary, grows fast too. Since actions with thoughts can be predicted, but in this way, Luffy has a new problem. Robin had seen that look a lot before. It seems to be saying silently, it is your honor to be with me. Sure enough, the big clock tower is up there. Robin confirmed his guess from Reka. Even cute, there was subconscious arrogance in his eyes. But for some reason, this look appeared on this man. She just finds it funny. Luffy dangled like sleepwalking. Yuan dodged Enel's attack again and again. This should not have been predicted. It does make Enel a little unpredictable. Then let yourself go completely, especially pirates. There are as many arrogant ones as Crucian carp crossing the river. All by instinct, unconscious action. Maybe it's because he knows his true temperament? But if Enel doesn't attack him, Luffy can't fight back instinctively. That is, although his movements cannot be predicted. Do you want to go and have a look first? Reka said lightly. ADVERTISEMENT 384. Crazy fierce battle, Enel began to counseling. Luffy soon realizes this too, but if you are just in a daze, there is simply no way to give Enel a decent attack. At most, it has an advantage in avoiding attacks. Rubber, jet pistol. Pung. Fist piercing the air, the speed is amazing. Seeing this, Enel smiled. Why, don't you hide? Smelting guns. Enel's entire golden sea turned into golden guns in a molten state. They shot at Luffy intensively. In this way, it is considered that Luffy is rubber. But as long as it is scratched, a large piece of flesh and blood will be taken away. Hitting it will kill it too. Second gear, shave. Whoosh, but Luffy is nimble, like a flash of light. And more. Don't hide, as long as my speed is faster than yours, it's fine even if I'm predicted. Whoosh. The moment Luffy's words fell, Enel suddenly noticed Luffy's punch actually made multiple right-angle turns at extremely high speed in midair. And every time you turn a corner, the speed actually increases again. When he finally approached Enel's eyes, the speed increased suddenly. And the trajectory changes are too complicated, although his heart network can still vaguely predict. But it's not that timely anymore. Advertisement, rubber, jet Orochi. Pung. The moment when Luffy's fist hit Enel's face and sent him flying. Enel was also stunned, but the moment he flew upside down, the golden gun in his hand also raised up and made a final counterattack. There was a chirping sound, and the golden gun flashed across Luffy's arm. There was a scorched black smell and a bright bloodstain. Luffy grinned in pain. When Reka saw this, there was a trace of surprise on his face. Isn't this the prototype of the fourth gear? Fourth gear? Robin looked over curiously. Some people don't quite understand what Reka is talking about. Damn it. Enel shot towards Luffy again and launched a fierce attack on Luffy. The golden gun shadows all over the sky look extremely dangerous and spectacular. But in fact, most of the lightning abilities are useless. Enel played very aggrieved. Logically speaking, if your own lightning is useful, he could have blasted the guy in front of him into coke long ago. Puffy. When the two confronted each other, shock waves of astonishing waves arose. Wherever it went, everything was destroyed, like destruction incarnate. Subject of disaster. Enel suffered many blows, and several bones were broken. It hurts him, the so-called god. Advertisement, asking for flowers. He also completely lost his demeanor and yelled many times. Luffy's body is also full of traces of golden guns and high-temperature burns. Damn blue sea people, looks like Luffy can win, Zoro said confidently. Although the enemy is strong, I have to be cowardly. Why, as I said, there is no irreversible conflict between us. As long as you are willing to stop, I can let you go, Enel said this. He was extremely afraid in his heart, too much risk for Enel. And the stronger the fight against Fang Yu, the crazier it will be. Isn't that of course, ahem. Sanji coughed lightly and then silently lit a cigarette. Up to now, the cost and possibility of killing this Blue Ocean man has become lower and lower. Are you really going to fight with me? Enel asked with a gloomy face after sweeping away Luffy with a golden gun. Luffy is sure to win. There is another strength that is temporarily unknown. But the guy who had easily crushed his divine sanction. Of course, although he wants to kill Luffy too. It means that he has lost his mind, but if it goes on like this, keep fighting. There are also two blue sea people who can cause damage to themselves. But now the skinny monkey is not the only one in front of him. ADVERTISEMENT 385. You must be beaten, they have treated me to dinner. I really can't solve these blue ocean people, that can only be done. Anyway, the ark has been built, just get out of here. To the endless land, I probably won't have anything to do with these guys in the future. Those guys are the ones who invited me to dinner. With you here, they have to live in fear all the time. So, I must beat you. Luffy pressed the brim of his hat and said seriously. The law of Sky Island they have seen, 087. And the Kona's father and daughter helped them. Just for these insignificant guys who you haven't known for a long time, it's really out of reach. Enel couldn't help but angrily said. Just for this, you can put your own life aside, just like a lunatic. That's right, rubber, armed with a jet machine gun. Bang 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 bang. With violent fists, every blow smashed a small hill. The fist is so fast that even the phantom can't see it. Boom on Enel. You stupid idiot, if you gamble your own life like this, then I'll make you happy. Enel felt that he couldn't convince this idiot. Then just go all out and kill it, all he could pray for now. That is this guy, the strongest among this group of blue sea people. Otherwise, even kill him, advertisement you will be in danger too. Enel subconsciously looked at the sky, the whole sky, a huge range. It's filled with thunderclouds. Ordinary thunder and lightning certainly can't solve this rubber B********. But if it is, Lei Ying, that must work. Because of the condensed thunder welcome, what is contained inside is not just the force area of lightning. There is also the energy of the lightning ball after the lightning collision. Such pure energy is enough to destroy everything in the world. Because the moment Lei Ying releases, the temperature and energy will boil to ultimate. It's sure to melt this rubber. He once used this blow to sink an entire Kong Lin. That is his hometown. Now the thundercloud is almost condensed. There is an arc to help gather these thunderclouds. Speed is fast. In this way, send all the blue sea people to hell at the same time. That way you don't have to worry about knocking this guy down. He was also targeted by other blue ocean people, Enel, but that's when Enel is focusing on Luffy. From the vine behind him, a figure suddenly jumped out, roaring. The moment Enel realized it, advertisement Waipa, who was covered in bruises, hugged Enel directly from behind. Enel was attacked though, but don't care, because these Sandias can't hurt themselves at all. I have always been playing with them with the mentality of cat and mouse. Otherwise, if he really wants to get rid of them for real. These Sandias had been cleaned up by him long ago. How could it be possible to often jump around on the Holy Land? These guys are just a little spice in his boring life. What a bunch of guys who can't learn their lesson. Enel even just glanced at the arm on his shoulder out of the corner of his eye. Immediately, the lightning will be released, turning it into coke. He's in a bad mood right now, no time to play with these guys. Just kill it and it's over. Waipa, at this time, Aisha also ran over. Lan Shi and other cadres also rushed over. They awoke from their coma. Waipa 5.5 Pa. They knew what Waipa was planning and what Waipa had prepared. Success or failure, Waipa is likely to die, so there is lingering sadness in their eyes. Die, discharge. Enel said lightly, and then prepared to mobilize his abilities. Electrocute this guy. But at this time, he found that his thunder and lightning could not be used. And I felt an unprecedented weakness. 386, Waipa bet his life on Paikabe. Such a feeling. Enel felt it for the first time. This made him inevitably look terrified. Ability gone? Can't use it? The body is still extremely weak. How so? Although Sky Island has many blue sea people arriving. But Enel is extremely arrogant. He has always looked down at them with the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse. Although I know Seastone, I never thought that someone could hold this thing close to me. And the Sandias are enemies with all outsiders, and the news in the village is actually very close. You shouldn't know these things, but sometimes fatal points are formed. It often comes from the most inconspicuous existence at ordinary times. Enel, follow me on the road together. We have figured out that as long as you have special abilities, you will definitely be disgusted by the sea, and this stone exudes the same breath as the sea. Vipa, the eyes are filled with a strong color of madness. He had already put life and death aside. At the same time, he holds a volley shell that is more than 10 times more powerful than a shock shell in his hand. Right in the back of Enel. Enel sensed it, the look of fear in the eyes. Advertisement, even he is afraid of death, and this time, he might be killed. Stop it. It's late, die, Enel, Ka, Wave presses the row and hits the shell. Boom. A terrifying shockwave that was terrifying enough to tear apart the small mountain burst out. The surrounding air exploded. The moment the platoon strike was launched, Vipa's entire arm, which was shocked by the terrifying shock force, seemed to be twisted into a twisted shape. The clothes all over his body were shattered, and the bones, flesh and blood were all shocked by horror because of the dirt. His whole body was also blown out. He was thrown into the air like a torn sack, unable to struggle, mouthfuls of blood kept gushing out. His eyes immediately turned white, and he lost consciousness. Weipa, Lan Chi and other Sandias couldn't help crying out in grief. Luffy subconsciously stopped his attack. He doesn't understand the current situation. Why did these guys suddenly appear, and an attack on Enel? And the side that launched the attack suffered such a terrible shock force. The shockwave attack that Enel suffered was only strong but not weak. I saw Enel also spit out a mouthful of blood, and then he fell to the ground stiffly, losing his breath. Died. What kind of attack was that just now? Advertisement. It's more than 10 times stronger than the shells they used before. Sea Stone. Very smart. This sudden change shocked the entire Straw Hat Pirates. Especially after feeling the breath of Enel, it really disappeared completely. They're even more unbelievable. Such a powerful god was killed like this? Although the incident happened suddenly, Wei saw Wave as means of preparation. They also think it is not impossible. If touched by a sea stone, all abilities will be lost. Get hit directly by that powerful blaster shell again. Even a small mountain will be smashed to pieces. This does have the potential to kill Enel. It's just that the Lords is really beginning. It's not that easy to die, Reka said lightly while everyone was in a trance. Sensing from breath, Enel is indeed dead, only a faint consciousness is left to function. But observation hockey is not at the level of Reka. It cannot be sensed. What? Everyone looked at Reka in surprise. When the Sandia heard this, it was obviously unacceptable. Looked at Reka, then looked back at Enel. He was hit head-on by such a taboo and dangerous object as Pebe. How could Enel be alive? 387. Destroy everything. Terror, Lei Ying, comes. But Reka fell silent. Enel's heart, which had no vitality at all, suddenly burst into strands of electric current. Then the whole heart beat suddenly. Enel's last sliver of consciousness. In the end, he used his lightning ability to pace himself. Then Enel snapped his eyes open and stood up. He wasn't really dead just now. It's just a sudden and powerful impact, just caused a cardiac arrest. Of course, if someone made up the knife just now. It is indeed possible to kill Enel, but it's hard to think of anyone. In that terrifying shockwave, Enel still has the possibility of surviving. This shows that his ability to resist blows is not as useless as it seems on the surface. How could it be? Weipa's life-threatening attack is useless. The warriors of the Sandia saw this scene. They all paralyzed on the ground in despair. This is already the highest specification attack they have so far. In the case of a clear hit, can't kill Enel yet. Advertisement, they don't know what to do anymore. Is there anything else to bring down or kill this monster? After Enel's resurrection, his eyes became colder than ever. Just now, I encountered a real crisis of death. If it wasn't for the anti-shock force, the Wipeout bombs would fly out, allowing him to mobilize the ability to thunder with the wisp of consciousness before coma at the critical moment. He is most likely dead, and this shouldn't have happened. Enough. Get rid of all the eyesores. Enel turned into a bolt of lightning and soared into the air. He rushed directly into the thundercloud that was almost slag just now. Stop, Enel. Seeing Enel flying up into the sky, Luffy immediately reacted and said, boom. But as soon as Luffy jumped up, a bolt of lightning struck Luffy. Although it didn't do much for him, but the kinetic energy from the impact can still knock Luffy down to the ground. Enel is not going to take any chances now. Don't let anyone come near him. He has made a decision. Then use Lei Ying to erase everything here. He stood in a terrible thunderstorm. Under the control of his thunder and lightning, the arc also rose rapidly, simultaneously running at full power. Advertisement. The rolling thunderclouds are getting more and more violent. Rumbling. The sound of the thunderstorm is getting denser and more terrifying. It's like the end of the world is coming. Enel, Nuahow, seized this opportunity and waved his hands. Luffy is rubber, even if Enel keeps dropping him from the air. Enel spared no expense, but in this way, it will be very difficult for Luffy to get close to Enel and hit him. Under the blessing of lightning, golden guns smashed on Luffy with terrifying kinetic energy. Then what is that? Suddenly, many people under the thundercloud widened their eyes and looked at the terrifying electric ball in the sky that looked like a sinking planet in horror. Damn! Luffy, who was shot down from the air by Enel, did not give up. My whole body and soul are trembling, gives a very uneasy feeling. Soar to the sky again. A series of lightning bolts, like mountains, leapt across the sky, looking full of destruction. Everyone on the two islands looked up at the sky in fear. But time and time again Enel breaks out of midair. Even if it costs a lot of gold, can't hurt him either. The roar doesn't stop. The thunder and lightning began to gather at one point. Do crazy compression. 388, nowhere to escape, doomsday comes. If only it was like the end of the world just now. Now everyone feels that the end is really approaching at this moment. Yahahaha. All the eyesores, disappear. Enel looked down. Saw the terrified Sky Islanders and Sandiers. He enjoyed the feeling of being in awe. Now it is finally possible to silence all opposing voices. Come on. Enel's whole body released intense white lightning. Such dense lightning is like a net opening, covering the entire center of the thundercloud storm. The entire horror was huge, a thunderball that enveloped the entire island. Under the control of Enel. Fall slowly, but even if the fall is slow, it is 597 for the people on Sky Island. It is also extremely hopeless, because the thunderball is too huge, covering the entire island. Within this limited time, there was no way they could escape the island. And even for people who are more common, at this moment, you can also see how terrifying this terrifying thunderball is. Sky Island, is it about to be destroyed? Ganfor stared blankly at the sky. Run away. The people on Sky Island suddenly became nervous. Although I know it is unlikely to escape, but it is also impossible for them to watch themselves being swallowed by the thunderball. Advertisement, especially those who live on the fringes of space. I feel that there is still a chance of escaping, and in fact it is. The people of the whole Sky Island fled in panic. They don't know what's going on. It can only be concluded that their gods are crazy. Luffy, Reka-san. The Kona's father and daughter also looked at the Holy Land with concern. Eyes full of worry. At the same time, it is also speculated that this change probably has something to do with them. But whatever happened, the god they have always worshipped is now going to destroy the entire island. This is what lies ahead. It's over, everything is forgotten. We can't escape, we don't have time to escape at all. We're dead. What the hell happened? What else can it be? I've said it before, Enel is not like Lord Ganford at all, he is a benevolent god. Shush, you don't want to die, you can say things like this casually. Shut up, I'm going to die now, there's nothing else I can say. The other side was silent. Did you come and save us, CBCA? Enel. I won't let you destroy Sky Island. Luffy looked at this enough to make the Sandians despair. Thunderball that makes Zoro, Sanji and others feel powerless. Still a trend that hasn't given up, advertisement. Jet. Tempest. Fluffy. Luffy skyrocketed, his fighting power was fully activated, and his whole body was like a firework bursting with destructive power. A rubber fist blasted into the thundercloud. It seems that a lot of thunder and lightning were scattered, but the thunder and lightning crackled and dissipated. Together again, of course, I can't hurt this weird rubber guy with lightning. But his own lightning cannot be destroyed, especially these highly compressed thunderstorms. Now stir the wind and rain inside, it will only make the thunderstorm ferment faster. It's useless, Zoro said in a deep voice, his hand already on the weapon. Although it will not interfere with Luffy's fight now. But if Lei Ying really fell down, it is impossible for him to have no resistance at all. Luffy's hands are not wrapped in gold by Enel, could it be that they can't crush this thunder? Reka frowned slightly after taking a look. If Luffy can't figure it out, then you can only do it yourself. And this also means that their training is over. It's useless. No matter how many thunderbolts you smash, I want as much as I want. Enel doesn't fight Luffy head on now. He just needs to wait for Lei Ying to fall completely. All enemies will be wiped out, so he turned into lightning. Freezing above the thunderclouds, avoiding the possible beheading of Luffy. 389. If Reka-san is here, your plan is doomed to fail. Damn it, Enel. Luffy kept smashing thunderbolts and being reassembled all the time. Seeing that Lei Ying is getting lower and lower, I'm afraid the entire Sky Island and the enemies will be destroyed soon. Armed. Luffy had no choice but to upgrade the armament hockey he had mastered to ultimate. Pung. Under this punch, the entire Lei Ying was blasted out of a fist-head-sized cave. Transparent front and back. There is no way to supplement the thunder and lightning in other places for a while. Come here. What? Enel was taken aback when he saw this. This blue ocean man actually destroyed Lei Ying's stability just now. But it's okay, even if he can destroy Lei Ying's stability now. But it doesn't take much time to fall. These guys are all going to die. It worked. Great. But Luffy didn't give up. Since it works, he can make a final attempt. Seeing this, Reka didn't make a move either, just quietly watching the developments. Rubber, Jet Orochi machine gun. Covering armament hockey's arm, waving it all over the sky, one arm blasted out continuously, constantly refracting inside Lei Ying. Almost in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. The entire interior of Lei Ying was almost extended by Luffy's replenishment order, and the arm that was constantly blasting around hockey was covered. Fist strength and hockey are overflowing, and the whole body is trembling visibly. It seems that the next moment, it will collapse. Damn it. Stop it. Seeing this, Enel said angrily, and had no choice but to take the initiative. If this guy is allowed to destroy his Lei Ying, There is nothing I can do against these guys. Pung. A bolt of lightning struck Luffy. Enel kicked heavily on Luffy's waist. Then the spear stabbed, and took a smear of blood from Luffy's face. I got you. But Luffy, who was attacked by Enel, suddenly grinned. Enel suddenly felt bad, looked down, and found that Luffy's arm, like a long snake, wrapped around his waist. Rubber, jet pistol. Pung. Enel punched Luffy hard in the face. At this distance, there is no way to turn into lightning. This heavy punch immediately caused blood to splatter on Enel's face, and his facial bones were almost deformed. I won't let you destroy this place, Peeved, but again, Enel can't dodge, which means Luffy can't dodge. The hot golden gun passed under Luffy's belly. Advertisement. Blood dripping. Asking for flowers. Zero. Luffy's armament hockey isn't always available. Zero, and it got even stronger. Gather Lei Ying, who was about to be crushed by Luffy just now. With Reka-san around, your plan is doomed to fail, and my mission is to defeat you, Luffy said seriously. As soon as Enel knocked on the jade drum behind him, the thunder and lightning raged wildly, and the whole arc was also pulled. Fluffy. And Luffy kept hitting Enel's face with another fist. Both of them were beaten with blood, and their consciousness was a bit blurred. More thunderclouds coming up. Keep waving the golden spear. Luffy dodges if he can. Suddenly, Enel smiled like a winner. You are too late. Let's sing. The thunder and lightning that will destroy the world. But on Luffy's arm, Black's armament hockey flashed. So it was assassinated in many places. Damn blue sea people, let me go. Enel tried to struggle, and even waved the golden spear, stabbing at the arm wrapped around his body. This drives Enel crazy in no time. The spear pierced it, and there was a clang, splashing sparks. If you can't dodge it, use armament hockey to fight it. But because of Enel's continuous attacks, ADVERTISEMENT 390. The noon sun, disregarding the gods. Failed? Yahahaha. Are you kidding me? Who do you think lousy is? I'm a god? Enel listened to Luffy's baseless words. I couldn't help laughing wildly, like an elephant mocking an ant's overreach. The condensed Lei Ying went completely berserk. Even he, who has the ability to thunder, is not sure to stop. Why are these guys, especially seeing how confident they are? Enel laughed angrily, and then launched a swift, 417, attack on Luffy. Even knowing that thunder and lightning are of little use to him. It's time to greet everyone, because he didn't believe that the accumulation of lightning to a certain extent would be ineffective against this guy. Rubber, jet guns. Fluffy, the two of you come and go, fighting fiercely amidst thunder. At this point, the two are already in the most primitive shopping posture. Fighting at close range, blood continued to splash from the two of them. But the more they fought, the more adrenaline surged crazily. There is only one goal in their eyes, and that is to defeat the enemy in front of them. Either way, but in Enel's view, time is on his side. Because when Lei Ying fell, this guy was excluded due to probability. Advertisement. Everyone else will disappear from this world completely. Just taste the pain of losing everything. Enel's eyes were crazy. Since it is physically difficult to destroy this rubber backsheet, then destroy him spiritually and completely. You are the one who loses. Luffy's unwavering will turned into a roar like thunder. Blue Ocean people, why? Lan Chi and other Sandias looked at the crazy Luffy and couldn't understand it. Aren't these Blue Ocean people just arrived at Sky Island? Why is the determination to eradicate Enel stronger than them, not weaker? This is our captain, a nosy captain. Zoro and the others smiled knowingly. But this thing is too scary. Sanji looked at the descending Lei Ying and couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Such a terrible attack. Can Reka-san hold it off? The mighty Thunder Kamui made Zoro feel a little uncertain. They know Reka is strong, very strong, face natural disasters that cover the entire island. Still breathtaking and shocking, even Zoro Sanji. Usopp Chopper is already screaming in despair. Reka-san, help. Also, people all over Sky Island. The mood went from despair and fear to hope, and fell into deeper despair again. When Lei Ying appeared, advertisement. They're all desperate. But when there was a figure dancing wildly in Lei Ying showed signs of collapsing, and they seemed to see the dawn again. But that Thunderball is rioting now, even if they don't understand the specifics. I also know that the Thunderball has become even more terrifying. Are you okay? Robin looked at Reka calmly, but there was anxiety in the depths of his eyes. It's just that it's not obvious because it's not afraid of death. But the terrifying degree of this Thunderball still makes people tremble uncontrollably. Reka. Nami looked at Reka weakly. There is no problem, at this moment, the time is just right. Hearing Reka's words, Nami immediately felt relieved. Through the layers of thunderclouds, Reka's eyes saw the hot sun on Takashima above the thunderclouds. Lifted Rita the axe with one hand. Boom. The terrifying sun magic power boils from Reka, like a sun that is getting closer and closer. A tsunami like golden light shot out, dispel the darkness shrouded by Lei Ying. The vast gold sun magic power spreads out like a vast ocean. The horror of its energy makes the whole world tremble. The atmosphere even made the sound of crackling about to break. Under the world, I am the only one who respects me. The arrogant words overshadowed the rolling thunder between heaven and earth at this moment. 391. Broken thunder, titan of light. a beam of light hangs down from a higher sky with a domineering and dazzling posture. It bombarded the area above this frightening thunderball. On the first day of junior high school, the thunderball was attacked fiercely, and the pace of sinking suddenly accelerated. This made everyone who looked at the thunderball couldn't help but exclaim. Between the heaven and the earth, there was an earth-shattering roar. Then this ray of the sun's magic power frantically tore apart a thunderball. There was a stalemate for about 2 seconds. This dazzling beam of light shot straight through the thunderball. The light shone directly on Reka. The boiling magic power of the sun spread out overwhelmingly, covering the entire island in an instant. In the light, Reka's figure skyrocketed and became like a light titan. Hold high the axe, Rita. Ray Ying and Sun Magic. At the moment one is laid on the ground. 21. One fell from the sky. It seems that 2 distinct worlds have been formed. This scene stunned everyone. This seems to be a majestic and magnificent hymn like the death of the world. At this moment, a steady stream of sun magic power poured in from the sky as if the embankment had burst, further tearing up this Lei Ying. Resounding with Reka's words, the whole Lei Ying is booming. Afterwards, it was visible to the naked eye that the entire Lei Ying was gradually cracking open. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were pressing down on Lei Ying. Like breaking a watermelon, the whole Lei Ying was torn apart step by step. Advertisement, impossible. This is impossible. Seeing this, Enel screamed out of composure. This is Ray Ying. His strongest trick. It has grown so large, even he, a thunderfruit-capable user, might not be able to calm down. The result is a blue ocean man. At this moment, he wanted to tear it apart with such a rough and crazy gesture. It looks like it will be a success. Such a reality, he cannot imagine, cannot accept. I told you earlier, you're doomed. Rubber, jet bazooka. At this moment, Luffy seized the opportunity of Enel's dismay. Both palms slapped Enel heavily like a mountain peak. Just snapped a few of his bones, at the same time shooted directly out. What the hell is going on? A god. Looking at the gorgeous sky, Gamfor, who had been a god. At this moment, I couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. This light, at this moment, pierced all the darkness. Oh merciless sun. Explode. Reka's vast and solemn voice sounded out of thin air. But even more amazing than thunder, the beam of light piercing through Lei Ying, suddenly emits a more piercing light. It was as if the whole sun had exploded. Boom. Advertisement. There was a terrifying explosion sound. Darkness and light exploded at the same time. A terrifying flame shockwave was released in the sky. In the core area, soaring energy clusters rise like clouds. The energy scattered in all directions hits all around in a circular posture, covering at least hundreds of kilometers of airspace. Like a stunning firework, everyone is stunned. The soul is numb. The body and mind are hit like never before. The 573 flames stayed in the sky and never dissipated for a long time. Everyone stared dumbfounded. No one said a word for a long time. Because I don't know what to say. Wait until the flames gradually dissipate. Everyone reacted. Thunderball disappeared. We are saved. What the hell happened on the Holy Land? At this moment, many people feel like they are in a dream. There is an absurd, very unreal feeling. It really did it. Robin looked at Lei Ying, who was completely torn apart, and was extremely shocked. This seems to be much stronger than in Alabasta. At least it was an army of millions at that time. It is also impossible to survive under this thunderball. Point 392. Shocking Sky Island. Enel is completely defeated. Damn. Despicable blue sea people. Enel was almost crazy at this moment. And in this madness, there is still a fear that I haven't felt for many years. And this fear is stronger than any similar emotion before. Because he has never met such a monster. That domineering attitude, arrogant eyes. Even if there are no words at this moment, he could feel the man with the one-handed axe too. Disdain that comes naturally, as if he is God. And he is a mortal who is looked down upon by the gods. Yahahaha. Enel laughed desperately. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the so-called god. In fact, they are just human beings, not really almighty. His heart was pulled off the altar. Rubber, Jet King gun. Luffy said that the whole body was intended to cover armament Haki's case. Also broke out Conqueror's Haki, that overbearing breath. Thrill Enel. Even took his eyes off that monster man. Because this guy in front of him is also a monster he can't understand. And at this moment, an extremely terrifying fist was blasted out. Advertisement. The arms are elongated, covered in black arm color, rebounded at high speed, and Hanabi appears on the air arms. That is the phenomenon of high speed and violent friction between the arm and the air. Boom. Enel, who had already been seriously injured by this punch, and whose mental breakdown was broken, couldn't dodge it at all. It hit his stomach firmly. Terrifying power, like a super strong hurricane and tsunami, poured into his body at once. The force of the fist piercing through the body even pierced through the arc, and then blasted the tall vines behind it into a hole several meters wide. And under a mighty punch, Enel's consciousness is also completely lost. Into the dark. Fall from the sky with his arc. That's Enel. God? Was knocked down? At this time, the thunderclouds gradually dispersed. Enel, who is falling, is being watched by everyone at this moment. The horror in my eyes is indescribable. In fact, since Thunderball, most of them know that it must have something to do with Enel. Because of the power of God, the world knows it, it's just that they don't understand. Why did God destroy them? Can only feel the boundless despair, but now the almighty and invincible God. It fell from the temple, advertisement either way. It's unbelievable for them right now, God, really got knocked down. Are we saved? Father, Konus also saw this scene. The Blue Sea people knocked Enel down. Lan Chi and the other Sandias stared blankly at the group of Blue Sea people. She looked at her father incredulously. Are you crazy? The Holy Land is. I'm going. My father is still on the Holy Land, some craftsmen, family members insisted. Only to find that the Holy Land has lost its God. They are so amazing. This way everyone doesn't have to die. Konus hugged Yunyu, crying with joy. They are even more eager to go back to the time when the god Ganfer ruled before. Those Blue Ocean people ended the rule of the almighty god Enel. Ah, I think it should be, shall we go to the Holy Land? She can't tell the difference between reality and dream. At this time, because he was fully awake, then what are they still afraid of? That's right, I'm going too. Has a god defeated another god? Good Li Jiao, lie. This is too far-fetched, the man wanted to say something. Compared to Enel, a rule that punishes and eliminates at every turn. ADVERTISEMENT 393. The tragedy caused by unable to keep the agreement. Blue Sea people. Vipa looked at Luffy who fell from the sky exhausted. Look at that Reka who still exudes divine light, feeling very complicated, even confused for a while. Then his eyes gradually became firmer. Even if Enel is gone, the people from the Blue Sea are still invaders. That's how he was educated. Everyone who steps into this land is their enemy. The Sky Islanders have plundered their land for far too long. Now Enel is down, they just need to expel the Blue Sea people. They will be able to fulfill the long-cherished wish of their ancestors. I think, 123, what your ancestors wanted to take back may not be this land. Luo Guang was standing near the group of Shandians. Enel fell into the White Sea and is even falling. Except for Reka, I guess no one can pursue it, and after such a defeat. Enel is also unlikely to come back, his mind is broken. And there's nothing worth revenge for, just in case I meet these Blue Ocean people again. What will be the result? Advertisement, shut up, what do you Blue Ocean people know? Hearing Robin's words, Vipa looked over with cold eyes. But there was no aggressive, CBAI, performance for a while. Because the man who can tear Lei Ying apart is not far away. There is absolutely no chance of winning in a head-to-head confrontation. So don't be rash, no, those guys, do you still want to continue to make trouble? Usopp watched as the Sandians who woke up one after another gathered together again. And be wary of them, can't help but feel a little speechless. These guys are really persistent. Why, Vipa, are you alright? And the big commotion just now. It has already attracted other Sandia people. Even the chief personally brought people over. And of course saw Enel fall. They dared to come and see the situation. Some of them can see clearly. The last thing to see is Enel falling from the sky. They even have fun guessing, is this Wipa's battle plan a success? Patriarch. Aisha saw the Patriarch and others rushing over, her face lit up with joy. Not far away, Ganfer also rushed over with the craftsman to check the situation. Advertisement Enel is down. Sometimes it's not necessarily a good thing. Because the conflict between the people of Sky Island and the people of Shandia still exists objectively. It seems that the matter has not been fully resolved. Nami rubbed her temple in distress. Robin didn't get angry, but held his chin and meditated for a few seconds. Say a name. Wen Bran, Luo Zan. What did you say? Hearing this name, not only Weipa, but even the chief who came over were stunned. How could this Blue Ocean man know this name? The name of this man who made a promise with his ancestors. I guess, you are so eager to take back this land, it should have something to do with this man. Your ancestors were good friends with him. I was lucky to see his logbook. Of course, the logbook was given by Kulik there. And this is indeed a bold guess by Robin, judging by their reactions. She must have guessed right. When Bran, Roland, is a big liar in Blue Ocean because he once said that he saw the golden city of Shandora, and he has been stigmatized for hundreds of years. What? Hearing Robin's words, Wipa and the chief were taken aback, and then burst into tears of grief. No need for too many words. Their results are caused by what? Because their ancestors failed to keep the promise. I couldn't wait for them to arrive at Guy Island, but suddenly came to Sky Island. 394. Playing the Golden Bell Tower, the end of an era. Those who can't fulfill the man's oath, that led to this great hero who once saved their clan. Misunderstood by the world as a big liar, so many years. They're trying to take this land back. I just hope that one day the Blue Sea people will come. Can tell them that this is the former Golden City Shandora. It's a place to say goodbye to a certain man. It is also the generation of ancestors who told that man. They have always kept their vows, waiting for their arrival. Even if they came to this completely strange place. But, man, a promise between benefactors, they never forget. Are you telling the truth? The chief asked tremblingly. Here's a comic book about his story. Robin took out a comic book and handed it to the chief. How could it be? How could it be like this? Just seeing the title of the book, the chief didn't dare to read anymore, feeling pain and guilt in his heart. It's not too late. His descendants still believe in all of this. For so many years, they have been looking for your existence on Guy Island. Now, it's time to rectify the name of this so-called big liar. Reka walked over and said lightly. Roland still has descendants alive. And still believe in that oath. If it was despair and pain just now. Advertisement, then this is a bright light. This was a surprise they never expected. Unexpectedly, hundreds of years have passed. It's not just them who abide by the agreement. The other party's descendants have also followed it. This is an indescribable emotion. That's right, as long as the golden bell is rung. I believe that in the legendary, the incomparably beautiful bell that can shake people's souls will be transmitted to the people of Land High, telling them that the Golden City, Shandora, and the Island of Legendary are real. Reka said lightly, the brilliance on his body has gradually subsided. At the same time, he just gained a large amount of arrogance points. And it's still growing, but now Reka hasn't taken the inventory seriously. Because right now, there are still many things to be done. If some hands are not handled well, the war between people and celebrities may be even more bloody and chaotic than during Neru's reign. And Kulik entertained them warmly back then. Now it's time to return him some useful information. That's right, as long as the Golden Bell Tower can be played, the beautiful voice of the gods will definitely reach the Blue Sea, but the Golden Bell Tower has disappeared for hundreds of years. We have no idea where it is. Listen to Reka. The chiefs suddenly forgot where they stood on each other. I didn't even think about driving them away now, because they know the descendants of Vinbrand Rolando. Advertisement. Asking for flowers, and bring such important news. This is totally a prestige guest. How is this possible? We've been looking for it for hundreds of years, and we haven't found a treasure yet. Their glory is to abide by any agreement they have made. And what's even more unexpected, on the other side, hundreds of years have passed, and they still believe in their existence. This is the cruelest and most romantic thing in the world. This land must be taken back. It is related to the old people from hundreds of years ago. Then I saw a figure falling from the sky holding a huge golden bell tower. He actually knows where the golden clock tower is. Gamfor looked at Reka, who was soaring upwards, and was stunned for a moment. The most important thing now is to convey the news of their real existence to Rolando's grandson. Wait here for a while. Reka left a sentence, and his whole body was like a flash of lightning shooting across Li Shaochao's sky. Maybe he went to find the golden clock tower in Legendary, Robin said lightly with a smile. Chief Wipa and others looked at the sky in puzzlement. Because this land is not as simple as land, and this time, he also knew for the first time why the Sandia people have lived for so many years. Zero, this spirit is something to be admired. This is a miracle that spanned hundreds of promises. 395. Leading history to the last place, Pirate, Gore D. Roger. The golden bell is huge, and the place supporting the golden bell is also very tall. The golden gold is shining under the sunlight at this moment. Very beautiful and dreamy, not tacky at all. It seems to be very agile, soft gold, with various exquisite and artistic carvings. One of the golden pillars needs several people to embrace. Up to 100 meters long, just seeing this huge golden clock tower. Even those who have never seen the golden city of Shandora. At this moment, there will be no more doubts about 583. This stock of gold is terrifying, even if you simply sell this bell tower as gold. You can become a world-famous rich man overnight. But in fact, it is only the artistic value attached to this gold. The real price will be even more outrageous. The golden clock tower really exists. It's so beautiful, yellow gold, so much gold. Nami's eyes instantly became Bailey's shape. So much gold, how much is it worth? Even if you give her a little, she won't be able to lift it. No. There must be a way to lift it. Nami thinks so firmly in her heart. If she really got the gold, she couldn't think of a way to transport it anyway. That's right, that's it. Advertisement. All the people present looked at Reka in a daze as he put the golden bell tower on the ground. Whether it is the chieftain of the Sandia, or Ganfor, the former god. Lost at the moment, even if it's not the first time Ganford has seen the real thing. But every time I see it, it still shocks me, although many places above are covered with moss. But still can't hide its beauty. That's historical text, because Reka had reminded him earlier. So when the golden clock tower was moved down, Robin's eyes were scanning the entire clock tower. Finally, at the base of the bell tower, I saw the inlaid historical text. Robin couldn't bear it all of a sudden, and got lost because of his steps. Standing in front of the historical text, silently interpreting it. Both Gamfor and the chief noticed the scene. Can you read the text? Hey. Robin nodded. It's really rare. There was a member of the pirates who could understand these words before, and he still left a message there, Ganfor said with emotion. Can't help but think of Roger. It was also because he had known those Blue Sea people. So the sense of the Blue Sea people is not bad. That's why I became a Sky Knight. Prevent them from being persecuted by Sandia or priests as soon as they come to Sky Island. What? Someone has been here. Robin, Nami and others were surprised. Yes, the captain's name is Roger. Advertisement. Roger. $**. One Piece Roger. Sanji, Zoro and others also approached. Robin was also taken aback for a moment, very surprised by this result. Although Roger is the One Piece, but does he also understand the text of history? Quickly read it. Before Robin saw it, he took the lead in setting his sights on the final payment at the back. This made Robin suddenly enlightened. This kind of writing, even for learned historians, was not so easy to grasp in the past. But at the moment Robin didn't hear it at all. Lead to the end, Ralph 2.8 drew. At this moment, it seems that the scattered points are connected into a line. Luffy couldn't help asking. Not a pirate? Once upon a time the fog didn't have any regularity in the general history of this text. Lying on the ground covered in bruises, watching Robin suddenly daze after seeing the history. Treated by Chopper. I'm here to lead history to the end, pirate, Gore D. Roger. Can you really understand the text on it? The chief couldn't help asking. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed. Her line of sight can quickly reach the historical text. Hey, what's wrong with you, Robin? Luffy was pushed back by Usopp. 396. The 100 Years' War ends. Let's have a party. They Sandians have guarded the Great Clock Tower in this historical text for hundreds of years. No one in the ethnic group has ever been able to understand this kind of writing. Just know it's important. It needs to be passed on from generation to generation. Perhaps the person who recorded history in the first place. Maybe it's because of the importance this group attaches to promises. That's why the historical text is stored here. Yeah, this time Robin nodded. But did not tell everyone what is recorded on this stone. Everyone was also very tactful and didn't ask any more questions. Of course they know, some things are not easy to know the more they know. When, suddenly a shocking voice sounded, Reka walked over and rang the big clock tower directly. The mighty, 21 ethereal, agile voice seems to carry the souls of everyone. This sound is so beautiful, it seems to wash everyone's body and mind. Like an invisible big hand, it soothed Yuzu's return. It is also like a person covered with desolation who has received the most affectionate comfort. This sound is intoxicating, and the soul has been completely peaceful. Even if you lose your way in the dark and rainy night. Sailors caught in a storm. Hear such a voice, also removes all fear. Advertisement regain your courage. After the bell rang, the day and week reverberated. Spread far, far. The sun shines down. Turn everything here in Sky Island into a projection. This is. Kulik was stunned when he heard the voice, trembling from the soul. All the pirates in Magic Valley Town on Guy Island looked up one after another. Although I only heard huge projections one by one. But it is enough to break their superficiality in the past. What a beautiful bell. That projection, could it be? That monster with the axe. And a straw hat, their captain? Sky Island is real. Naturally, everyone immediately came to such a conclusion. And the people of Sandia and Sky Island who heard the bell were also fascinated. After the ups and downs of despair, they are actually tired of war in their hearts. For the Sandias, keeping promises is something more precious than land. I think that the descendants of the current Roland have received the information from Sky Island, and they will no longer blindly dive into the deep sea to find traces of the Golden Land year after year, day after day, Reka said with emotion. He didn't forget it because of his diving behavior all the year round. Kulik is already sick. That's great, was heard from Reka. The chief couldn't help but burst into tears. Advertisement. There is no need to continue the meaningless war, otherwise not only your ancestors, but also your future descendants will be crying. Reka knows that to do good deeds, one has to do one's best. The good things of future generations are not properly handled. It's easy to go from good to bad. Hearing this, the chieftain made eye contact with Gamfer, the original god of Sky Island. Lost in thought, actually long before Enel's reign. They have a truce. Gamfer is different from other gods, they are willing to live together on this island with the Shandia people. That said, some Shandia may not be too pleased, but the fact is that in these hundreds of years of struggle, the people of Sky Island have basically won the upper hand. They have a better population base after all. Indeed, the land belongs to everyone, not to you, nor to me. The Holy Land is enough for all to live. The war is really time to end, Ganfor said to the chief. The earth is selfless. The Sandians have fulfilled their promise and retrieved the Great Clock Tower. With such a beautiful bell, even the idea of war has been eliminated. They also suffered heavy casualties in this battle. If you continue to fight, there is no other possibility than extinction. And compared to Enel's brutal rule, how much better Ganfor, a god who has never had any ill feelings towards them Sandians. It's time to end these centuries of senseless wars. Only after experiencing the despair many times before. It is their heartfelt aversion to war. Then, let's have a banquet, Luffy suddenly said with a smile. 397. When the banquet is in progress, prepare to search for gold. It was night, and a group of bonfires were lit in the holy place, and laughter spread throughout the island. All the survivors gathered together. Everyone from Sky Island has come here. Because Gamfor also tells all Sky Islanders, the war with the Sandians is over. Enel's tyrannical reign is over, and those who survived the catastrophe, of course, like banquets. Everyone is at the banquet, singing and drinking, and indulging themselves to the fullest. Drink the wine. Drink enough. This guy's barbecue is really amazing. Is it true that there will be no more wars in the future? Maybe, but now is not the time to think so much. Many people are gathered together, very curious about the Straw Hat Pirates who ended Enel's reign. Also with awe, but after seeing Luffy and the others' funny comparisons, they gradually relaxed and got acquainted. Like magic, Luffy wiped out the plates of meat in front of him. The speed is jaw-dropping. Advertisement: fortunately, there are not many chefs here. While eating, Luffy also danced the dustpan dance. Chopsticks inserted into the nostrils, it looks very funny. It made everyone laugh out loud. Chopper also followed along with a vague understanding. Robin said quite disgustedly, "Don't learn from him." For Robin, Chopper is a very cute pet. Don't let the Straw Hat Kid bring bad wind. Yuxi, let me tell you the story of how I fought for 300 rounds and finally killed all the priests. Usopp stood on the high platform, bragging, attracting the attention of many people. The ingredients of Sky Island are really good. When I go back, I have to take some with me. Sanji is in charge of cooking. After trying it himself, he found that many ingredients have good seasoning taste. It is really rare and delicious. Of course, no problem, I will allocate funds to you later. Thank you, Nami-san. Reka, there's a lot of gold there. Nami drank the wine, leaned on Reka without getting drunk, and said in a low voice. Although they know that the big clock tower belongs to the Sandia people. But Nami couldn't help but be tempted by his money-lover's character. And by talking with Robin, she concluded that it was the once golden city under the temple. Although it has become a relic now. Advertisement. And it was scratched by Enel. So she wanted to take Reka with her, and after the banquet, she would search for it. Ah, is it some programs that are not suitable for children? Robin tilted his head, resting his chin with his hand and joked. I see. Reka nodded. Getting along these days, they had to subconsciously look at Reka. Thanks to Reka and Luffy for them. Nami rubbed it, and her face turned red. Anyway, it's just a sideshow walk after the banquet. Great wine. Have another glass. Zoro was satisfied with his drink at the moment, and drank in big glasses. This made the two of them stunned for a moment. The captain said don't worry about it, so you don't need to worry about it too much. After all, Enel already struck us with lightning before, and it's not for you, Reka said lightly. But if you search carefully, you can still find a lot of gold. And Reka's hand holding the wine glass froze for a moment. What are you planning? Robin asked, leaning over and smiling. The two already had a tacit understanding. On behalf of the people of Sky Island, I thank you for your help. During the period. Jiao. Ganfer and the chief came hand in hand. Nothing. Reka took a sip of his wine and said lightly. Unexpectedly, Captain Straw Hat didn't take this matter to heart at all. Don't worry about it, Luffy just casually said, and continued to eat delicious food. 398, collect gold, get rich. Reka probably didn't care. But Ganfer and the others had already kept this matter in mind. Impossible to forget in this lifetime, for the Straw Hat Pirates. It wasn't even an uphill battle, except when they take turns fighting Enel. Everyone has grown to a certain extent, at the same time recall the words. You can also roughly know where your shortcomings are. Thank you. Kona's father and daughter also came forward to thank them. They know better than anyone on Sky Island. Why did the Straw Hat Pirates attack Enel? It's just that they never expected it, they did it. It gave them an epic sense of witnessing the birth of legendary. I even feel that 710 met this time, it's a once-in-a-lifetime adventure. Reka, Luffy and others all smiled lightly, didn't say much. There is no need to be too polite and restrained. Soon everyone let go, drinking, eating meat, singing and dancing to their heart's content. Advertisement: they are also celebrating the coming peace. The war between the Sandians and the Sky Islanders will end completely. Henceforth, they are one. Because I have felt despair, in this mood of ups and downs. Everyone cherishes the time they have now more and more. Even usually some very important things. I feel that before life, it is nothing. And during the banquet, the big snake who had lived for an unknown number of years also came to join in the fun. It didn't attack, instead, he twisted his huge body and danced. It seems that it also quite likes the atmosphere. Happy times always fly by so fast, during the 2 days and 2 nights of sleepless banquets. Everyone was exhausted at last. Lie down on the ground and sleep. Reka. Reka was sleeping on Nami's lap. Suddenly there was a slight shout in my ear. When he opened his eyes, it happened to be Nami and Luffy who were looking at him with piercing eyes. You guys are so energetic. Although Reka wasn't very tired, he didn't expect to wake up so early after the battle and 2 days of banquets. Gold. Robin said that there is gold below and in many places, Nami whispered energetically. We are pirates, can't, CBFJ, return empty-handed, hee. Luffy also said with a smile. Advertisement: stupid Luffy, keep your voice down. Usopp looked at the person next to him, under Luffy's undisguised volume. There is a tendency to gradually wake up, so I can't help reminding. That snake also has a lot of gold in it. Really? Usopp asked dubiously. Although when they wake up, they will send themselves and others a super big golden pillar. That's the stomach of a snake, just in case. But at the thought of gold, Nami immediately volunteered. They're waking up, let's leave. Soon Reka and they divided into 2 groups and started to act. As expected of the former golden town, this time I made a lot of money, when the 2 teams met again. Although the snake is very long, when it sleeps, it opens its mouth wide, and when it closes, a golden light flashes faintly. Let's go. You go over there, we're here. This kind of thing is quite dangerous. Unfortunately, Going Merry couldn't fit in this boat. For Reka, it makes no difference. Look, Is there a golden glitter inside? Reka pointed to the open mouth and said. This time it must be a big hit. With their strength, it is easy to get rich even if they are black and white. Wait to see if it is a part of the interception or not. That's at least 4 sacks of gold. A lot of gold was searched in a short while. Okay, let's start to act. The sky will be bright soon. 399. Farewell to Sky Island. Embark on a new journey. Goodbye. When the packing was almost done, Ganford and the others also woke up. Upon seeing them wake up, Luffy and the others ran away with a little guilty conscience. Especially when I saw them not far away, they seemed to be carrying something like a giant gun barrel. Usopp's legs were a little weak in fright. Then what is that? Could it be that they found out that we took away the gold and moved out the cannon to deal with us? Hey, do they still have such a big cannon? Chopper was stunned by Usopp's words. Move. It looks like there are a lot of people. Brothers, get away, Luffy yelled, and everyone ran away. Only Reka and Robin remain. Why don't you run? Robin looked at Reka curiously. Why don't you run away? I think they're here to give gifts, Robin said with a smile. How did you know? I overheard them last night when they were chatting. It must have been overheard. Is there any difference? No, Reka knew it was Robin's habit, advertisement. He is also a person who has been on the run for 20 years, so he should be vigilant. Is there anything you want? After all, this is an opportunity to make money, Reka asked. Ah, do you want to buy me a present? No, Reka just asked casually, never expecting Robin to say that. But even if I think about it, there's nothing I can do. Our ship can't fit such a big gold, Robin said regretfully. Although she has no interest in money, but such a large amount of gold is still very tempting to look at. It's not a big problem, I'll get some, Ka said lightly. Hey, why didn't Reka and Robin follow up? Have they been caught? Luffy and the others ran, suddenly feeling as if there were not enough people around them. Looking back, neither Robin nor Reka is behind. Don't worry, if Reka is here, there's no problem. We'll make preparations for the flight immediately. Konos and the others told us to set off along that cloud path. At this point, we can even go to Sky Island and buy some stuff, said Nami. I exchanged a lot of things with them last night, Usopp said happily. But it's good to go for a walk. They shouldn't squat us on the island. Idiot, just dress up in disguise. 2. I'm mainly afraid that some road idiot can't find a way to come after going out. Asking for flowers. Advertisement adventures to meet different people and see different scenery. Konos' eyes were full of reluctance. Gold, it's gold. It's such a big piece of gold, it can fill the warehouse of the melee. I love Sky Island too. Chopper bought a lot of medical clothes when he thought of being rich. This time I really got rich, Reka-san. I love you so much, Nami said excitedly while hugging Reka. But there is no permanent banquet in the world. Everyone, goodbye by fate. The Konos father and daughter stood beside Yundao, waving their hands to bid farewell to everyone. Let's go. After shopping on the island, it's time to set off. Although some scenery and people cannot be taken away, they will always remain in my heart. Sky Island is not scary at all. I love Sky Island. Go with the great Captain Usopp. Hey, Reka-san is back. What is he carrying? Immediately, I feel that Sky Island is not scary anymore. After one day, the satisfied Straw Hat Pirates embark on a new journey once again. Oh, everyone agreed excitedly. I also want to buy some things from Sky Island. It's hard to come to Sky Island. Stinky Cook, what are you talking about? 400. Head to the capital of 7 waters, Midnight Elves. Just drive straight ahead. Konos waved goodbye to Reka, Luffy and others. She feels that there are some things that she will never forget in her life. Sky Island is so much fun. There are a lot of interesting things, and I ran out of pocket money. Usopp has been lingering since he was scared. Especially the entire Sky Island people regard them as heroes and saviors. Although they pretended, but there are not many visitors to Sky Island. With a little comparison, it is easy to judge from 780. That group of people is the Straw Hat Pirates. But now that you see the disguise, you understand it. They don't want to be too noticeable, so for many things along the way, the stores directly give the biggest discounted prices. It's not that they don't want to give away for nothing. The key is that if you give it away for free, you won't even be able to recover the cost. Luffy, Zoro and the others will not let these people suffer. After all, they are not real pirates and robbers. Oh man, let's go. While Sky Island is fun, Luffy believes the road ahead will be even more fun. With a wave of arms, the ship moves forward along the cloudhead. Everyone also showed a knowing smile, but the smile disappeared in the next second. On the way, Going Merry suddenly soared into the air. Everyone looked around. The next moment, his face was frozen, his eyes were empty, and boundless fear struck. Advertisement because below, there is nothing. Whoosh. The whole ship fell straight down. The strong gravitational force almost blows everyone away. Fortunately, everyone's survival instinct is quite good. Grab the things around you at once. Nami hugged Reka's waist directly. Robin also grabbed Reka's arm subconsciously, but then realized that this is not good. With the ability, many arms grew on the ground, attached himself to the ship. Ruined. Sky Island is terrible. Sky Island is terrible. Usopp immediately started the loop mode. Then a whistle was heard, and a huge octopus sprang out from the cloud of the waterfall hanging nearby. Spread out the tentacles and grab Going Merry. Sea Kings on Sky Island? Zoro's expression froze, he stabilized his figure, and put his hand on the knife. Just as the giant balloon-like octopus envelops the ship. Only then did everyone realize that the falling speed of the ship had slowed down. Is this the way to return to the Blue Sea? Everyone also reacted. Thinking about it, it's also unlikely that the Paimu girls will harm them. After thinking clearly, Zoro didn't make a move, but found a place with more suitable light. Advertisement: lean down, squint your eyes, and fall asleep. Oh, the scenery is so beautiful. Chopper lay on the inner side of the boat, looking into the distance, the setting sun, as far as the eye could see. Between the heaven and the earth, it seems to be covered with a layer of bright tulle, which is extremely beautiful. The wind is also very comfortable. In this way, they took the octopus balloon and descended a little bit. No big accident happened. In other words, there is a high probability that they will not fall near the G8 fortress due to the sudden discouragement of the octopus. Will you go directly to the capital of Seven Waters? Reka doesn't care, after all, the G8 fortress is just an episode for them. The capital of Seven Waters is the place worth taking risks and visiting. Where will we go if we fall like this? Nami looked at Reka and asked. I don't know, Reka said truthfully, although it was probably near the capital of Seven Waters. But it's really hard to say specifically. Luffy ran around the boat, looking left and right. Then I studied some special products of Sky Island with Usopp 1.5. Because they were not in a hurry, Reka still let the octopus take them down. Otherwise, he can reach the blue ocean quickly by holding Going Merry in his hand. The sky quickly darkened, and Going Merry was still floating in the air. Silence. Usopp, who got up to pee in the middle of the night, seemed to have auditory hallucinations. He heard the sound of someone hitting the mast with a hammer. In the middle of the night, who was repairing the ship? 10 Saw 401. The magical Long Chain Island. It's strange, why is there nothing? Usopp came to the deck, but only vaguely saw a vague figure disappearing. Wait until Usopp rubbed his eyes, when you want to see clearly again. But found nothing. Usopp was puzzled though, but only when he fell asleep. Where's the rootless apple? Robin looked out the window. Except for the sky full of stars, you can't hear all the daily sounds of the waves. It was as if they were separated from the entire real world at this moment. Because of the mid-air in the middle of the night, the silence makes people feel uneasy and lonely. On a night like this, she often has trouble sleeping. 21 especially those two guys, who have been fighting since half an hour. It hasn't stopped yet, her room is next to Nami. But compared to the past and other pirate groups, I need to be more afraid. The situation is much better now, and this pirate group, although it seems very naive. But, she couldn't hate it either. Time passed, and soon it was morning. I can see the sea. Zoro, who was in charge of the night watch, suddenly reached everyone's ears. Advertisement, there is an island, finally back to sea, Sanji said with emotion. Although there are many novelty things on Sky Island. Mesmerizing. But there, after all, there is a feeling of isolation from the world. The sea is the life that really belongs to them. Where is the island? Where is it? I have it, brothers, it's landed. Luffy immediately changed from a sleepy state to a very energetic one. An island that looked like a grassland appeared in front of everyone. Suddenly a strong sense of weightlessness came. Everyone staggered for a while. Usopp and Chopper fell to the ground all at once. The octopus is getting too small to bear the weight of the boat. Oops, are we going to die? At this height, it's impossible. Pung. Going Merry slammed into the sea when it was about tens of meters away from the sea. Set off a circle of waves. Everyone is okay, fine. It's okay. Then log in. It looks like a spring island, Robin said after taking a rough look. Advertisement because the whole island looks green. Looks like it's going to be a nice island, and there are no overgrown trees. It's all bush and grass, and the view is nice. I am used to seeing the scenery of Sky Island, but I miss seeing it suddenly. Everyone also wants to set foot on the island to see. After a while, under Nami's command, Going Merry found a relatively secluded natural port and docked. It's just that before the boat stopped, Luffy went out with a whoosh. Luffy, wait for me. Usopp followed closely. Although there is no shortage of supplies for the time being, let's find out if there are any good things on the island. Sanji bit his cigarette and said, with a light hop, he also landed on the grass. Everyone followed to the island. There are animals. What is that? 257? A dog. What a long dog. Luffy and Usopp in front suddenly stopped and exclaimed. They saw a dachshund over 100 meters long. A long chain of islands. Reka immediately knew which island they came to. I didn't expect to encounter the G8 fortress on the way. But Changlian Island, which is quite close to the capital of Seven Waters, still encountered it. Are Silver Fox and the others on this island at this time? What is that? Zoro, Nami and others also saw this extremely peculiar dog. There are giraffes there, their necks are so long, although giraffes have long necks. But see now, it has gone beyond common sense. 402. Gunshots on Changlian Island. Long Chain Island, due to the special magnetic field and environment on the island. The flora and fauna born here are particularly long. Things that were originally ordinary, but people can remember them deeply after seeing them. At this moment, a long hunting dog appeared in front of everyone. Both Usopp and Luffy stared dumbfounded. Soon Luffy came back to his senses, bent back, then puffed out his belly, and moved step by step from under the dog's body. Success. Luffy succeeded at once, but when Usopp wants to imitate. Luffy suddenly said, "Sit down." The dog sat down very obediently and pressed Usopp, who was only halfway forward, directly under it. "Help, I'm dying." Haha, Luffy laughed out loud when he saw this. "Everyone, let's go to the island for a stroll. It seems that good ingredients can be collected on this island. This kind of island is not a deserted island, in Sanji's opinion. It's a food store, although they have only left Sky Island not long ago. But Luffy eats a lot. Going Merry also has limited storage space. Every time there is an island, they have to dock for supplies." The crowd quickly separated and explored the island from various places. Reka is also very interested in such a unique island. Advertisement, so one goes along the center position. Nami didn't follow, because she wanted to get a good look at the island. And draw it, but because he was worried about the treasure in the ship. "I want Reka to stay on board to guard the treasure." Reka was keenly aware of this, so I slipped away early and didn't go to map the island with Nami. Although Reka told Nami many times, "Own observation hockey, every once in a while, will patrol the security situation of Going Merry." But Nami has not mastered this power because he has not yet mastered it. Just dubious, still not at ease, even Reka wants to say, even without hockey patrolling. As many magical traps as Nami has laid out, even if there were pirates or thieves, the last ones would definitely be the thieves. But Reka can understand her feeling, because this is the biggest harvest of the Straw Hat Pirates so far. While at Alabasta, they actually have a chance at the riches of the sand crocodiles. But because the whole kingdom of Alabasta is in shambles. This is the country of their partner Vivi, advertisement. There is no search for those wealth, and now Sky Island and his party are their biggest fortune. There will inevitably be some excitement and anxiety in the heart. They really got rich overnight. The gold this time waited until the trading bustling island. If it were Bailey, it would be enough for them to squander for a long time. So I didn't pay too much attention to it, it's just to properly avoid this unnecessary guard work. Moreover, sometimes the distance is appropriate, it will make the relationship with each other last longer. Even for lovers, it is not best to be intimate all the time. Appropriate distance will allow everyone to have private time and space. Nice environment. Reka strolled on the island, looking at the vast grassland and various, long, animals. It's like visiting a magical zoo, and about 2 hours later, when Reka finished shopping, Zhao Zhao walked back. Suddenly a crisp gunshot was heard. "Have you met? Or, have you clashed with other pirates?" Reka was stunned for a moment, then calmly said to himself. But he didn't follow the gunshots. If it's a game, he's not interested. After all, Foxy is just a funny role to play, if it weren't for him having a relatively rare time-type slow fruit. With his stupid appearance, he has already been swallowed by many pirates without even bones left. 403. One sentence fixes everyone. There were only 2 gunshots, and there was no sound for a while. Therefore, Reka judged that there is a high probability that he met Foxy and the others. After all, if it is an enemy, it is unlikely that there will be only 2 beeps. Reka knew, but dismissed it. Let them play the game. Reka found a comfortable place and lay down, feel the prairie wind. The warm but not strong sunlight shines on the body, which is very pleasant. Suddenly, Reka will fall asleep like this, time flies. Luffy and Foxy on the island started various fights. After winning for the first time, Foxy said with a smile, "Don't you guys have a guy with a bounty of 500 million Baileys? I want that guy to be our partner, ba ba ba." This is an easy multiple choice question. In a newcomer pirate group, a strong man with a bounty of 500 million Bailey appeared, 410. As long as you can make it your partner, then challenge other pirates in the future. The probability of winning is naturally greater. Now in the first half, the Straw Hat Pirates are the hottest pirates. None of them. Advertisement, "No, we don't know where he is now," Luffy said truthfully. "You don't want to play tricks, do you, boss?" "It seems not. We haven't seen that guy since just now," Hamburg reminded honestly. "Boss, I want that civet cat." Pokey looked at Chopper with fiery eyes. "Yuxi, is it that simple?" "Hey." Chopper immediately looked terrified, "CBEB." "Don't worry Chopper, we will definitely get you back." The fierce competition is still going on, from the beginning of the canoe race around the island to the final confrontation with Luffy's personal man. Emerged with the setting sun in the end, Luffy, who won a big victory, appeared in front of Reka angrily. Everyone looked very embarrassed, staring at Reka with piercing eyes. "What? Have you been bullied?" After Reka woke up, he looked at everyone in a daze. "You still have the nerve to say that we were fighting to the death there, and you actually slept here," Nami said angrily. If only Reka was doing business, their anger passed. "I didn't expect to just sleep here," they almost lost their partner. Although it's all due to the reckless decision of some idiot captain. But even if it is a reckless decision, advertisement. It should also be shared by everyone. It doesn't matter, no matter what problems you encounter, you all have the ability to solve them now. Besides, my sun magic power is not a tool for playing around, Reka said proudly. That's right, Luffy immediately agreed upon hearing this. Because that's what he thinks, no matter what, he won't lose. The anger dissipated immediately. Hey, Reka-san trusts us so much. Usopp rubbed his nose with his index finger and said with a little embarrassment. Even if Reka-san praises me for being reliable, I won't be happy. You be *****D. Chopper swayed happily. Hey. Zoro Sanji also smiled confidently. Idiots, don't be fooled so easily, Nami said helplessly. Reka, this guy, actually collapsed everyone with a single sentence. I put some treasures in a certain room at the stern, and it's yours if you find it. Reka looked at Nami with a gentle smile. Really? Nami Wenyan's eyes lit up immediately. This is their exclusive game. One saves money, the other finds money, and the one who finds it wins. Not only can you get money, but you can also make any demands on your partner during the night show. Hey. Looking at Nami, he was suddenly limp. Luffy and others waved their hands together. Is it okay to talk about them? Robin smiled slightly as he watched this scene. The atmosphere is really nice. 404. Exchange for Ryujin Jaka. Robin's nightmare, encountering Marine Admiral Aokiji. Brothers, let's go. Under the setting sun, Luffy raised his arms and shouted. Everyone responded with laughter. The long chain of islands is fun though. But they are adventurers. It is destined to be impossible to stay in one place for too long. There are more interesting things waiting for them ahead. Damn Straw Hat Kid, I won't forget you. On the port not far away, Foxy and others looked at going away. I also looked at the pirate flag that was modified by Luffy like graffiti. Can't help but shed tears of humiliation, but no hate. Because in the decision, Foxy has figured it out. The Straw Hat Boy is a real man, also a respectable opponent. The voyage on the sea always seems to be long and tormenting. Fortunately, there are quite a few pirates and marines on this channel. Encountered, it is a good seasoning agent in daily life. And after the Sky Island incident, Reka's current arrogance value has exceeded 100,000. Reka is also not idle, swordsmanship, hockey, body art. Any fighting skill that can be improved to perfection ultimate. Reka is all up. With so many arrogance values, it is enough for Reka's strength to grow by leaps and bounds. His strength has improved a lot, and then Reka was studying how to borrow other things from them all. Further enhance the ability of the Sin of Arrogance. Advertisement, Son. Ryujin Jaka is very good, but it's too expensive. Just owning it, you don't have to reach the real Shikai, you need 10,000 arrogance points. Shikai is even more important than 100,000 arrogance points. Solved. Forehead. After Reka took a look, all of a sudden, I felt that the arrogance value accumulated during this period was not enough. Because just now in order to upgrade all aspects of strength to ultimate. Already spent 40,000 to 50,000 arrogance points. Not enough arrogance to buy Shikai outright. But now Reka is in no hurry, he still needs to spend some time. Combine all these abilities, and even match them with new attack methods. Reka currently estimates that even a very powerful and experienced Marine Admiral, such as a Kainu, Whitebeard, these monsters, from the perspective of individual combat power, it shouldn't pose too much threat to oneself. Even give them enough time to single out, after cooperating with the arrogant sun magic power. Reka is sure that she will have the last laugh, but Reka knows better. But a top powerhouse like General Huang, there will be no fewer masters following around. Many masters are capable of supplementing the top powerhouses like them. What follows is a game between forces, for example, although Reka is strong now. But if surrounded by the entire Marine headquarters, it is estimated that there is only one dead end, so in the future, we need to focus more on training Luffy and Zoro. Literally, except for Luffy. Advertisement Zoro Sanji himself is qualified to be the Emperor of the Sea. Asking for flowers, and with my own help, now even Nami and Usopp have this potential. Next, it's time to focus more on cultivating their strength, after Reka's own abilities in all aspects were perfected. It will be easier and handy to guide them. Reka-san, why do you look so dangerous in your eyes? Thorpe looked at Reka to inspect their eyes. Strong uneasiness suddenly flooded into my heart like a tide. Gulu. Chopper also swallowed secretly, then stared at Reka in a daze. The animal's gut instinct tells Chopper. Reka-san seems to be planning something bad. This intuition soon proved to be true. I decided to increase the intensity of your training. Nani? Not bad. As soon as these words came out, of course some people were sad and some were happy. But no matter what mood they're in, Reka decides things. It will not be changed by this. Even Usopp and Chopper are full of fear. But also know it's good for them, it's just, so, devil. So complain a few words. The ship continued sailing, all the way forward. Island, I see the island. Luffy pointed to a deserted island in the distance, and said a little excitedly. And at this moment, on the other side of the island, a sea ice road continued until the eve of the island. Point 405. Robin's request, encountering Marine's top combat forces. This is an uninhabited island. At least there was no trace of human habitation when they landed. After a few days of sailing, they urgently need to replenish some food and fresh water on such an island. A group of people landed on the island and looked at the lush forest. Inner joy, after all, looking at the sea continuously. Having not seen green for a long time, they are already longing for a different view from the sea and the sky. What is this trace? Sanji and others suddenly found some traces of pressure on the ground. August 47 inches is not quite like the track of a wheel. More like bike tracks. only after reaching this conclusion. They hardly believed it themselves. After all, it is an uninhabited island like this. How could there be a bicycle, even on an island with people? Bicycles are not available on any island either, usually the bustling big island. There is a demand for bicycles, after all, some small island words. Walk with one pair of feet and it's over, there is no use for this thing at all. Is it really there? Seeing this, Reka's heart froze slightly. They've been in the Grand Line for so long since East Blue. It was finally time to see one of the world's top fighters again. Garp's strength at that time made Reka feel lingering fear. Advertisement, he had already exploded his combat power to the highest level. Even fighting in an ultra-limit state, but still can't get any benefits from the marine hero Garp. Although Aokiji's seniority is not as good as Garp. But in the eyes of the world, they are the world's top combat power. But Reka is not nervous, not to mention the increase in strength. Even before his strength improved, Reka wouldn't worry too much. Even if a conflict breaks out, he still has the power to protect himself. And there is the relationship of Garp. Aokiji wants to kill Luffy directly in the cradle. Still need to go through some ideological struggle. After all, Garp is such a grandson of the Straw Hat Kid. Had so much care from Garp before, but he killed his grandson directly. Aokiji is not that kind of person, even in a world like pirates. There are still sophistication, bikes, Usopp asked automatically. On such an uninhabited island, how is it possible? Maybe it's just the traces of some animals we haven't seen before, Nami said disapprovingly. Such thinking is completely normal. What is abnormal is the culprit that creates this mark. Everyone didn't care. Only Robin took one more look at Reka. Advertisement, she is extremely sensitive at heart. And very sharp people. At that moment, she noticed that Reka's expression was slightly serious. Although it's just a flash, but still failed to escape the eyes of Nico Robin. Does he know something, or know what person or animal left such marks? It should be after Eni's lobby. After completely following the Straw Hats, he will have the mentality. You are not. Why is it already there? She didn't ask. Reka froze for a moment, not expecting Robin to bring this up suddenly. Ah, did you find out? Robin said in feigned surprise. But see, Reka did not say. Get yourself at the same pace as Reka. Do you think I look like a fool? Everyone entered the jungle and was crossing. I didn't expect such a sudden request, Robin thought this way. Why? Reka wondered. After walking for a while, Reka noticed this, stopped and looked at Luo. What's there? Logically speaking, Robin himself has no special desire to fight these things. Robin walked up to Reka abruptly, then deliberately slowed down. I want you to train me. Robin 0.0 joked, looking at the few people walking in front. Said his request. 406. Determination to become stronger, formal encounter, huge mushroom? Listen to Reka's inquiry. Robin mused and held his chin in thought. If it was before, she would not have such thoughts. It's not that she doesn't want to be stronger, it's something that no one teaches. With her talent, it is impossible to become such a great powerhouse. And she has a tight schedule every day, compared with obtaining powerful combat power. She is more eager to acquire knowledge. Since she was a child, she has been good at running away, not fighting. Because her heart has never been fighting side by side with others. All along, it's where she stays or the pirates are in danger. She chose to leave and avoid it. Another point is, she doesn't think she has any talent for fighting. It is estimated that even if you exercise hard, 21, she felt that she should not be able to become very strong. But since seeing recent changes in Usopp and Nami, she felt as though she, too, might become stronger. If the strength can be stronger, that is of course the best. These days Usopp have their strengths. Robin saw it all. Reka is definitely a good teacher in combat. She felt that if it was Reka, maybe you can also formulate a plan suitable for your own growth. So after thinking twice, Robin is going to give it a try. Advertisement, okay, I'll think about it tonight. Reka didn't make any excuses. Because I know what kind of person Robin is, before she took the initiative to bring it up. Reka knew he couldn't force her. I thought she was getting stronger. It should be after the Eni's lobby. Didn't expect it to be on the agenda now. It's a good thing to exercise earlier. Nature can become stronger earlier. No. Conditions? Reka agreed so simply. No conditions were even mentioned. No reason was asked either. The cheerfulness made Robin a little uncomfortable. She has long adapted to various deals, also know this world. As long as the interests are equal, you can trade and achieve your own goals. But this is nothing. Robin suddenly didn't know how to react. She even thought about exchanging some information she knew. Or just use your own savings to get Reka to agree. Even make up your mind. If Reka disagrees. Turning around, she came to save the country with a curve. Let's start with Nami, the pillow wind. Unexpectedly, Reka agreed. It's a good thing if you want to become stronger. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Reka glanced at Robin lightly. Advertisement, this woman is really cautious. Obviously she brought it up first. She agreed, but she seemed a little at a loss. Aren't you afraid that I'll slip away after learning something? Robin shouldn't have said such words. Because she really had such thoughts in her heart. But Reka agreed without reason. Embodies a kind of trust she rarely sees. That's why it's a bit embarrassing to say this. It doesn't matter. Reka said lightly. Of course he didn't care. Robin has been treated by Reka as one of his own since he got on the boat. How could it slip away? You're really cute. Robin didn't know what else to say. Reka shot Robin a look. This 023 woman is always teasing herself. Oh, there's a big mushroom ahead. At this moment, Chopper, who was walking in the front, suddenly said. Passing through the jungle, the front suddenly opened up, and there was an open space. On a boulder, there is a huge mushroom, a mushroom of this size. It is very rare on many islands. In the hands of Sanji, it only needs a little processing. It can become very delicious food. Really, Chopper, let's compete to see who can pick that mushroom first. Usopp immediately proposed with great interest when he saw this. Okay. Chopper was used to playing with Usopp and Luffy too. He readily agreed to this request. Wait. Watching the two running towards the mushroom, Zoro suddenly became keenly aware of something. He felt that there seemed to be some terrifying aura dormant in front of him. 407. Aokiji's sense of oppression. The sword is on the verge of breaking out. But it was too late for Zoro to remind now. Chopper ran over excitedly. But at the corner of the boulder, I bumped into something. Ah, pain, pain. Chopper was momentarily stunned. Looking up, the first thing I saw was that huge mushroom. But look down the mushroom. I saw an uncle's face, then the neck, the body. Where is this mushroom? It's clearly a human with a mushroom head. Hey, it's a human, Chopper subconsciously exclaimed. From a distance, it looks too similar. This is a qualified mushroom head. Aokiji, who was hit by his leg, slowly opened the blindfold and looked down. Tanuki? It's not a civet cat, it's a reindeer. Look, it has horns. Chopper, who was poked at the sore spot, forgot everything else. He pointed to his head explosively and said, Are you alright, Chopper? Luffy rushed over and stopped in front of the two of them with a screeching brake. Who is this guy? Luffy obviously didn't know this so-called Marine Admiral. In fact, it's not just Luffy, even Nami and the others have seen it in newspapers. But who would have thought that one day he would encounter it? I can't recognize it at all. It's like a common man meets a king who only exists in news reports. Want to be among the many superiors. Accurately recognize a certain one, unless you are more familiar with the system. Advertisement, or if you pay attention often, you can recognize it at the first time. Apparently Usopp, Luffy, and they are not that kind of people. So it's not just Luffy who is confused at this moment. And Usopp them. Who are you guys? Aokiji asked rhetorically, just waking up, and seemed a little sleepy. For a moment, Reka didn't know that he was faking it. Still didn't really recognize it for a while. We still want to ask you, who is this big man? Usopp said speechlessly. Zoro and Sanji's expressions sank, if you put it in the past. When they don't understand hockey. Perhaps the strength of Aokiji, whose breath is restrained, is unaware. Unfortunately, now their observation hockey is more than just getting started. Already able to control and use more proficiently. Vaguely, they sensed a terrifying aura permeating this seemingly lazy man. All of a sudden, he raised his vigilance, and then Robin crawled over. Just glanced at Aokiji and immediately collapsed on the ground. The fear on his face couldn't be concealed at all. And gasping for breath, under unimaginable pressure. For Robin, Aokiji isn't particularly bad though. Advertisement, but it was also part of her nightmare. Especially when she's on the run. Aokiji can always be detected from some pirates who abandoned her. Not every time though, but it was enough for Robin to understand. This is the current Marine's highest combat power. All of a sudden, except for Reka, everyone made a battle-ready stance and fired. Who is this man? But neither in the Great War of Alabasta. Robin thought it might not even be a coincidence. I was so scared. Instead, it came for me. Robin? Luffy and others immediately noticed Robin's abnormality. See Robin, Mo Young. It made Robin so nervous, Nami said in disbelief. But now I just saw this man, never forget myself. She is the absolute big sister psychologically on board. Everyone knew that the exploding head in front of them was definitely an extremely dangerous person. Robin is always calm and sensible, especially now. Although the time spent with Robin is not particularly long. Still in the Sky Island battle with the gods, this is by no means a good thing. 408. Amazing identity, implementing lazy justice. He's Marine. After a while, Robin, who was covered in cold sweat, stood up from the ground. Looking at Aokiji with a solemn face, he said, and revealed his identity, Marine Headquarters Admiral Aokiji. Admiral, you said he is Admiral, what a skill he is, Sanji suddenly exclaimed in horror. More than anyone else, he's more interested in these interpower stuff. I still understand some concepts. Hearing Robin say that, he couldn't keep calm anymore. In Marine, there are only 3 people with Admiral ranks, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Above them, there is only Marine Marshal Sengoku, said Robin, taking a few breaths. Try to get more air. This person is known as one of the world government's top 3 combat powers. How could someone like him be here? Go find those big pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties. Usopp, who heard Robin's words, hid behind Reka at this moment. 140, but I still had the courage to ask this question. Usopp, Reka-san is a big pirate with hundreds of millions, Chopper silently reminded at this time. Anyway, get out of here quickly. Hey, Aokiji was expressionless at first, but he felt amazed for a moment when he saw Nami. Seeing this so-called highest combat power, he looked at himself. Nami couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Advertisement people like this have extraordinary status and strength in the whole world. There is a difference between them and them. What are you doing? Nami asked nervously. There is also a beautiful lady who is fascinated by me. Are you free tonight? Aokiji put his hands in his pockets, looking down at Nami in a condescending manner. But did not do anything excessive. What are you doing, you big fool? Sanji was furious all of a sudden. Nami is small, but she can be regarded as his teacher wife. Such a fair invitation, when they are all zombies don't exist. Listen to people. Seeing that his repelling words were completely ignored, Usopp yelled again. Reka took a step and appeared in front of Nami, looking at Aokiji calmly. Aokiji's eyes narrowed slightly. So fast. That's right, it turns out that the famous flower has already found owner, and I was rude just now. But then he got lazy again, looked at Usopp and the others and waved his hands repeatedly. Really, you are the ones who don't listen to people. I just came out for a walk. Don't be so excited. Besides, you are just that. Aokiji thought while resting his chin. That? CBCH, it looks like I expected. She is really with you. Advertisement, don't hesitate to speak. Is this guy Robin really a Marine Admiral? Usopp pointed at Aokiji and asked Robin in confusion. I forgot, forget it. Aokiji stroked the back of his head and said lazily. The lazy, forgetful guy, it doesn't even look like a Marine. Exactly the same as your appearance. Sanji Usopp complained in unison. But I still have to send a report to the headquarters, Aokiji said again after scanning the crowd. What? Then why did you sleep standing up just now? Usopp said he couldn't understand. Sorry, I'm a little tired from standing, Aokiji said, and lay down directly. My purpose as a Marine is to implement lazy righteousness. But my heart relaxed a little. He does look like Admiral in a way, in this defiant way. This guy really looks lazy. Seeing Aokiji lying down and talking, Sanji said helplessly. After all, the other party bluntly said that they did not come to arrest him and others. I just said bluntly, I'm not here to arrest you, so you can rest assured that after Alabasta, Nico Robin disappeared, I just came to confirm her news. Hearing this, Aokiji was dissatisfied. Hey, how can you judge a person just by appearance? 409. Survivors of distress on the uninhabited island. As soon as Aokiji said this, everyone became a little nervous again. Speaking of the weight of Marine Admiral, they may not be able to understand particularly thoroughly. But it is clear. No matter what kind of pirate, once you are spotted by Marine HQ, pay attention. Usually nothing good ends. After all, if you add Nico Robin, the total bounty has changed. Well, 500 million Baileys, plus 100 million or so. How much? Well, anyway that's what it means. Aokiji held up his fingers, counted, and finally gave up again. Obviously too lazy to count. This made everyone almost commit obsessive-compulsive disorder. You do the math. This is what Zoro said. It was not easy to become a bounty criminal with a high reward. As a result, it was ignored. Rubber. Luffy has already pulled up his arm recklessly at this time. Wait Luffy. Usopp hastily stopped. Let go of me, what are you doing? Luffy was hugged by Sanji and Usopp. But it looks like he wants to beat Aokiji away. We can't provoke first, Sanji's concept of Admiral. Still better than everyone else. Advertisement, that's right, that's the most advanced Marine, Usopp agreed. After all, the other party has already said it just now. Not for them, he didn't intend to arrest himself and others. Then it would be unwise to provoke Marine again. So what, should Luo be handed over? Luffy is not stupid. When Aokiji was talking just now, you have already grasped the key point of the discourse. This guy is after Robin. No, didn't I say I can't do anything? Aokiji supported his head with one hand, and opened his other hand towards Luffy. Acting in refusal. I'm going to beat you up, Luffy said firmly. Aokiji Wenyen could not help but shed silent cold sweat. This guy's character is really similar to Vice Admiral Garp. It's not like you can listen to others. Swish. And at this moment, there was a commotion in the nearby forest. Then a group of emaciated civilians came out listlessly. This sudden extra person immediately attracted their attention. Are you Marine? One of the yellow-haired uncles asked, half paralyzed. With a look of despair. Advertisement, who are these people? Nami and others looked puzzled. Usopp and others also showed pity, asking for flowers. Chopper also made everyone sick. Hey, I've been waiting to write for a long time. Isn't this an uninhabited island? Zoro asked. How about Chopper? Luffy asked. Sanji and Usopp came back with food on their backs. Although some people were injured, they were not seriously injured. As long as they took the medicine I brought, there was nothing to worry about. However, everyone hadn't eaten for 6 days and was very weak, Chopper said. It didn't take long for Nami's voice to fall. Cheer up. Sanji could tell at a glance that some of them had been hungry for a long time. By this time Nami had given something to the little ones. This should be a deserted island, because judging from their state, it is very bad. 0. They look bad after all. Judging from all kinds of things after they landed on this island. Sanji and Usopp went to get food just now, and there are old people and children. Even just now, some people couldn't stand still. No, they're probably passengers from a shipwreck that drifted to this island. There were reports that 10 cruise ships, near here, were missing a month ago. Aokiji informed Luffy and others of the situation. 410. Luffy's highlight moment, this guy is Marine. The sizzling aroma permeated the iron plate. The eyes of those who encountered it immediately lit up. He ate voraciously. It seems that I am very hungry. Don't gobble it up, if you want to eat, there are plenty more, Sanji said softly. He is always lukewarm for the hungry, even if it is an enemy. That's right. Luffy was also gobbling. Why are you still eating? Usopp said speechlessly pointing to Luffy. 047. But even if it's an uninhabited island, no matter how you can find food, Usopp didn't understand. Even if it's a Zon 5 scum like him, you can also find food in the jungle so you won't go hungry. Usopp didn't know that his 5 scum was the result of comparing with monsters like Zoro Luffy. In the eyes of common people, he is already quite a powerful existence. You were killed on the Grand Line, but you were still rescued. It's a blessing, Nami said happily. What kind of ocean is the Grand Line? How bad the weather is. Since these days, advertisement she has already experienced it deeply. We were the only ones who were washed to this island and were saved. Uncle Huang Fa said with a look of fear. What happened? Our boat was on a gourmet trip, and on the way back from the gourmet city of Chair, we ran into a big frog. The big frog was swimming freestyle. We didn't pay attention to hit it, and the whole boat was smashed. The big frog is swimming freestyle? A normal frog should swim breaststroke. Although I have seen many incredible things, but it's still one thing. It's so interesting, I want to see it too. Luffy held the kebab in his left and right hands, and said expectantly. You read that right? Usopp was still a little unconvinced. It is true. That's Yokozuna, Aokiji interjected. Yokozuna. Although we have worked so hard to come to this uninhabited island, it has been a month without a pause, and finally someone came, but after we saw it clearly, that person was actually on the sea. Ride a bicycle, the uncle continued. No matter what, it's impossible to ride a bicycle on the sea. Are you really okay? Seeing them talking, Usopp kept talking. Can't help but worry about Kimon's physical and mental health. That person is me. Aokiji raised his hand. Ah, Usopp, Sanji and the others glanced over. Then the next one is the pirate ship, advertisement. It's us. Then, you are that one, what is it? Aokiji suddenly remembered something. You made it clear. Sanji and Usopp were about to go berserk. This guy can't always speak clearly. By the way, I almost forgot. Luffy looked at Aokiji, suddenly remembered something, and was about to rush over to beat Aokiji up, waving his arms. Fortunately, Usopp Sanji has a quick eye and a quick hand. Immediately hugged Luffy. Stop joking, I want you. Luffy, calm down, Sank, I told you I'm here for a walk. What, you came for a walk, then don't take this road, get out of here, Luffy said as a matter of course. Reka, Nami and others couldn't help but be ashamed and speechless. Aren't you messing around? Luffy actually has the upper hand, although only 4.4 in terms of momentum. Okay, I'll go back now, but before that, get ready to go. Aokiji pointed to the group of survivors. Fortunately, there's an inhabited island not far from here, and it would be better to receive adequate treatment there. Hey, everyone, don't listen to his nonsense, he's a Marine. Luffy immediately looked at the survivors and persuaded them. As soon as the words came out, the air is suddenly quiet. .411. Ice Age, terrifying frozen fruit ability. Uncle Huang Fa was sweating coldly, and asked cautiously, what's wrong with that? Luffy opened his mouth wide and froze suddenly. Then he punched his right fist on his left palm, and suddenly realized. Yes, this is very good, for the common people, Marine is their own, and we are the villains. Ha. Fortunately, you can tell the difference, Nami said helplessly. Is this the time to laugh? Usopp punched Luffy on the head. This guy said he was going to help everyone, Luffy said to Usopp, pointing at Aokiji. Reka and Robin glanced at each other, then looked elsewhere. Not to see Luffy. The implication is obvious. Luffy, don't say it's our captain when you go out. 21 I can't afford to lose this man. Even if he says that, does this guy have a boat? Usopp asked. There's no boat anywhere but us, Chopper reported. They are pirates, to a strange place. Basic observation is essential. Plus the island is not that big, it can be seen at a glance from a high place. How do you get to other islands without a boat? It's okay. Aokiji replied lazily, no matter what you say, it's not convincing at all. Advertisement, indeed, this man can do it. Robin, who hadn't spoken for a long time, spoke seriously at this moment. Now that it seems that Robin, who has something to do with it and obviously knows Marine Admiral better than anyone, has said so. Others have doubts though, but he didn't question it anymore. The survivors also began to prepare things in doubt. Said to prepare something. In fact, it is to distribute a part of the supplies on going merry for them to use on the road. It should be almost enough to have these things. It's good to work once in a while, Aokiji said and stood up. Really, I'm in a good mood, and you're quite easy to talk to, Luffy agreed. He just helped move things. It turned out to be quite harmonious. Robin Nami had cold sweat on his forehead. I didn't expect the two of them to be able to talk. A pirate and a Marine. What do we do now? Are you carrying everyone and leave you behind your back? Luffy asked. How is that possible? Aokiji said speechlessly, then walked to the shore. He squatted down. Get out of here, he said and put his hand into the sea. Just put it down. Suddenly, a huge sea kings burst out of the sea. Advertisement, what is that? It's a sea beast. Even the gigantic sea kings are frozen in close proximity. After all, she has collected information about Aokiji. Sea Kings opened its mouth wide and bit Aokiji directly. 667. Ice Age, Aokiji let out a breath of cold air. This situation has long been expected. Luffy, Usopp and others were minded immediately and made a fighting posture. With this size, he must be the king of the sea in this area. This is the strength of Admiral, the Marine headquarters. Robin was not surprised by this result. The endless glacier made Sanji, Luffy and others dumbfounded and shocked. The sea is frozen. How is this possible? Devil fruit. Clang. Hey, run away. The cold air blew past, and in an instant, all the rising waves were frozen. The whole world instantly became a sea of ice. Rubber rubber. The entire sea area visible to the naked eye was also frozen. 412. You will become terrible in the future. Aokiji who changes the mind. This can last for a week. You can go slowly in this direction, and you will find an island inhabited in 4 days. Aokiji pointed to a much thicker ice road on the ice sheet. Although everyone is still in shock, but to Aokiji's exhortation. Uncle Huang Fa still nodded cautiously. After all, it matters whether they can be saved. It's going to be a little cold, you guys have to keep warm, Bu and Sheng reminded. Is this dreaming? Everything in front of us is for the survivors? It's no different than a miracle. Some people even wondered if they were dreaming. Dreams like this. During this month, they did nothing less. The sea became the earth. That's how we get out of here. Brother Marine, thank you. Everyone came back to their senses and said very gratefully. Aokiji just turned his back on them, raised his hand and waved. Then thanked Luffy again. Advertisement, there are so many kinds of pirates, I don't know how to thank you. Not only helped us heal our injuries, but also gave us so much food and water. 11. Never mind. Hee hee. Luffy grinned. That's what people call fate, Usopp said with a smile after wiping his nose with a finger. After expressing their thanks, the survivors took their children on the road. Hiss, it's so cold. After saying goodbye, Luffy Usopp, who was wearing a short-sleeved jacket, reacted belatedly. Getting ready to leave here, but I heard Chopper say, you can skate here. Chopper was already skating on the ice, as expected of being born in Winter Island, Usopp said with emotion. Aokiji sat not far away, propped his head on one hand, and looked at Luffy and others seriously. When Luffy, Reka and others came to him, he scratched his head in distress. What's wrong? Seeing Aokiji's troubled look, Luffy couldn't help asking. As soon as Aokiji said this, the atmosphere suddenly became tense again. Grandpa. But at this moment, Luffy couldn't help trembling when he thought of his grandpa. Advertisement, Grandpa, Luffy's? It was the first time Usopp and others heard such news. Should I say that you were bold and unrestrained, or should I say that you were unpredictable? Hearing Aokiji's words, a look of fear flashed across Luffy's face. Looking at it now, I still think it's better for you to die here now. Although the government doesn't pay much attention to you, but if you look closely at your managers, you will find that you all have backbone. Although there are not many people, if you dangerous people get together, it will become more and more troublesome in the future, and it may even affect the future world structure. Aokiji's business gradually sank. From the beginning when you were wanted, to what you are doing now, with such a fast growth rate, I have been dealing with some lawless guys, so I feel that your future will be very scary. Such an expression is almost never seen on Luffy. Intersecting with Garp is Reka. What's wrong with you, Luffy? You're sweating all over your body. Usopp looked at Luffy and said. When East Blue. Nothing, Luffy stuttered. In the past, I was taken care of by your grandpa. I came here just to see you, Nico Robin, and someone that your grandpa valued very much, speaking of which. How should I put it, Monkey D. Luffy, you are exactly like your grandfather. In the very beginning, several of you noticed my aura. For a group of people who have never been to the Grand Line, the potential is too scary. It's observation hockey, uncle. Who taught you? Aokiji said, stood up, his voice became heavy, and his breath became more dangerous. Chapter 413. Robin's dark past has been revealed. People who have never been to the Grand Line. People who are not in the marine system, not to mention mastering hockey. Even the concept of hockey should not be very clear. If only Straw Hat knew a little bit of hockey. Aokiji doesn't care too much yet. The Straw Hat's grandpa was Vice Admiral Garp, after all. Has extremely good genes and pedigree, but the person who found his breath just now. Not just one, but several. It accounts for almost half of the entire pirate group. In the first half, and entering the Grand Line for the first time. This strength is almost impossible, already a bit beyond the normal growth rate. And this must be under the guidance of a famous teacher, only 930 can achieve this achievement. Otherwise, hockey, it is also impossible for many people to learn. Aside from that, it's Reka who also makes Aokiji feel tricky. Under the youthful and harmless appearance, but it seems that there is an extremely terrifying raptor dormant. Advertisement, and in this short period of time, he also probably saw the fusion and firm will between them. and have a capacity that ordinary people don't have. In the sea, not everyone can share their food with others. Especially since their identities are still pirates. Encountered, usually do not plunder, it is not bad. Not the Straw Hat Pirates. Their ideological consciousness is almost at the same level, CBAA. When Captain Straw Hat Luffy decides to help them, no one offered a different opinion. Perhaps they are all existences who can give their backs to each other. So Aokiji made such a judgment. I also feel that I can't let it go. Otherwise, what he just said, very likely to become a reality. It wasn't a moment of luck that they got Crocodile. Instead, it has real strength as the foundation. Hey, wait, didn't you just say you were here to join in the fun? Usopp waved his hands in horror immediately after hearing this. They don't want any conflict with Marine Admiral. The reason I'm particularly dangerous is you too, Nico Robin, Reka. Luffy has great potential though. But it takes time to grow up. Perhaps it may have fallen in the process of growing up. Advertisement, it doesn't have to be one. But this Reka, the dormant breath made him feel deeply dignified. And Nico Robin has the knowledge to change the world. If this knowledge is only in the hands of ordinary pirates, that is not a climate. If it is in the hands of a very powerful expert, that's different. Would be a formidable weapon. You really came after Robin, kid? Watch me beat you up. Luffy glared at Aokiji. The amount of the bounty offered not only represents the strength of the prisoner, but also the threat to the government. So when you are only 8 years old, you will become a prisoner with a bounty of 79 million, Aokiji thought to himself talking. It seems to be clearing things up for myself. Although you were still a child at that time, you became witty and energetic, betrayed and fled, currying favor with people, using people, relying on your clever mind to survive in the dark society to this day. This is how you feel. This group of people must have been the hiding place chosen for the second time. Listen to Aokiji Gori tearing apart her past and history. Robin's eyes trembled violently. I was extremely terrified and uneasy. You kid, don't say such unpleasant things. What kind of grudge do you have with Miss Robin? Sanji also glared at Aokiji. Although the time spent together is short, but Robin has basically become a member of their Straw Hats. This kind of thing that exposes people's black history. It certainly sounds uncomfortable. Stop talking about Sanji. Usopp hastily stopped. There is no hatred. Don't talk about friendship. She escaped from me once before. You will immediately understand that she is a troublesome woman and regret it. The best proof is that so far, as long as the organizations related to Nico Robin are all destroyed, Aokiji's eyes gradually turned cold. 414. Robin lost his mind. Gang beats Marine Admiral. But she was the only one who survived. Why do you think that is, Nico Robin? Aokiji said, watching Robin. Robin was momentarily speechless. What Aokiji wanted to express was already obvious. Everyone knows it too. In Luffy's opinion, this is insulting one's partner. Shut up. B********D. That's a thing of the past, it's nothing to do with the present. That's right, we have a pirate hunter and thief on board, Usopp added. They don't even care about the identity of their former partners. So I can say it so openly. Compared to before, it's more important now. Sanji lit a cigarette and said. On this matter, their views are surprisingly consistent. Chopper. Robin is our important partner now, don't speak ill of our partner. I see, it seems that you have a deep friendship with them. Aokiji understood immediately. There used to be such a thing, also appeared on other pirate groups. What on earth are you trying to say? If you want to catch me, just do it. Robin's face changed drastically. Because this time she didn't want to admit it. I am using these people. Speaking of which, Robin couldn't help but launch the attack first. 20 rounds of flowers bloom. Whoosh whoosh, dense arms appeared on Aokiji's body. Several pairs of arms were directly against Aokiji's neck. Pushing it back hard. Advertisement, Robin, stop, Usopp warned in panic. Something like a conflict with Marine Admiral, not as a last resort. Avoid it if you can, it should not be provocative. In the past, Robin was calmer than anyone present. But this time is an exception, she's the aggressive one. Ah la la la, it seems that I have said a bit too much. I thought you were a smart woman, and it seems that I overestimated you. Aokiji did not expect Nico Robin's reaction to be so big this time. It is very different from the situation collected before. Claw. Robin launched an attack brazenly, click. Aokiji's entire body, like brill ice, shattered with a click. This startled everyone. Ah, broken into ice and dead, Chopper yelled in horror. But the words fell. Aokiji, shattered from fragments of ice, was reshaped into a human form on the ground. This is impossible. Run away, everyone, Usopp yelled hastily. This is obviously beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. Marine Admiral is dangerous after all. Logia. Zoro looked serious. Recently they encountered similar abilities. There is already a certain understanding of this. Like the guy who controls Logia's abilities, each one is very dangerous. Advertisement Sand Crocodile Gram Lock Doll, Thor Enel. It's really ruthless. Aokiji looked at the crowd, pulled up a handful of weeds and sprinkled them in the air. Blow on it, then it condensed into a sharp ice blade. He held it in his hand. I didn't mean to kill you, but Aokiji pushed the ice force towards Robin. They didn't ask for a big one-on-one matchup either. Nice job. Usopp yelled. 0, and after knowing how powerful Aokiji is. Second gear. When he decided to do it, he knocked out the enemy's weapon. Meat-cutting kick. Sanji followed suit, seizing the opportunity. Luffy, what can they do? B. Kicked the ice skate from Aokiji's hand. Reka just watched silently, the two didn't say hello. But there is such a tacit understanding, but only heard a clang, and was blocked by Zoro. This is indeed commendable. You're a busybody, natural souvenir. Rubber. Luffy instantly entered second gear. He also wanted to know the real top combat power facing the current sea. Smelly chef, you're really nosy. Zoro grinned. 415. Overwhelming strength, all members defeated? Jet pistol. Luffy's steam-filled punch blazed out. It hit Aokiji with precision. Aokiji was expressionless. Both hands caught Sanji in Zoro's arms. With a little effort, the two of them immediately lost their sense of gravity. Was thrown out ferociously. Pung sounded twice, installed it on a big tree, and plowed a forest. And Zoro and Sanji just stood up, only to find the place where Aokiji had just grabbed. It was covered with ice, and the biting cold hit, 437, suddenly became stiff. Armed, the two didn't hesitate, immediately cast armament haki. But their haki, compared to Aokiji's ability to develop devil fruit. Still too weak. Haki covered and climbed, but failed to melt the ice. This made the hearts of the two of them sink to the bottom of the valley. Follow what Reka told them earlier, Logia's ability, haki can effectively restrain. This happens now, there is only one possibility. That's their haki to the enemy in sight, still too insignificant. It's so cold, Luffy, who punched Aokiji, also felt the ice. The arms also instantly spread ice. The piercing cold pain made Luffy couldn't help crying out. Advertisement, all this happened in an instant, how come? Those three were at an absolute disadvantage in an instant, Usopp said in disbelief. Whizzing. Two streamers rushed towards Aokiji again. Ah, I couldn't make you lose your fighting power with one move, you really have mastered haki. Aokiji looked at Sanji and Zoro who were rushing indifferently. 3 sword style infinite wind mystery, endless ghost slash. 8 inner gates, open, boom, 2 very strong auras burst forth. Aokiji's eyes narrowed slightly, sure enough, my judgment was correct. It's amazing how fast you're growing at such a young age. Even the generals in the marine, they may not be able to take down these two people. It is still up to them to grow. The future world structure will definitely be changed by them. Yet they are fast. Aokiji's faster, the whole person turned into a chill. As fast as a streamer. Instantly avoided the attack range in front of Sanji and Zoro. Appeared by the side like a ghost. Ice haki. A cold stream like a cloth belt flew from Aokiji's body. Before Zoro's observation haki captures them, it has been wrapped up in all directions. Congealed into 2 haki pucks, however, only half of their bodies were frozen. Advertisement, not completely frozen. What an amazing reflex, incredible. Aokiji saw that the two were not completely frozen. The voice sank slightly and said, this blow has not been able to completely block their actions. This was a bit beyond his expectations. 108 vexed phoenixes. Zoro waved the ghost in his hand with one arm, and an astonishing sword energy shot out. Azuka Bakufeng. Sanji also endured the icy cold pain, and kicked out a powerful attack like a streamer of light spectrum. But both of them had been frozen for most of their bodies. Can no longer move. The surrounding area instantly turned into an ice field, freezing Luffy. The ice in my hand was shattered in an instant. With one swing, all the attacks from Luffy will be wiped out. 2 thorny spears. Aokiji condensed 2 ice spears and pierced through the attacks of the two with a brutal gesture. Raise your hand and pick up a piece of ice edge, use it as a skate. Before they break free, they couldn't break free for a while. Rubber, jet machine gun. Pung, under the high temperature of Luffy's body. It's too immature, Aokiji let out a cold breath. I will be taken down by him. After being crushed, the ice spear T continued to strike unabated. Seeing that he was about to hit 2 people in 1.9. Fist shadows all over the skies suddenly fell like stars. They totally believe it. Luffy strikes again, the ice was as hard as steel. And at the speed that Aokiji just showed. Overwhelmed Aokiji. 416, scared to death. Sins of Pride defies Marine Admiral. Then Aokiji kicked hard on the chest, the whole person flew out with lacing. After smashing several mountain peaks in a row, smoke billowed in the distance. Oops, if you don't deal with it quickly, once it becomes frostbite, your hands and feet will rot. What are you doing, Usopp? Get the 3 of them away, Chopper said anxiously. He wanted to call Usopp, but Riki thawed the 3 of them. But Usopp was so frightened that his hands and feet were weak at the moment. Although I really want to help, but I can't move all over the body. Could it be that I am also frozen? This is not the case. 21 but from the coercion of the strong. Intimidated Usopp's soul. His instinct to fear dominated his body and mind. You're just too scared to freeze, cheer up, Chopper encouraged. Robin, run away. Nami even reminded, things are not looking good right now. Even with Reka around, it may not be possible to save the day. After all, the 3 of Luffy are so powerful, they are basically beaten down now. This guy is definitely stronger than that Enel guy. But Robin didn't seem to hear Nami's words. At this moment, she is also afraid. Panting, he froze in place. Advertisement if it weren't for not breathing heavily. She felt that she might be under too much pressure in the next second. Suffocate. Your partners are all good, but you are you, Nico Robin, Aokiji said, looking at Robin. No, I have. But before she finished speaking, Aokiji grabbed her directly. Robin, run away. Luffy, who rushed back, saw this scene and roared hysterically. Since arriving on the Grand Line, no matter what kind of enemy you encounter, none of them had ever been so hopeless. The strength of Marine Admiral. Make them a little helpless. Just bumped into Aokiji. It will be frozen by the kind of ice that seems to be able to freeze the soul. Wait. Reka looked at Zoro and Sanji, another look at Luffy. Their strength by leaps and bounds made them feel somewhat frivolous. And judging from their dignified expressions at the moment, Aokiji makes the shot this time, just enough to bang them. And make them more determined to become stronger. Otherwise follow up with an exercise enhancement program. Advertisement may not be implemented smoothly, and now he couldn't just watch Luffy and the others get settled. Although now face to face with Marine Admiral, for Ren, the downsides outweigh the upsides. But only in this way, Luffy, Zoro and the others can feel the sense of crisis. After all, he made the shot this time, will be much stronger than in East Blue. And Aokiji is not Garp's kind of casual powerhouse. One's own strength will definitely be truthfully reported to the Marine headquarters. By then, the Marine HQ hunt had intensified. Luffy and the others had to become stronger. Whoosh! As Reka's voice sounded, a blazing sun flame slapped towards Aokiji. The speed and strength contained in it let Aokiji not be taken seriously. Immediately put his hands together, Pong made a loud bang, and he was blown away by the flame of the sun's magic power. Are you really going to make a move? Aokiji stopped backing after retreating hundreds of meters. He looked at Reka with a slightly condensed face. You're attacking my partner, do you still want me to sit idly by? Little Marine Admiral, you're very courageous. Reka raised his jaw arrogantly, and looked at Aokiji contemptuously. Lele Reka-san. You can't say that. Usopp was almost not intimidated by Reka's arrogant words. This is Marine Admiral, such provocative words, they will die. 417. Top Conquerors Hockey, Aokiji Thriller. Are you really going to fight me for Nico Robin? Aokiji watched the ice melt on his chest. His expression became more serious, and then he walked towards Reka step by step. I'll leave them to you. Reka looked at Sanji and Zoro and said. Their hockey is still weak, I want to melt this ice. Still have to use some knowledge of physics, Reka's Sun Demon Fire can do this. But if you do it now, Aokiji can't just watch, and they have to be temporarily out of this storm circle. You can also measure for yourself how powerful Aokiji is. But, was heard from Reka. Robin hesitated, put it before. Got into trouble, if there is a chance to escape. She doesn't need to be reminded, it has long since slipped away. But I don't know why. Watching Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the man in front of him, one after another, they fought against Marine Admiral for themselves. She couldn't move to escape, perhaps unconsciously. I have fallen in love with such a group of people. Advertisement Reka is very strong, it can be said that it is strong enough to resist the attack of Marine Admiral. Robin thinks it is still difficult, because this is Marine's highest power. He is a strong man who can make all the big shots in the world care about him. Even Reka him. It may not be able to fight. Stop talking nonsense, don't waste time, at this time, just be obedient, woman. Backquote. Reka's arrogance was completely let go. The breath is gradually rising, and the personality has also undergone obvious changes. The kind from words to expressions, then to the depths of the eyes, and even the depths of the soul, there is arrogance. Aokiji was taken aback for a moment, this guy didn't say much just now. Aokiji thought this was a man of few words, I didn't expect that it would be better if I didn't speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, the sense of contrast was so strong. I got it. Robin watched Reka berate him so firmly. Not only did he not feel ashamed because of this. Instead, his face turned slightly red, then he answered honestly. There is even a sentence in my heart. So cute, Yoshi, let's go. Leave this to Reka. Usopp also regained his strength at this time. The two of them lifted Sanji and headed towards the ship. Robin also used his hands to pick up the ice cube with Zoro and left. Nami followed suit. Her magic may be able to unlock it later. Advertisement, damn it, although Luffy could fight again. But he clearly felt that he was no match for Aokiji. Although still able to fight, but if Aokiji shoots Robin Usopp again, he simply didn't have the extra strength to protect them. I am the captain, how can I always rely on Reka-san? It's okay, Captain, just take a good look, take this opportunity to see the real top combat power in the whole world. I believe, these futures are just the goals you want to surpass, Reka said lightly. It's you who look down on others, so use your defeat to forgive your sins. The complexion couldn't help but change. A drop of cold sweat gradually slipped from his forehead. The terrifying aura condensed into a substantial wind pressure, sweeping towards the surroundings with a bang. And this is exactly what Reka wants to see, the surrounding cold air suddenly diffused like mist. I know, but Luffy's desire grew stronger at this moment. It's stronger than ever. Sun in my heart, conqueror's haki. In the sky and the world, I am the only one. He took 2 steps back. What? Aokiji felt the condensed and roaring terrifying wind pressure. Get it? Boom. Reka's body suddenly swelled, his muscles were clearly defined, and every muscle bulged. All contain explosive power. A feeling of heart palpitations as if about to go into cardiac arrest rushed into my heart. Aokiji couldn't touch the defense, and was hit by such a shock. I said, don't you look down on people a little. Do you think I can show my full strength? Aokiji condensed an ice skate and held it in his hand. 418. They're just a bunch of idiots. A bunch of lovable idiots. It's not just conqueror's haki, and it's not even common's conqueror's haki. It's top-notch, such haki, when Aokiji was in New World before. Only felt it from one man, Redhead Shanks. But who is Redhead Shanks? It is the 4 emperors who have been with the Roger Pirates for many years. And this one in front of me, it's just a rookie pirate who just debuted. Never been to Grand Line before, if ever, with his strength. It is impossible to be silent. What kind of monster are you? Aokiji was affected though. But not much, just some palpitations, looking at Reka. He couldn't understand it. As a rule of thumb, Ray's 610 card should not have such strength. Very illogical. It's like an extremely strong man who came out of nowhere. But even a strong person like Big Mom who was born a monster. Advertisement. I want to reach the top and become the strongest. It also takes a certain amount of time, but this guy is clearly a brat. Let me try it. Marine Admiral wait. Reka didn't answer Aokiji's words. Instead, he held Rita, the divine axe, in one hand. Hold it high. Chop down brazenly, sun without mercy. On the top of the axe, a blazing fireball like the sun was quickly formed. Accompanied by a strong roar, the divine axe swung down was like a meteorite falling at high speed. Storm pheasant mouth. Aokiji put it away immediately, still in a somewhat sloppy mood. The cold ice on his body expanded rapidly, and in an instant, his entire arm was carrying an entire iceberg to greet him brazenly. The two collided, and ice and fire shot everywhere. On the small half of the island, fire and ice flowed wildly in an instant. Linton, where the two were located, lost half of their time. The beasts living on the island suddenly became agitated. He tried his best to escape to other places. Is this the end of the world? Nami, who rushed to going Mary at this moment, heard a loud noise. Can't help but look back. Seeing this, they were quite frightened. The place they just fled from. At this moment, it seems to have become a purgatory. This is just the beginning of the fight. Advertisement. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. Wait until Usopp and CBFA, Chopper carry Zoro Sanji back to the bathroom to defrost. Robin stood anxiously on the deck, looking into the distance. Are they okay? If Reka-san, it will be fine, Nami said firmly. But Fen fist rubbed tightly. There was also cold sweat running down his forehead. Apparently something like this happened to Marine Admiral. Hope nothing happens to them, Robin prayed in his heart like never before. If it is like this, especially looking at the expression on Nami's face. And can die together, not so much that Reka is okay. Maybe now she wouldn't feel any guilt. Idiot, Robin couldn't calm down for a long time. They're a bunch of idiots. But they're the same idiots who saved my village and me. Nami thought of what happened in Kokoyashi village matter. From the panic just now to the calm now, because the big deal is that everyone dies together. Can't help showing a smile. Rather, she was hoping that nothing would happen to Reka. Is this what you call a partner, Sol? But, am I really? Am I qualified to take risks with this group of people? Suddenly, she wasn't afraid anymore. Why, if you hand me over, maybe you will make it difficult for you. Robin also grabbed the hands of the handrail along the boat, and couldn't help but squeeze them tightly. Not sure Reka will be okay either, she also knew it was dangerous. It is also a kind of happiness. 419, top conquerors, bad Aokiji. Boom boom boom. Various explosions resounded continuously throughout the island. Visible to the naked eye, the forest was leveled piece by piece. Mountain peaks suddenly burst into pieces, opened. Two streamers of light, from the ground constantly colliding with the sky. Then it was shot from the sky, into the ground. Layers of earth and stone waves were splashed. Hard ground. At the moment, it is like making tofu. Where did the two streamers touch? Where it starts to crumble. In just an instant, the two collided with at least 100 moves. Luffy stood by and stared blankly. The speed of the two is so fast. If the opponent is himself, I'm afraid I can't take too many attacks from Aokiji. Is this the strongest combat power of Marine, so powerful? Not just speed, fruit ability, haki, taijutsu. These are basically impeccable, although some large-scale powerbombing. Not necessarily more destructive than Thunderfruit. But Aokiji's combat effectiveness is reflected in various aspects. So comprehensive, powerful and invulnerable, I have to face it in the future. Will it be this kind of opponent? It's really exciting. Advertisement. You must become stronger, can't hold Reka-san back. And the way to go, don't allow yourself to become weak. I will definitely become stronger, Luffy clenched his fists. Shouted directly to the sky. When Reka heard this, she showed a knowing smile. Is that one of your goals too? Aokiji caught this keenly. He swung his skates around. The cold current surged, and Ka's body tilted slightly. Avoided this attack, but the forest behind him was under the cold current of the sword. With a click, it instantly turned into a forest of ice sculptures. Looks magnificent. That's right. So you are their teacher. What is the purpose of a guy like you stooping in such a novice pirate group? Aokiji launched continuous attacks. His ice is harder than ordinary steel, collided with the axe Rita many times. But it didn't break on the spot, just one gap after another appeared. And the sun magic fire released by Reka, if not strong enough. During the flight fight, it will turn into lumps of ice sculptures and fall from the sky. His ice is extraordinary, it can easily freeze the magma of the volcanic eruption. The lethality of the cold is far beyond Reka's expectation. Arrogant explosion. Reka condensed fireballs all over the sky, bombarding Aokiji indiscriminately. There have been many confrontations, but up to now they have not been able to grasp any initiative. It's all due to interest. Is it true that if you are strong, you must have a strong team? To me, the world is just a game. Ask for flowers 00 advertisement. It's noon. Boom. Reka stepped forward like a giant trampling on it. The whole atmosphere roared, and hideous cracks appeared. The whole island screamed, trembling violently. It's like a strong earthquake. It's even stronger, Aokiji said solemnly. Frozen moment. Aokiji's ice skates condense a terrifying cold wave. Like a tsunami of fog, it swept towards Fuka without distinction. Wherever it goes, it will be frozen into an ice field. 0 asterisk 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 asterisk. But the cold can't eat Reka. Ice slag splashed all over Aokiji. The super strength ice armor condensed at the critical moment. There are also cracks. Reka's speed surge, so even when he noticed that Reka had an extraordinary aura. I've underestimated you a little bit. We should treat you as a real opponent. Aokiji's expression turned cold. And because of this, he paid the price for it. The blazing sun magic flames emanate from Reka. You can't judge people by their appearances, he also just pays attention. A mouthful of blood couldn't help but spurt out. It's not being treated as an equal at all. All of a sudden it came to Aokiji's side, in the case of further increase in strength. But Aokiji is coming to his senses quickly now, like he said at the beginning 0. Because Reka is too young. The axe swung heavily on Aokiji. 420. Aokiji. Do you want to listen to what you were talking about? This guy is probably comparable to the 4 Emperors powerhouse. Even if it can't compare, not much difference, and now the breath is still rising. Aokiji thought at first, maybe they have some strength. But want to cause trouble for yourself, it should be impossible. After all, he has the current strength, but I suffered a lot. It is difficult for ordinary people to reach his field. But I didn't expect that now I have suffered a big loss. Double thorn spear. Aokiji condensed the 120 ice thorns all over the sky and bombarded Reka. But was shot down by Reka with an axe. Reka then attacked several times. But Aokiji's observation hockey is also outstanding. Basically, it can be elementalized in advance to avoid Reka's attack. It's really troublesome, Reka said. There was a little flame on him. A storm of flames ensues, with the conqueror's twine of terror. Sweeping the earth like a gust of wind, violently tore Aokiji's observation hockey around him. Knowledge kill. Although after Reka revealed the terrible conqueror's hockey. Aokiji had guessed so in his heart, but it's time to show your face. Still in shock, because there are people in the world who can master hockey to this level. Advertisement few. No more than one hand. Now it has manifested itself in an almost total stranger. It's not good, Aokiji had a vague premonition in his heart. For now, it seems that all the attacks he played can be extinguished and defended against Reka's attacks though. But his ice couldn't freeze him. An extremely hot flame rose from the man's body. Very restrained his ability. It was originally intended to exercise this shortcoming. He has tempered the ice to the point where even magma can be frozen. The result is now facing this flame, but there is nothing to do. And hockey, for him, has lost his right and left right now. Or, the most useful means at the moment are hockey and taijutsu. Thinking about it, Aokiji gave up the distance he kept pulling away. A razor rushed towards Reka at a super fast moving speed. Perfect ice. Aokiji held the ice blade, flowing with black-red armament hockey. Swipe and collide with Reka's axe. A loud bang, terrible shockwaves, accompanied by ice and fire. It exploded in an instant. Rapid freezing. The moment the axe and knife touched, Aokiji's ice skates were filled with cold air. Spread and wrap around Reka. Click, Reka became a puck. But Aokiji didn't look relaxed at all. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, dozens of snow-white cold current sword chi were cut out. Criss-crossing towards the ice puck, when the attack is about to touch the puck. Reka broke through the ice. The swung axe was blocked by Aokiji. Release. Boom. From the top of the axe, blast out the energy shockwave of the entire fan. Reka usually raises Rita the axe. It already contains extremely terrifying energy. If you don't notice it for a while, you will be thrown out again. Aokiji heard Reka talking to himself, but it was quickly frozen by the ice and strangled. This is not the end, not really planning to wipe out the StrawHat Pirates. After all, 1.0 has been paying attention to her all these years. Marine Admiral is really difficult to deal with. I can still maintain a leisurely posture now. Is my strength really as strong as I think? It's still too weak. To be able to actively eject such a terrifying energy shockwave. Hey, this is too foul. You guys are only offered a reward of 500 million Baileys, and you are much stronger than what Vice Admiral Garp said. Aokiji sighed. Just wanted to see Nico Robin's reaction. Unexpectedly, the little rookie pirate group, Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger. This guy, do you want to listen to what I'm talking about? Can't help but be speechless. Originally, he was just making a tentative shot. What? Aokiji didn't expect a weapon, so this time I want to make a conclusion. He had the feeling that Nico Robin had completely gone dark. There were many cracks and burns on the whole body. 421. The terrible flame of Ryujin Jaka, Absolute Zero Sword. Does he call his own strength weak? Does he know what he is fighting? Ordinary pirates can catch him with a few tricks. It is enough to be valued by the Marine headquarters. If it can put him at a disadvantage, even if it is for the moment. It is also enough to shock the whole world. Let the top powerhouses in the entire circle pay attention. Did he think he was a little shrimp in Marine? Fight till now? I have let myself suffer a few times. As a result, he still has nothing to say. He is even more dissatisfied than himself. Is this human speaking? Since this is the case, it still needs to be stronger. Did Marine Admiral lose? Sounds like good news. Liar. Hearing Reka's arrogant and confident words. Aokiji was a little hard to imagine for a while. His current strength is no less than his own. In the world, it must be top class, but now with such strength. But still get stronger? Wouldn't it be talking big? If it is true, Aokiji doesn't even know how to understand it. Someone stronger than yourself. Not nothing in this world. But those guys are basically old monsters from the previous era. Some had half a foot in the coffin. Advertisement. This young man can have that kind of power. Heaven and earth. I am the only one, the ultimate version. Boom. Reka's whole person seemed to be the embodiment of flame. An invisible soul knife, Ryujin Jaka. At this moment, it seems to be integrated into the god axe Rita as a weapon soul. Boom. Rita the axe has merged with Ryujin Jaka, the soul state Zanpakuto. Terrifying flames surged out. The lakes on the island and the surrounding ice fields quickly released wisps of water vapor. Within hundreds of miles of Fangyuan, the temperature suddenly rose a lot. Where the island was previously frozen by Aokiji also started to melt rapidly, and near the forests of Reka and Aokiji. Weather standing, it was smashed by them before. At this moment, they were all ignited in the air. The sound of crackling firecrackers can be heard endlessly. From Aokiji's ears, there was chaos. What's the matter? What's going on? The glaciers on the sea are melting. Fortunately, the group of survivors have gone far away, so they shouldn't be affected. But this is too exaggerated. Nami, Robin and others are extremely disturbed. It's hot, it's hot. It's cold, it's cold. Luffy jumped left and right in the battle circle between the two. It gets very hot when you get close. Lean back and step on the ice. And very cold. But he still didn't leave. If we can't even wait for the environmental changes caused by the two confrontations now. Advertisement then how to face such a strong man. What a terrible flame. Aokiji looked very heavy. This kind of flame, he felt more terrible than Akainu's magma. Sunfire without mercy. Reka swung out with a single axe. Accompanied by the surging out as a whole fire tsunami. The tsunami roared away and flooded the entire island. The ultimate ice prison. Aokiji's expression changed. In this world, there is nowhere to hide, and he just wanted to use physical skills to get closer. But Reka got stronger than ever. One blow contains explosive power. Knock him out easily. Now he can only passively defend 850. Without knowing how long the roar of flames lasted. Avoid hurting yourself first. Only in this way can there be a chance to launch a counterattack. Slash. Reka stroked, the moment of slashing. Countless flames were detonated in an instant. Bang. A cloud of flame mushrooms soared into the sky, covering Fangyuan for several kilometers. Even the stones in the ground are under this horrible flame. Melt away. After a wave of explosions, the embarrassed Aokiji broke the puck and rushed towards it in the smoke. Get up and approach Reka. Absolute Zero Sword. The towering ice sword over 100 meters long and slender cut down vertically. Haven't touched anything yet. The surrounding void is due to the sudden drop in temperature. Condensation except one after another iceberg, falling down rapidly. 422, Admiral escapes. A big event that is enough to shock the world. Ice and fire clash. Robin and the others couldn't calm down more and more. Such a terrifying movement. A little careless, if hit by an attack. Then Reka is in danger. Robin prayed and hoped. She really doesn't want anything to happen to anyone on the Straw Hat Pirates. Can fight like this. She wasn't even qualified to watch it closely. If you don't pay attention, one aftermath attack will be able to. The ice and fire on the island are constantly flickering, appearing and disappearing. It's frightening. Don't know who has the advantage. Suddenly, there was a terrifying explosion. The smoke and dust billowed, and a figure flew out quickly. Hit a boulder off the coast of Going Merry. The boulder shattered and exploded. The figure that stopped was Reka. On his chest, there was a chain of ice that sliced open Reka's chest. The temperature was suddenly terribly low. Ka glanced at the wound on his chest. Brow slightly wrinkled. This bone-piercing injury does not cause a small amount of pain. He's hurt. Robin was taken aback. Advertisement. Sure enough, it is still impossible to beat the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, just when Robin was thinking so sadly. But I heard Reka said quite dissatisfied. That guy Aokiji escaped with the blow just now, but he should have hit my wife firmly. Aokiji escaped? Robin was still a little desperate and worried about Reka. Hearing this, I was stunned for a moment. Is this real or fake? Marine headquarters admiral, one of the highest combat power. Escaped. How can this be? That is an almost invincible existence in the sea. But soon Robin knew. This should be true, otherwise Reka gets hurt. As a person with rich experience in actual combat, he has the highest combat power. How could it not be possible to pursue the victory? Even for someone as weak as her. All know, in battle, once you have an advantage, you must take the opportunity to pursue it. But now Aokiji has not appeared yet, so there must be a high probability that he really escaped. Are you okay? Robin and Nami ran towards Reka worriedly. It's okay, but Luffy is frozen. You guys go and deal with it, Reka said lightly. The degree of freezing of Aokiji's sword just now. Even Reka was a little surprised, so he got the Dow. Luffy seen up close. Advertisement couldn't react at all. It was directly frozen into an ice sculpture by the aftermath. Go Nami, the ice on his body is too cold, you use magic to thaw it first, wait too long, I'm afraid Luffy's vitality will stop. I see. Nami didn't ask any further questions, and hurried over to the location Reka said. Aokiji. Robin asked subconsciously while supporting Reka. Asterisk 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 he is worse than me, but I didn't think he would run away. It seems that he has no burden of being a strong man, and he is not very easy to deal with. Next time we meet, we have to prevent him from running away. Hear Reka say that. Robin's comforting words were suddenly lost. Is this really something a normal person can say? That's Marine Admiral. Being able to beat him away is enough to cause a sensation in the whole world. He was thinking about it, how to make him unable to escape next time. Robin said that this is not something she thought about in the field. Wang Dahao, love. This is too intense, you. It's fine, it's fine. It took a long time for Robin to choke out such a sentence. But the heart is very warm and touching. It feels like someone is standing in front of her to shield her from the wind and rain. Really good, ah la la la. This time I played too big, on the distant sea area. Aokiji walks on the sea. With every step, the sea under my feet freezes automatically. Drops of blood drip down from his chest. The steps are very heavy. .423. The Marine headquarters decision kills the StrawHat Pirates. Aokiji hasn't had this kind of injury for a long time. Even the occasional conflict with the four emperors in New World. But because they know each other's intelligence quite well. And there is no order from the five elders, the Marine Admiral usually have no power to fight to the death with the four emperors. Hit the bottom. So there are very few times when both sides are hurt. Too little is known about him. The ability he uses seems not to be affected or restrained by Haki at all. What's going on? Isn't that Devil Fruit's ability? What a headache. How should first report to Marine headquarters now? Said that he was going to trouble a rookie pirate group. Then he was beaten away. Please, he was a Marine Admiral after all. Still have to show some face, but 140 if you don't report it. The threat of this pirate group is currently so great. In case other unaware Marines meet, that could be wiped out. It doesn't matter, let the superiors worry about it. After Aokiji thought twice. I feel that my face is the fate of my fellow Marines. Still insignificant in comparison. Advertisement blue. Aokiji quickly dialed Marshal Sengoku's phone bug. Moshi Moshi, Sengoku-san, something to report. Cough cough. What's the matter, Aokiji? He ran around before he was on vacation. Do you still see me as the marshal now? 5 elders have already called to ask about the situation. Really, then it's more troublesome. CBDI, now. Aokiji scratched his head. Said distressed. What's wrong? Encountered 4 emperors. Marshal Sengoku heard Aokiji's words. Quite weak. And Aokiji is not on the issue of leave and pay. Stay longer. No, immediately, he should be busy. Well, how should I put it? Probably, it's like this or that. It's time to report. Aokiji still couldn't speak. Although did not meet the 4 emperors, but the problem seems to be about the same. Idiot. Speak clearly, Marshal Sengoku said speechlessly. Yes. Aokiji said lazily. The cause of the incident was then reported to Marshal Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku didn't particularly care at first. But the more he listened, the more serious his face became. In the end, it was even more silent. After the silence, he shouted to Aokiji explosively. You idiot, you were dragging your feet on such an important matter just now. This is a major situation. Advertisement, are you hurt? Seriously? After cursing? Marshal Sengoku was worried about Aokiji's situation again. He himself couldn't believe it. Aokiji was actually injured by a rookie pirate. And had to stay out of the way, although it also caused damage to the opponent. It's not really a defeat, but back off to Marine Admiral. It's a very serious situation. Well, it's okay. Aokiji looked down at the hideous and painful wound on his chest. Just said a word. It seems that the injury is not serious. You did the right thing. There is nothing shameful in avoiding the edge until you know all the strength of the enemy. You pay attention to safety. I will hold a meeting immediately to discuss the next move. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful figure in the Straw Hat Pirates, and he was already valued enough before. I didn't expect it to be underestimated, Marshal Sengoku said in a deep voice. At this time, such a strong man suddenly appeared in the sea. Still a pirate, for Marine, it is a huge challenge. That guy Garp, when he reported earlier, he was still vague. Garp, get out of here for a meeting. Marshal Sengoku's voice resounded through most of the Marine headquarters. It used to happen quite often. Marines are used to it. But then the bell for an emergency call was also rung. What happened? Some Marine vice admirals frowned. The alarm bells sounded. Usually means that there is a major event. The Straw Hat Pirates, you can't just let them grow, Sengoku said to himself. 424. Let CP9 cooperate to take down the Straw Hat Pirates. Sengoku, what happened? Don't ring the alarm bells for trivial things. As far as I know, the four emperors have nothing to do. Although picking booger, talking about complaining. But after the alarm bells sounded, Vice Admiral Garp was the first to rush over. What a grand Sengoku. Here Garp. He stopped fighting immediately. A whole Garp, it's not your grandson's fault. Also, the report you gave last time about a guy named Reka in East Blue didn't clarify and locate his true combat power. This kind of thing happened only now, and it almost caused the Marine headquarters to suffer a big loss. Hey, Luffy? He has already made the Marine headquarters ring the alarm? Ha ha ha. You're indeed the grandson of this old man? B********* D Garp, I'll kill you. Sengoku couldn't help kicking him. Sengoku, don't think that you are the marshal. You can beat and scold your subordinates at will. Don't go too far, don't slap your face. Garp and Sengoku fought together. Numerous Marine vice admirals can only stand silently behind. Fortunately, because the situation is urgent, they didn't really fight either. Here's the thing. Marine meeting. Admiral Sengoku will Aokiji encounter the Straw Hat Pirates. After the exchange of fire, the people who did not get benefits were told. The entire meeting suddenly fell into dead silence. Then it exploded in one breath. Advertisement, how can this be? A rookie pirate group let Aokiji admirals suffer. Even had to stay out of the way. They're not the four emperors. This rookie pirate group is so pervert. Except for the pirate named Reka, the strength of the other pirate members is not weak. How many of them have even mastered hockey? During the conversation, some Marine generals also looked at Garp. Once suspected, those guys who can hockey. Did Garp give it to Luffy? Then it was taught to others by Straw Hat Luffy, but everyone turned around and thought about it. Garp's grandson is still very young, no matter how terrible the talent is. Didn't go through many fights, and if the physical fitness has not reached a certain level. Hockey also does not mean someone taught. You must be able to learn it. Garp didn't care about that. He didn't teach Luffy hockey. Some things are not taught as early as possible, have not experienced combat. There is no such self-understanding of the battle. Just by word of mouth, advertisement, it's not enough to really understand that power. We all seriously underestimated this year's rookie pirates. On several other waterways, several powerful pirate groups have also appeared. Although they cannot be compared with the Straw Hat Pirates, they also make our marine feel very troublesome. Asking for flowers. The most important thing now is how to solve this problem. Is there any need to think about it? Just dispatch the fleet and wipe them all out, Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider under G8's command, said coldly. He had no qualms about Garp's feelings, in the marine anyway. They're not on the same side either. Zero and pirates should be completely eliminated, especially this kind is no longer a seedling. And such a terrifying pirate group, if it cannot be eliminated. Wouldn't it be more terrifying than four emperors in the future? Now it's time to take on Marine Admiral. Wouldn't he be sitting on the head of the Marine Admiral from now on? It cannot be forgiven and belittled. Akainu and Kizaru both have important missions on their hands. The closest to them is Enies Lobby. They're very powerful. If they cooperate with Aokiji Admiral, they should be able to take down the Straw Hat Pirates. But Enies Lobby, our sea country, has no right to adjust. No, this time Nico Robin is also on the Straw Hat boat. The chief of Enies Lobby will not easily miss any information related to ancient weapon. Let's go then, let's apply to 5 elders, let Enies Lobby cooperate with Aokiji Admiral for a long time. 425. The coming storm, Robin's psychological change. Strange, logically speaking, his strength is very strong, but can he push Aokiji to that level? The growth is too fast. Garp watched many Marines discussing various details. Can't help frowning, made a murmur, when East Blue encountered Reka. He is very strong indeed. Is it so strong that even Aokiji has to avoid the edge temporarily? It seems not, although at that time he briefly broke through the limit. But the limit of a person cannot be broken through casually. It's been a long time since I saw you, 623, but now it seems that their situation will be very bad. After all, if they are being targeted by the Marine headquarters. Not many pirates survive unharmed. Even Reka is comparable to Admiral. But it's not like the real 4 emperors after all. There are countless strong men under his command who can trend. If they are targeted by Marine Admiral with elite. The danger is of course needless to say. The pirate's path, but you chose it yourself. Luffy. Garp could only sigh in his heart. He's a Marine HQ hero though, but that doesn't change Marine's decision. And I don't know how to speak. After all, everything Marine is doing now is targeting pirates. This is their job, and rightly so, and rightfully so. Advertisement this left Garp to pray inwardly. Then it's settled. The Straw Hat Pirates must not be allowed to enter the New World and kill this dangerous seed in the cradle. Everyone, go get busy. Yes. Listen to Sengoku. Many generals also began to act. Those responsible for mobilizing warships mobilize warships. Those in charge of CP9's combat power should contact their superiors. Marine headquarters is busy. Wait until all the generals go away. Only Sengoku and Garp are left in the room. Garp, Sengoku said with a complicated look. After all, Straw Hat Luffy is his grandson. Sengoku is making a decision. The heart is not very happy. Don't worry, we will do our best to catch it alive. When the time comes to catch him held down, I will let you do the ideological work. Oh, Garp seemed to be waiting for what he wanted to hear. After listening, he responded lightly and left. Are you okay? Robin subconsciously supported Reka. It's okay, but our challenge may be about to begin. Reka shook his hand. Chopper quickly rushed over. Frostbite is more serious than a wound cut by a sharp weapon. What to do, what to do? Chopper is running around anxiously, such severe frostbite. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. And this level of frostbite, in medicine, it belongs to the dead. What kind of strength is more suitable for treatment now? Chopper doesn't know. Advertisement? Don't worry, don't forget who I am. Besides, no, there is magic, it's not a problem, Reka said and pointed to the sun in the sky. He who has the magic power of the sun, how could it be really frostbitten? Now it's all superficial. It won't be long before the magic power of the sun can completely expel the frostbite. Hear Reka say that. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of Reka-san, he was able to break the Marine Admiral. It's amazing, Usopp said with great admiration. I also have to work harder to enhance my strength. They can hold on for a while. We are really ashamed. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others were also completely thawed by Reka. We can't keep dragging everyone down like this. Appropriate comfort is also necessary. We are still too young, Sanji Zoro said and went to exercise immediately. As if these days, he is Marine Admiral, who has been sailing in this sea for an unknown amount of time. It is normal for you to be unable to beat him now, but I believe that you will be able to surpass him in the future. It's okay, I will definitely not lose next time, Luffy waved his fist and said firmly. Unexpectedly, Reka-san was needed to protect them from wind and rain in the end. Robin looked at Reka, and didn't know what to say for a moment. There were mixed feelings in his heart. Reka comforted. They came back to their senses, they're all ashamed. Already good, it's like they never really grew up. Giving strong pressure blindly is not necessarily good. But in the future, Marine probably won't let us go easily. Reka could already see a storm coming down. 5.6 And as far as the previous situation is concerned. 426, Robin, please believe in your companions at critical moments. This feeling of being sheltered and protected, she never really felt it. And she can sense it. This is without any utilitarianism. A long-lost impulse to cry came to my heart, but still restrained. They see themselves as true partners, even at the expense of making an enemy of Marine Admiral. No, to be precise, it is the enemy of the entire Marine headquarters. I suffered a big loss from a rookie pirate group. Whether Aokiji likes it or not, think big picture. He must report the matter to Marine headquarters. As for the Marine headquarters, it is impossible to turn a blind eye. Maybe it's time to start taking action. I don't know what will happen next. But 21 whatever. I will definitely not let anyone hurt this pirate group. And the idea just popped up. It was as if he had been completely seen through by the man in front of him. I hope that when facing important decisions in the future, don't think about sacrificing yourself to solve things. You can rely on us for anything. Reka doesn't want to see Robin being held hostage by CP9. Now that Marine headquarters is paying attention to them, then it is impossible for CP9, which is the closest to the capital of Seven Waters, to remain silent. And CP9 has always coveted Robin's ability to translate history. As soon as the news here is reported to Marine headquarters, advertisement CP9 will also get the exact location of Robin. I see. Robin lowered his head and said hesitantly. I have always been used to being alone, still a little uncomfortable with being protected. That's how you look like a woman. A woman has to know how to be shy so that she won't suffer. Ha ha ha. It was the first time I saw Robin showing this expression. Reka joked. Did you like such a woman? Robin heard. Hastily put away his shyness. She's not used to being teased. But, not annoying, of course, Reka answered generously. It's impossible to fix Robin. Robin froze, then Nami came. Robin turned and left with a guilty conscience. What did you say to her? Nami subconsciously asked. Before Robin saw himself, they will greet themselves politely first. Why not this time? Nothing. Speaking of which, it's time for us to set sail. Staying in the same place is very dangerous. Maybe Marine will come over at any time. Exactly. Nami didn't think much of it, instead, he started to worry a little. But not particularly large. The sea is so old and wide. Marine wants to catch them. Advertisement, it's not that easy. Besides, she's navigating on her own, but very own. Everyone, set sail. Oh, Usopp and Chopper hurriedly began to help stow the anchor. Raise the sails. They moved towards the record pointer. Nothing happened that day. It's night. Fight for 2 hours. Nami collapsed in Reka's arms. What's the matter? You are so brave today. Reka stroked Nami's hair. He asked, smelling the faint fragrance of his hair. He could feel Nami's uneasiness. 417. Today, I thought I might lose you. I'm afraid. Nami is like Song Xiaomao. Push hard into Reka's arms. Face today, not those previous opponents. It was the Marine Admiral whose combat power was strong enough to bring down the 3 monsters, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, in a short time. Nami at that time. How can you not worry? Don't worry, I won't die. Reka comforted Nami. Idiot, don't say the word death. Nami quickly covered Reka's mouth. Then he smiled slightly. Well, what do you think of Robin? How about what? Reka suddenly felt that things were going in the direction of a proposition. Body, character, temperament, these, Nami said in a low voice. 427. I just want to make you as happy as possible. Wood-style Robin is born. Reka is not a master of love, but it was obvious that the atmosphere was not quite right. For a moment Reka didn't dare to make any answer. Actually, I know about you and Vivi. Nami then dropped a blockbuster. Reka doesn't know what to say. Actually, as long as you are happy, I don't mind. We're pirates after all. Who knows if tomorrow will come as scheduled. So as long as you like, I can help you take down Robin. Nami is like a devil who tempts people to fall. Such a bold and open mind. Quite a shock to Reka. But what she said was not unreasonable, in this era of great pirates. Many women have no so-called power of choice at all. In this chaotic era, there is no so-called monogamy system. On the contrary, whether it is the world government, or the people of the various islands, are encouraged to have more children. Because many men went to sea as pirates and died outside. There is a serious shortage of labor on the island. Even for common people, it is very common to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even a woman like Ant, as long as she is willing, there will be more husbands than ordinary people can imagine. That's the truth, and from Nami this decision, Reka could feel how much she loved her. Advertisement, don't think about these things anymore, just follow the fate, anyway, you are enough. Reka held Nami in his arms. There is no deliberate pursuit of anything. Who knows what will happen to things like feelings? But it doesn't matter whether there are other women in the future. Nami's place in his heart, always be number 1. And unshakable. Going merry is sailing leisurely on the sea. Luffy and the others insisted on exercising during the day. Reka took a lot of time. They even made a training plan for Chopper and Usopp. Even made one for Robin. Wood style. Reka was thinking, let Robin learn wood style. She mentioned before that she also wanted to become stronger. Or is there any other more suitable way? Wood style? An ability that can manipulate the life force of plants. Sounds like a good match for my fruit ability, Robin heard. Judging from the name of this ability, should be useful. Really, then this is it. Reka couldn't think of anything better for a while. Wood style doesn't come cheap. The whole set of junior high, come down like this. Advertisement, it also exceeded 10,000 arrogance points. Made a fortune at Sky Island before though. Had another wave at Aokiji not too long ago. Although it took a lot of time, but now there are still 80,000 arrogance points available. After Reka's exchange, just instill this knowledge directly into Robin. Reka felt that with Robin's understanding ability, it is estimated that it will be a relatively easy student. The fastest improvement in actual combat, Reka gets off occasionally. Lie on a sun lounger. On the observation deck, Zoro kept waving dumbbells and exercise tools. No need for parasols, in the perspective of many things. The record is stabilizing, we'll be reaching the island soon. The screams on the ship at that time, there is a peaceful and leisurely atmosphere on board. Of course, the most effective thing is to practice fighting with Luffy, Sanji and others. It can scare away all the sea kings around. Her vision is even more vicious than her own. Sanji delivered food and drinks every now and then. Reka's constitution, it's destined that he likes the feeling of direct sunlight, okay. It was warm and full of strength in his body. Reka could only speak with emotion. What a genius to be able to successfully obtain a doctorate at the age of 8 in Ohara full of scholars. And it helps them develop a tacit understanding with each other. 428. Speeding sea train, miracle at sea. During the day, blue clouds, humidity, and wind are moderate. Such weather. It's quite a waste of training. Besides, exercise has to be moderate. Otherwise, it will damage the body. On the contrary, the gain outweighs the loss. On the deck, Zoro found a shady place and slept late. Sanji is also carefully prepared to do less than usual. Great food that takes a lot of time. Usopp tapped and mended on the boat. Chopper is on the sidelines to help. Robin reads a book and drinks tea. Reka basks in the sun. Nami draws a sea chart. Watch out for changes in the weather outside. Rumble. 860. The Melee has sailed for an unknown period of time. Suddenly on the vast sea they heard the sound of machines roaring. What happened? Luffy heard it, quickly jumped up and looked around. He is a restless temper. Everyone also looked around. On the sea, how can I hear this intense and extremely roaring sound? Really weird. Suddenly everyone's eyes stayed in the same direction. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Then what is that? They saw a steel train speeding forward on the sea. Advertisement in the steam rises. Make a whoosh sound. The sea rails come into contact with the sea train. There was a strong roar of the machine just now. The train is running on the sea? Liar. What a miracle. Never seen that before. Everyone was stunned. Only Robin is calmer. She's been on the Grand Line for a while after all. Even if you haven't seen it in person, I have also heard the name of the capital of Seven Waters. But I didn't expect the record pointer to point to this island this time. Reka also watched with interest. Although no, but seeing it with my own eyes is still quite shocking. After all this technology, it hadn't been realized in the world he was in before. The train running on the sea, it's like a fairy tale. Hey, look. A frog is swimming freely. Luffy suddenly saw the sea next to the sea train. There is a giant frog with scarred CBCC swimming freely. At this moment, it also collided with the extremely fast seaward train. Really? Usopp and Chopper immediately came to the side of the boat. He looked in the direction of Luffy's gaze. Sure enough, I saw a huge frog. Grand Line is really full of wonders, Sanji also said with emotion. Neither sea train, or this giant freestyle frog. Advertisement, it made them quite novel. Hey, is that frog going in the wrong direction? If it continues like this, it will hit the train. Zoro looked at it and said suddenly. Real. Everyone took a look and identified the direction. Quickly judged that what Zoro said was true. Hey, frog, I can't swim anymore, I'm about to crash. Luffy jumped on the bow of the sheep's head boat, waving his hands and shouting, but this boom in distance. Frogs can't hear it. It's over. Crap, it's really about to hit. Nami and the others couldn't help closing their eyes. Sea trains are fast. Frogs are fast too, if the two collide. The consequences are very bad. Hey, stupid frog, it's about to hit, Luffy growled. Pung. But change the facts. The frog Yokozuna slammed into the sea train hard. But no blood spatter, it's just that the whole body was thrown out. After turning several 360 degrees in the air, fall into the sea again. Then continue swimming as if nothing had happened. Hey, everyone showed surprise. This frog must be too strong. .429. Smoky Tom, Zamoni, and Granny Kokora. Even if they were hit by such a high-speed sea train. Not necessarily guaranteed to be okay. It's so handsome, hurry up, I want that frog to be my partner. Luffy saw this scene. Even his eyes were shining with gold. Hastily said to Nami. Don't push yourself too hard, the frog has already swam away, Sanji said as he tapped Lu, Fly on the head. Yokozuna's speed was truly astonishing, and from the direction it's going, look. Possibly a chase on the sea train. How could this be? Luffy said with a face full of disappointment. But really can't catch up, you can only follow along honestly. There is a lighthouse ahead, where the sea train passed by just now. It's coming soon, it doesn't seem to be a good place to go. There are iron tracks laid underneath, there's a gap, go through here, Nami observed for a while. Pointing to a gap and said, Mother-in-law, there are pirates. The little girl with a sky braid who was playing with a rabbit suddenly shouted towards the lighthouse house. Advertisement, oops. They are all pirates, this is what I am most afraid of. Especially since the messenger was a little girl. They are not easy to move. Where, bring the phone bug. Soon a drunken old woman came out of the house. Okay, mother-in-law, come around. Chi Meng acted quickly. Immediately moved a huge phone bug to the old woman's side. They seem to be calling for reinforcements. This is not good. Usopp and others saw this. His complexion changed slightly. They are now on the priority list of Marine headquarters. Once spotted, be surrounded by calling Marines. That situation is very disadvantageous. Well, what I wanted to say, I forgot. Granny K-Kellaw was talking. Just hang up the phone bug, drunkenly shaking his body. Drunk in broad daylight. My name is Zamoni, and this is the Kitten Kunbei. The name, the actual species is a rabbit. Zamoni didn't feel any fear at all. Instead, he explained himself and his pet in a very familiar way. That's Granny K-Kellaw. Advertisement, aren't you train robbers? Granny K-Kellaw asked with a smile while drinking. No. Usopp and the others quickly waved their hands. My name is Luffy, and I am the man who will become the One Piece. Asking for flowers. See Zimini solemnly introduce himself. Luffy also introduced himself. He didn't ignore her because the other party was young. Really? Zamone asked blankly. Really? Luffy nodded seriously. What an interesting man, ha. Granny K-Kellaw said unsteadily. Hey, Zamoni, it was a steamship just now, but how can it sail with that shape? Nami asked curiously. You haven't seen that kind of ship, have you? Even if you search all over the world, this is the only place. It's a sea train, called Smoky Tom. Zimone took the biscuit that Nami handed over. I ate it happily. It is propelled by steam power and moves along the track on the sea. Orbit, oh, the underwater one? Usopp asked. Yes, the trains run in the same section every day, transporting passengers from island to island, and packages and stuff like that, Zimone explained. He is young, but he already knows a lot. The reason why Nami didn't ask Granny Kokora. It was because Granny Kekela felt that she was too drunk to answer anything. After all, she even forgot to dial the phone bug just now. 430. The capital of Seven Waters, the world's largest shipbuilder. Fortunately, I saw it just now, otherwise I would be in trouble if I hit the track, Usopp said happily. There are buoys there, and it's too dangerous for you to break in, Zimone said nonchalantly. That guy doesn't understand anything, it's a pity to be knocked into the air. Luffy suddenly said regretfully. The guy you're talking about, don't you mean Yokozuna? Zimone asked. Well, Freestyle Frog, 957, Luffy nodded. That kind of impact is not a big deal to her, it is the source of troubles at the shift station. She thinks it likes to compare strength with people, and always thinks when it can win the sea train, it will definitely appear again. Strength? No wonder that guy didn't dodge, he really has perseverance. Luffy tilted his head, liking it more and more. Are you kidding? We are very troubled, Zimone waved his cute little hands and said angrily. The dislodger has been broken by it several times. Every time that guy appears, he will cause a lot of trouble for the passengers. It turns out to be like this, Usopp and others suddenly realized. I want it to be our partner more. I like guys who work hard and have perseverance, Luffy clenched his fists. Ah, it's such a headache, Nami rubbed her temple helplessly. Don't say such unreliable things, advertisement this frog is so big. Even if it is caught, how can there be a place on the boat to raise it? So, where are you going? Granny Kekela came over and asked. When walking over, don't forget to pour a sip of spirits into your mouth. Then it was introduced. If you take the sea train from here, the capital of the Spring Queen, Street Poplar, the gourmet town of Butch, the town of Carnival, and Saint Felt are all good. If it's government-related personnel, there is another special train. Butch, oh, it's the place mentioned by the dead uncles before, Usopp remembered. Then go to Food Town. Luffy made the choice almost without thinking. No, we have a boat, so we don't need to take the train, just follow the record pointer. Hastily changed course. It's a dangerous thing to do on the Grand Line. Nami still wanted to move in the direction of the record pointer. What's wrong? Advertisement, that is a city with a very developed shipbuilding industry, and the shipbuilding technology is #1 in the world. So there must be really good ship repairers out there, Luffy asked immediately. Where does it point now? Zimone asked curiously. Usopp. Hearing this, Luffy couldn't help but look at Usopp. Usopp's eyes meet. I don't know what's going on. A place to the east from here, Nami said after taking a look. Water capital, Granny Kekela said, it's called the capital of water, it's a good place. This is a simple map of the island and a letter of introduction. Give it to a man named Bingshan and ask him to help you fix the boat. The capital of water is very big, so don't get lost. Okay, it's decided, let's go there, we must find a ship repairman to be our partner. Really, that is to go to the capital of Seven Waters, the train just now came from the blue station of the island. Have no idea. Not only there are many world-class excellent boatmen gathered there. Usopp is smiling too. I'll introduce you to 4.0, wait a moment. Kekela got up, walked back to the house unsteadily. 431. A bunch of pirates without a future, spectacular water capital. Okay, thank you mother-in-law, Luffy and others set foot on the journey again. There are some expectations along the way. Because of the water capital, the name sounds very attractive. Since it's a big city, we can turn gold into cash, and we can hire excellent boatmen to repair the melee. Nami touched the mast of Melee and said with emotion. Sailing all the way. The Melee also spent a period of time with them. Many places now look run down, after all, compared to all kinds of powerful humans in this world. A little careless, ships would be severely damaged. Very fragile. Nami, I want to buy medical books and medicine on 21, Nami said. Everyone's consumption desire was immediately raised. It's time for me to update my equipment too, Usopp said expectantly. I want to buy a bigger mousetrap. Hey, Sanji, what do you mean? Luffy immediately waved his fist angrily upon hearing this. Is there any heavier and better exercise equipment? The ones on the boat are very light now. Zoro still thinks about exercising and sharpening his own strength. Didn't you just buy it not long ago? Chopper asked in surprise. He is also now on the training team. He still can't use many equipment freely. It's time for Zoro to start a new batch. It's because the equipment can't keep up with their exercise. Advertisement. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. I will add a gravity method to the material later on. Or directly transform it into a multi-gravity site. This will save a lot of money, Nami said wittily. Hey, can it still be like this? Chopper asked in surprise. Of course. I see you're trying to save money, Zoro clicked Hado. The capital of Seven Waters. Robin held his chin, thinking. It's not far from the rumored Enies lobby. Nothing will happen, right? Maybe I was thinking too much. There are too many bustling islands near Enies lobby. What Grandma Kekela just said were all famous big cities. It is impossible to meet people from the government so easily. Of course, if you can save money, of course you have to save. Reka, is there anything you want? Nami asked. Nami, I want to use the money to eat meat. Meat. Luffy yelled from the side. But she was directly ignored by Nami. Damn it, beauty, I'm the captain, answer me and. It seems that there is nothing special I want. How about I help you pick out a few more sets of clothes? Nami's figure is first class. Change more clothes and look more pleasing to the eye. Hearing this, Robin slightly looked at Reka, although did not speak. But Reka seems to have read the meaning of her eyes. As if to say, it turns out that you are so good. Yeah, everyone, turn around, there's a gust of air coming, we're going to speed up with this gust of air. Nami sensed that the surrounding air was gradually becoming active. After a while, I'm afraid there will be a strong wind blowing. Advertisement: this is a good thing for accelerated sailing. Do not miss it. Oh, hearing this, everyone cheered up. Steer the helm, steer the ropes, usually when it is about to land on the island. No one knows how to practice, instead, it started to rest. After all, every island may be full of dangers. 637 They have to maintain plenty of physical strength at all times. This is the age of the great pirates. Pirates are rampant, and they are bounty criminals. The original marine headquarters was after the battle between Reka and Aokiji. Just wanted to increase the bounty of Reka et al. But I'm afraid of scaring the snake, and the siege network has been launched. If it works out this time, there is no need to increase the bounty. They are already a bunch of pirates with no future. Wow, saw it, is that the capital of water? Amazing. So spectacular. Not long after, Going Merry came to the sea area of the water capital. Look at the cone-shaped mountain, covered with various buildings. There are also springs spraying on the top of the island. Islands full of various rivers. Luffy and others couldn't help but make a sound of shock and emotion. 432. Just before getting rich, the total price is 150 million Baileys? Pirates stop at other ports, over there, and on this sea. Be it a big city or a small city, basically, pirates are not particularly rejected. One is that in this era, most of the towns that can survive are of good strength. The weak ones either have marine shelter, either it has been looted many times by pirates and destroyed. Second, pirates are the largest consumer group in the sea. They spend big, and the capital of water is powerful. Not far away is the Enies lobby, so not very afraid of pirates. And when the ship is almost approaching the water capital. When Nami was debating whether to drive the ship in from the normal port, there was an old man on the bank pointing in another direction. After all, they are pirates, although they don't look like they're here to plunder. But stop at normal port. Still not very pretty, although Nami and others did not have any doubts about this. Also used to this way of life, the ship turned slightly. Come to the shores of a similar waste war. Glancing, there were no other ships. Not prosperous either. This kind of place is very reasonable for pirates to park their ships. Let me see the bed. Zoro had no interest in going to the island. Now that the equipment problem is solved. Advertisement. Then there is no need to go to the island. If you want to go, you can wait for Nami and the others to come back after finishing their work. He wants to take the opportunity to catch up on sleep. Also do need someone to watch the boat. Let's go to the island. Sailed many days. Once again came to such a prosperous island. Everyone is a little excited. You can buy a lot of things you want here. And enjoy it. After all, they are rich now. There is a lot of gold. Even if 3 people move together, it will take several times. Nami is a little distressed. This is too much gold. In case someone misses it, that's trouble again. Let's change part of it first. Although Bailey is better, gold is also a hard currency in many places, and it can be used directly as money in many cases. Then Nami asked Reka, Luffy, and Usopp to carry a big bag of gold and walk to the city. The closer you get, the more you can feel the prosperity of this metropolis. I'm going to replenish supplies, Sanji said. This is the basic quality of a chef. I'll gather information. Robin also played to his strengths. Arrived at the entrance, they were taken aback again. Because of the water capital, the basic roads are all waterways. And the waterways are very distinctive. Advertisement. There are views of the whole city. What a strange creature, shall we sit in this? Of course, this is a unique species in our water capital, Bruce. Although they are small in size, they are full of power, the boss introduced enthusiastically. Finally, after a lot of bargaining by Nami, they are relatively cheap. Rented 2 blues. What an incredible city. Usopp couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he watched the fish carts coming and going on the waterway. On both sides of the waterway are pedestrians coming and going. And a variety of specialty shops, very busy, looks pretty safe too. Don't do anything, go sell the gold first. If you dare to run away, you will have no pocket money this month, Nami reminded several people. Especially looking at Luffy earnestly. Yes, Luffy was a little dull when he heard this. But in this serious matter, he dared not disobey Nami's arrangement. Can only finish business, money, then do what you want to do. After a while, inside a large gold shop, a pot-bellied shopkeeper in a suit and leather shoes looks at the large amount of gold on the table. Both eyes are staring straight. Damn, where did these pirates get so much gold? This is the biggest deal this year. I can give you 150 million Baileys for the total price. These pirates look very old. You must have never seen so much money, huh? Nami raised his brows. This guy, are they taking advantage of him? 433, 600 million Baileys in hand, Admiral and CP9. Nami sees that the boss is dishonest. I want to cheat myself. Just wander around the store. Ray Carla, who was going to buy something, came over. This guy is a pirate with a bounty of 500 million Baileys. He hates dishonest and treacherous merchants. 5 to 5 billion Baileys? Boss, it's the Sun Tyrant Reka. Tyrant? The shop owner was almost scared to pee. Live so big. This is the first time I have seen this criminal with a bounty of 500 million. His father's generation had seen some terrible big pirates. How much did you say our gold was worth? 6 or 6 billion Baileys. But our store doesn't have so much money right now, so we need to go to other stores to raise money immediately. Can you please wait for a while? The store he opened has joined a world-renowned business tycoon. Its business ability is also very outstanding, but I can't afford that much money all at once. How long? Nami old god asked. 3 hours, 1.5 hours. Beyond this time, we will find other merchants. Don't, I'll do it as soon as I can, even if it's 600 million Baileys. So much gold. He still makes a lot of money, if such a big customer runs away. At least have to feel distressed for several years. After an hour, Reka, Luffy, and Usopp are each carrying 2 boxes. He walked out in high spirits. 600 million Pele, Usopp, we're rich. That's right. Get rich, advertisement USO, CBAH, Pooh also said excitedly. Ongoing merry. Never been so rich. How much meat can you buy now? How much equipment is there? I'll force you to spend a little more today. Nami was also in a good mood. This is 600 million Baileys, I didn't expect to earn it. I think she suffered so much in order to save 100 million Baileys. Reka-san is her own lucky angel. Thank you Nami, Luffy and Usopp said gratefully. Seeing this, Reka helplessly covered her face. Have they forgotten? Did they already have a part of the money? But it's also good. Nami manages money well. If only Luffy had free reign on that part of herself. It will probably be gone in a few days. For example, come one. Spend it all today. Straw Hat pays for it. Then I guess I have to borrow money from Nami again. Then it's a long time of usury on the way back. Both Luffy and Usopp were attracted by the roadside shui shui pork barbecue. Reka also thought it looked good. The two clamored to go ashore for a taste. After trying a piece, even Reka was amazed. I just watched it before and said it was delicious. But when Luffy eats, advertisement basically, it is rarely said that it is unpalatable. So much so that Reka doesn't have much influence on it. Now after eating a piece, it is indeed delicious. The water is tender and tender with a unique bouncy taste. In addition, after grilling on the outside, it has a burnt taste. Let Reka can't stop for a while. I asked for several more skewers. Luffy, Usopp and several people also asked for it several times. And Nami also ate a few skewers. But I didn't forget to ask the boss next to me where I can find a boatman. The boss responded enthusiastically, pointing everyone in a direction. You have come to the right place, our shipbuilders are all famous. Reka also saw him slip some into his pocket. I'm really worried that I'm going the wrong way. Just eat. It's delicious, isn't it Reka? Luffy said with satisfaction. The boss did not forget to brag proudly, before Reka and others left. The store has a closed sign. Keep an eye on the road, don't just focus on eating all the time. Nami saw that they packed so much. Anyway, Luffy can eat it. Marine Admiral. Blueno had cold sweat on his forehead. Of course I don't know if it's dirty or not, looked at the only customer in the store and said. Although Blue can find a way, there is indeed something special. At the moment, Blueno bar, it all follows the path indicated. Okay, go ahead, set off to find the boatman, but if only someone showed the way. 434. Dared to steal my master Usopp's money? According to the reports of our intelligence personnel deployed in various cities. Currently, the Straw Hat Pirates have arrived in the capital of Seven Waters. Although Blueno belongs to CP9, but now facing Marine Admiral. Also very stressful, then inform Aokiji of the information. Is that so? Sure enough, I came to the City of Water. Aokiji's expression was a little complicated. Also very dignified, he was still wrapped in bandages. However, the wound has not fully healed, but with their monstrous constitution. Has recovered a lot. Only vaguely, I can still feel the burning pain. But for Marine Admiral, it's not what, it is the tolerable range of pain. And when Blueno saw the bandage wrapped around Aokiji's body. At first, I was a little intimidated. This is super big news. Marine Admiral is injured. News enough to catch the attention of the world. So far they have not received any news. This means that Aokiji Admiral was injured in recent days. And the Marine headquarters deliberately suppressed it. I don't want this to get publicized. Could it be the Straw Hat Pirates they're staring at right now? The more you think about it, the more possible it is. Wondering how Aokiji would find them. Advertisement. Traps should not be deployed in the City of Water, as it will accidentally injure many civilians. You are the best at attracting the enemy, so I will leave this matter to you, Aokiji said lightly, shaking the wine glass in his hand. By the way, when you meet Reka of the Straw Hat Pirates, you have to be extra careful, stop all kinds of actions as much as possible, and start with other members. That guy, you can't deal with it, Aokiji made a solemn reminder. Gulu, Bluno swallowed subconsciously when he heard the words. Guess came true. This rookie pirate group must have very terrifying enemies. Enough to put Marine Admiral at a disadvantage, that's why the whole department needs to cooperate. Find a way to take this team down. Understood, Bluno nodded. Well, that's all. I'll keep an eye on you, don't worry too much. Aokiji saw Bluno's worry. Opened his mouth to remind. Bluno fell silent for a moment. When Aokiji said this, he panicked even more. What's the situation? It's just setting traps for the enemy. The enemy is now in the clear, they're in the dark. It even takes Aokiji Admiral to stare. This is because they are afraid of accidents. How powerful are the Straw Hat Pirates, and when Usopp and others just walked out of the gold bank. A few punks hiding in the alley saw it, also recognized their pirate identities. Hurry up and report to the boss, how much gold has been exchanged by this group of guys, that box should be full of Baileys, a gangster said greedily. Asking for flowers. Attack the pirates, they don't feel any guilt at all. Advertisement, FK you guys, don't do anything until you're alone, that woman and the long nose don't look very strong. Hey, I don't lay hands on women, then keep an eye on that long nose. Good. Reka, Luffy and others are rushing to their destination. The result is at the fork. Luffy wanted to experience the driving experience for himself. As a result, I took the wrong road and split into two roads to move forward. Find a place for yourself, Reka said to Luffy and Usopp who went away. Although he noticed it, there are many people's eyes in the dark. But get used to it, they're pirates, it's a bounty offender. It's not just fellow pirates who are enemies, Marine is the enemy. Bounty hunters are also enemies. Even Fang Ping people in many places don't want to see them. Someone is staring at them, nothing could be more normal. Separated, find an opportunity to make a move. Turn that straw hat away, okay. Someone secretly shot Luffy. Luffy chased after him angrily, many gangsters immediately surrounded Usopp. As a result, Usopp 3 times, 5 times and 2 times were all brought down to the ground. 435. Encountering CP9 undercovers, Mayor Bingshan. What are you guys thinking? Are you underestimating people if you want to grab something from me? Usopp said disapprovingly as he looked at these hooligans. But when he was attacked just now, my reaction seems to be much faster than I thought. Their movements are seen in Usopp's special eyes. It's almost like slow motion. Could it be that I've become very strong? Usopp couldn't help but wonder. Just been with Luffy, 720, Zoro and all these monsters. So I didn't feel it? Usopp, are you alright? Fine. Hurry up and join Reka and the others. We've gone the wrong way. Damn it. Okay. Damn, who said just now that the long nose is not strong? He almost died. Several gangsters were so painful that they almost suffocated. This time I kicked it on the steel plate. Fortunately, they didn't want to kill us, otherwise I will really confess here today. Go back and tell everyone that this group of pirates is not to be provoked. I feel that even if Brother Frankie takes action himself, he may not be able to handle them. It's so prosperous, there are so many boatmen, this seems to be a bounty criminal. Why was his face covered in blood when he was beaten? Nami and Reka came to the shipyard first. As soon as he entered, he saw a pirate captain being scolded and carried away by several subordinates. Advertisement obviously, the group of pirates was heavy here just now. Then it was settled. This made Nami suddenly heighten his vigilance. It seems that the people here are easy to get along with. Well, may I ask if there is a person named Bingshan here? Although they couldn't understand the map drawn by Grandma K. Kellogg. But at least remember the name she mentioned, although I don't know how much this person can help them. But as long as it's a local, he must know the island better than any of them. Before leaving, Granny K. Kellogg also mentioned that icebergs can be found here. It's just that the map drawn is very abstract, they don't understand, so they need to find someone to ask. At the moment, Bingshan is taking Khalifa to inspect the shipyard. We are communicating with Barry, Rob Lucci and other boatmen. Reka glanced at the group of CP9 spies. I didn't even notice that their expressions and eyes were a little tricky. If it weren't for knowing that Lucci and the others are from CP9. When they meet for the first time, they may not be able to detect that they are undercover agents. Hope Robin doesn't do something stupid. Advertisement. But at the same time, Reka also feels that this is a major mentality change for Robin. Although this level is difficult for Robin, yes. As Nami was talking, he suddenly recalled it, they don't want to waste time. What about the Straw Hat Pirates? I remember the words about the flag, but you guys have money? Kaku asked after walking past 2.4. Over there on the East Blue Shore. I just hope that CP9 and Marine can be more direct. What do you want from Mayor Bingshan? Khalifa pushed his glasses and walked over with graceful steps. Pirates often don't pay for ship repairs. This is a letter from Granny K. Kellogg. She said that a reliable boatman can be found here. Our boat is broken, so... Wait, you just said the mayor? Don't play tricks in the dark, so it's important to ask ahead of time. Money is fine. At this time, Nami will not think about saving money. Hey, Nami, Reka, don't forget, we need to find a boatman. Luffy and Usopp also ran over at this time. Grandma K. Kellogg, Where's your ship parked? Hearing this, Bingshan was also a little concerned. Okay, then I'll go over and have a look now and be back soon. But it was also a complete change in her heart, in order to put each other's lives in each other's hands in the future. 436. Invite Rob Lucci to be a boatman. Got it, got it. Nami made it clear that Luffy had said this many times along the way. Her ears were almost calloused. Hey, Usopp. To Usopp. Luffy couldn't help showing surprise when he saw Kaku was about to set off to see the ship. The two long noses, in Luffy's view, are basically the same person. I'll be back soon. Kaku ran all the way and then jumped directly from a high place. This surprised Nami and the others. Are they going to repair the ship or commit suicide? But after Kaku took off, he was as light as a swallow, flying freely in the air like a piece of paper. Everyone, let me take you for reference. Bingshan is not pretentious, he is an approachable mayor. Of course, he also recognized Luffy and Reka as bounty offenders, 21. And the bounty is not low, but as the world's #1 shipyard, such guests are not common. But it does, and his master also built a ship for One Piece. He still has the psychological quality to face hundreds of millions of bounty criminals. And it's the pirates who are asking for them now. Advertisement, it's such a big keel, if it is made into a ship, how big it would be. Everyone followed Bingshan and others to visit the shipyard. I saw that the keels of some ships were huge. Many shipbuilders were busy, and a foreman was building a ship, but was scared away by debt collectors. Barry, Bingshan said helplessly, covering his face. Barry's technique is completely impeccable. I just like to gamble, and I owe a lot of debts, and I am often chased by debtors. Is that also a boatman? Looking at Barry, Luffy and Usopp, who fled in despair, they all opened their eyes. It's hard to believe that this is also the bow of the ship. Although he is not very willing to admit it, he is still a foreman. In terms of technology, of course, he has no choice at all, but he has one or two bad habits, Bingshan said. This is Bibbly Lulu, and his skills are also top-notch. Uncle, can I find a boatman partner here? Following Bingshan, he introduced several boatmen. Luffy also asked impatiently. He saw that every boatman was very excellent and wanted it very much. Well, I can't make the decision, as long as they personally want it. The one who keeps the pigeons, do you want to be the boatman on my boat? Good choice. Seeing this, Reka was not only a little speechless, but with so many people, he chose the representative of CP9's combat power, Rob Lucci. Advertisement, and when Luffy chose him, Reka could feel Khalifa's eyes froze slightly. Obviously at that moment, she wondered if she and others had been exposed. But after seeing the unaffected look of anticipation on Luffy's face, only then did I realize that this should be just a coincidence. Don't, Lucci didn't answer, and the answer for him was the pigeon passed on his shoulder. Oh, hiss. The pigeon has spoken. Luffy immediately surrounded the pigeon, ready to tease the pigeon, 170. He was pecked hard by a pigeon. Damn pigeon, I'm going to roast you. Luffy immediately screamed like a child. This scene made Mayor Bingshan unable to bear the cold sweat. Is this guy really a Bailey with a bounty of more than 100 million or the captain? It's incredible. They walked around for a while. Kaku also came back, although he encountered Zoro, but after explaining the matter clearly, he asked him to check the ship generously. No, this ship can't be repaired. Kaku shook his head and said. Hey, what are you talking about? What can't be repaired? Usopp's expression changed immediately. That's right, aren't you technically incompetent? Luffy immediately said, dissatisfied. Chapter 437. Luffy and Usopp, emotional conflict. Obviously, the melee had just brought them to the water capital. Now you say no? This made Luffy et al. Suddenly unacceptable. Even Nami's expression changed at this moment. We can use more money, as long as it can be repaired, any price is fine. Nami was even ready to be ripped off at this time. As long as the melee can be repaired, Nami is willing to suffer this loss. For them, the melee is no longer a ship, just a tool. It carries too many memories of them, it is their home. Thinking that the melee would not be able to sail with them in the future. There is something unacceptable in everyone's heart. Guests, please don't doubt our professional ability. It's not a matter of money. The keel of this ship has already been damaged. It stands to reason that this ship should have sunk long ago. It can carry you to the capital of water safe and sound. I think it's a miracle. Kaku shook his head and said seriously. An affirmative answer was given. If you want to continue sailing, I suggest you change to another ship, backquote. Bastards. You must be trying to sell us a new boat, so you deliberately say that our boat is broken. Usopp said excitedly. This is a boat given to them by Kaya, who is like his family. He was so angry that he couldn't control himself and directly grabbed Kaku by the collar. Kaku tried to break Usopp's hands. Advertisement as a result, Kaku found out embarrassingly that he couldn't break it. You are lying. This guy looks very common, why is he so strong? Is this the scary Straw Hat Pirates? Is what you said true? Luffy looked at Kaku seriously and asked. Yes. Kaku continued to insist on his judgment. If you don't trust us, you can ask the boatmen of other shipyards to judge. I think any professional boatman will come to the same conclusion as me. If you continue to sail on this ship, it may sink at any time. Nonsense. Usopp, let him go, Luffy said seriously. Luffy. Are you going to abandon going merry too? Usopp looked at Luffy in disbelief. Our journey will continue, although Luffy is also reluctant. But as the captain, he knows what choice to make at the critical moment. Reka-san, can't you help? Usopp pinned his last hope on Reka. Reka shook his head. He could use magic to create a new ship. Then everyone will feel better. Broken. Advertisement. Don't worry, if they can handle it well, just trust them. If one day he loses consciousness, the magic will be lifted. But that needs to be maintained with magic. Nordwell, he knows how important this fleet is to Usopp. Afterwards, the ship spirit, you can find a way to keep it on the new ship. Nami, I'll get rid of you here. Luffy followed. He was a little worried about Usopp. It's just that if the ship spirit still has a whimper. Are they all right, instead of breaking down one day sooner or later? Because only in this way, the two of them will truly mature and grow up. Let's talk to them about the new ship first. Damn it, how could it be like this? How could it be like this? Usopp couldn't accept it and ran towards the coast. It would be better to put an end to the journey of the merry now. Even pinning going merry's current state. Let them figure it out. In this emotional time, Reka felt that he should not intervene too much. Hey, you two. Nami wanted to stop the two of them, but was stopped by Reka. 438. Baoshu Atom, Hunt Robin. Use the treasure tree atom as the main material. If possible, I hope you can find someone with the same skills as you to build with yourself. Your Excellency also knows Baoshu Atom. Don't you know something about the shipbuilding industry? Listening to Reka's request. Bingshan looked at Reka in surprise. Only very professional people know how strong and difficult the boat will be if the treasure tree atom is used to build a boat. Even ordinary shells cannot leave any obvious traces on this material at all. You are the professionals, I am just hearsay. I'm sorry, even if you are not short of money, it is basically impossible to get the treasure tree atom. It is too rare. 730, how about using other materials instead of you? Bingshan said truthfully. If it was really a precious tree, he would also feel itchy, and wanted to try it out and use this material to polish a boat. What would it be like? But it has been a long time since I heard that there is a treasure tree for sale. It should be available now. You can ask people to go to the underground world to inquire. During this time, there should be a piece of treasure tree for sale, Reka said lightly. Back then Frankie could buy it. In this period, there should have been news. Frankie himself said at the beginning that he has been looking at this thing for a long time, but he has never had the money to buy it. Advertisement? Really? Where did you get the news? Bingshan asked a little excitedly. You ask someone to inquire about it yourself. It shouldn't be difficult to find out. It's just that you don't seem to focus on this shipbuilding now. Of course, you don't pay much attention to some things. Sounds like Mr. Reka knows me. The mayor of an island, if you ask any resident about you, you can basically get to know about you. Reka's words are impeccable. If there are such materials and you can afford the money, I will complete them according to your requirements. It's just that what you said just now is to find someone who is as capable as my boatman, which means. Speaking of this, Bingshan was a little wary. Because on this island, there seems to be only one that fits the bill. Many years ago, in order to prevent the design drawings of ancient weapon from falling into the hands of the government. He's already tipped Vice Admiral's blueprint to Frankie. It's nothing special, but we can't afford to wait a year or so. Such a CBEJ ship is destined to be difficult. I hope you can find a strong helper and help us complete it as soon as possible. So that's it, no problem. Feel free to leave it to us, Carrera Company. Bingshan shook hands with Reka enthusiastically. After finalizing some basic contracts and paying some deposits. Reka and Nami are also gone from Carrera Shipbuilding. It's so expensive. The deposit alone will cost 50 million Baileys if the treasure tree Reka mentioned is found. The price will be even higher. Advertisement, it's worth it, Reka said flatly. I don't know what happened to Luffy and Usopp. Let the men deal with the men's affairs. I hope they are more mature than before. Let's go shopping, Cao Cao said lightly. How can I go shopping now? I can use my ability to help you win money in gambling. Let's go shopping. Hearing Qian, Nami immediately put all her troubles behind her. I'm sorry for you, observation hockey of the perfect level. Lucci, what do you think? He watched the two leave Kaku and came to Lucci and asked. It's very different from ordinary pirates, especially in terms of strength. Don't be too reckless and act according to the plan. Lucci said with a rare serious expression. Understood, but it's a pity that Nico Robin has not been found yet. The follower who went to the island was thrown away. This is a matter of course, otherwise she would not be hunted down by the world government and survive till now. We will send more people. We are more familiar with the capital of Seven Waters than her. Once you catch any Straw Hat members who are alone, immediately retreat to Eni's lobby. It is best to catch Nico Robin. She knows a lot of things, maybe ancient weapon. She also knows. Clear.